We all want someone to love.
There you are.
We did have instant chemistry.
It's awesome.
But you've never seen love like this before.
Age playing makes us stronger as a couple.
Provocative.
Daly and I have always been polyamorous, vampires.
Eye-opening.
To see Monica getting bigger just makes me feel proud.
Outrageous.
I'm wired towards older women.
Proving there's always someone for everyone.
This is the woman of my dreams.
Hi.
Or something.
Love you, Vanilla. So sexy.
This is Extreme Love Stories. This time on Extreme Love Stories, the man with a collection of lovers that will always keep him satisfied.
Oh, that's a guy. Oh, wow.
And the guy who'll stop at nothing to support his big, beautiful girlfriend.
I'd want to be the fattest woman in the world.
I believe in you.
But first, in Pittsburgh, Kyle and his friend Justin are comparing notes on their taste in women.
I mean, what do you find attractive?
I think everyone's wired how they're gonna be wired. I mean, you know, it's like some guys like blondes, some like brunettes, some like other guys, some like big women, short women. You're wired the way you're wired.
But Kyle's type isn't what you'd expect. That's not his grandmother he's helping to cross the park. The object of Kyle's desires are mature women. Very mature women.
Well, I remember I had a really hot English teacher. She'd walk by and I'd knock the pencil off my desk and she'd lean over and I could look down her shirt and whatnot.
I like wrinkles. I mean, older women's hands are sexy as hell.
When Kyle gets intimate with other people's grannies, he's not just holding their hand.
When it comes to women that haven't been with anyone physically in a while, some women can jump right back into it, no problem at all, no problem. Other women, I mean, just physiologically, things change. You know, I mean, not to be too explicit, but I mean, lubricant's a wonderful thing. It really is, it really is.
That'd be a great place to have sex at night in that gazebo. That'd be sweet.
Kyle's 91-year-old girlfriend, Marge, is a whole lot of woman.
I enjoy sex, NASCAR, and crocheting, and a drink occasionally. My oldest son is 71, and the youngest one will be 50 in September.
The fact that Marge's kids are old enough to be Kyle's parents didn't put him off. In fact, he was in hot pursuit of Marge from the moment they met. And when he finally got her in bed, Kyle was in for a steamy night.
When I did the first time, I told a girlfriend where I was going to be. And then I called her when we were at the motel and said, "Guess who's tied up?" And it's not me. And he's laying on the bed hollering, "Help, help." I felt like I knew him. And
A 91-year-old with a whip. It brings a new meaning to 50 Shades of Grey.
I wear sexy outfits to bed. I try to keep my bra on, though, because I don't have much left. Stockings that I have on now, they stay up, and then they have an elastic across here that makes them pretty, and they're open access.
Marge and Kyle don't hide their romance from the outside world, even though it attracts a lot of attention.
Dating a 31-year-old, that's pretty speechless. It's pretty weird.
I don't care what people think. They're not keeping me, I'm keeping myself. And I have all these years.
Marge and Kyle might not care what strangers think, but when Marge drops by Kyle's mum's apartment, will she try to break them up?
He's a really good-looking guy. Why wouldn't he want to date somebody his age? He could probably get anybody he wanted.
If you thought finding acceptance would be tricky for Kyle and Marge, there's something even more shocking going on in Canada. Dave lives an idyllic life with his fiancée Shauna and their 10 dogs in Nova Scotia.
How was your day today?
Oh, good. There you go. Oh, is she talking to me?
The pair met online 5 years ago, and Dave popped the question after just a month.
I love you.
Since he accepted her love for dogs, she said yes.
When I was younger, I was never allowed to have any animals. So I think I kind of like made up for it.
And while Shauna is mad for dogs, her fiancé has his own obsession, something with a little more kink.
Do you remember our first date?
Yes, I do. When I met David, what I loved about David was his bubbly personality.
I was sort of in a daze because you were very beautiful and pretty. And I'm looking at you across this thing and I'm saying, wow, I can't believe how lucky I am. So I said, you know, I'm not gonna waste any time. I took her downstairs.
Within hours of meeting, an unsuspecting Shauna was led down into Dave's basement, where she met Bianca, Airedale, and Amaya.
I said, oh my God, all these dolls hanging off meat racks. Just like big Barbies. I took their hair off, I put it on myself,
Oh, yeah,
dress them up, and do
Actually,
everything.
yes.
I was thinking of just big Barbie, like Barbie doll.
I'm thinking, oh wow, this is the woman of my dreams.
So Shauna agreed to share her man with his big Barbies, which came as a massive relief for Dave, who's been collecting and making love to these dolls for over 10 years.
So they are probably the most incredible sex toy a man is ever going to see. People like to call them sex dolls. I like to call them love dolls because I think they go beyond just a blow-up doll and they need a better name. She's an elf. I do a lot of fantasy gaming, and I wanted to get one that would maybe represent the elven character that I play. It is fully capable of sex, but the head comes off like so, sort of like a turkey now or something waiting for the basting dish.
But less turkeys than Terminators, the dolls have a range of features.
The breasts are now filled, so it makes for a more realistic feel. Still, there's no heaters in these. I did have a Russian doll that had a heater, but they should have put a warning on that because it can heat a lot hotter than you want it to be where the heater was. Some people will look at it and say, well, you know, it's like doing a corpse. Well, no, it's not. It's no more like doing a corpse than if you give your son an army set. You know, those men they're inanimate, but they're not replicas of death.
He might have bought them when he was a bored bachelor, but is Shauna still okay sharing her man with 3 sex dolls?
We're the couple that don't have to be together 24/7. Like, he can do his things, I can do mine. Or if we want to be together, we can just be together and do whatever.
And I think as we get older, we also tend to appreciate that alone time just as much as the rest.
She's always there, always willing. You can be a little selfish for yourself. Outside of with a real woman, it's about as close as you can get. And sometimes, as I say, it can be better because, you know, all men, you know, at one time or another, alone, or they're, you know, wives away, or they're between girlfriends, and she makes a great substitute, a lot better than just a hand toy or something like that.
With 4 women to pick from, Dave's a busy boy, which can sometimes leave Shauna feeling a little lonely.
You feel like your partner's not giving you attention, but you find out if you think, and then you know they're giving someone else attention. Sometimes that can make you feel insecure.
But the couple have hatched a sexy solution to ensure no one ever feels left out.
You can have like a threesome.
One might, you know, be having intercourse while another one is touching other areas or doing other things, right?
But no one gets hurt because it's not like a real person, so you don't have to pick.
But when Dave tries to introduce sex dolls at the dinner table, will Shauna's family be as accepting as she was?
Is this a thing, or is this a new one for me?
Meanwhile, there's no competition for attention or food with 700-pound supersized model Monica and her boyfriend Sid in Fort Worth.
Can you help me?
Yeah, no problem.
Shockingly, she's on a mission to become immobile and has Sid's full support.
To see Monica getting bigger makes me feel proud because she's achieving what she wants to do. I mean, of course, I'm not complaining. I've been into fat girls ever since I've been into girls, so, you know, I'm definitely not complaining.
On an average day, I'd probably eat between 6,000 and 8,000 calories a day.
Helping Monica up her calorie count is something Sid gets a real kick out of.
Right now, we are going to make a weight gain shake. Get the milk out. Basically, I take strawberry Pop-Tarts. She likes strawberry Pop-Tarts. Heavy cream, ice cream, and 2% milk, just blend it all together. All right, babe, you ready to funnel? Okay.
I started funnel feeding when I met Sid.
All right, you gotta let me know when you've had enough, okay?
Sid encourages me because, you know, it's my goal, and he wants to help me reach my goal.
I believe in you.
And this feeding ritual isn't just about calories. Post-funnel feed, Monica is satisfied in more ways than one.
It's hot watching how hot it is for her, if that makes any sense.
I feel so good. I feel like I'm in heaven right now. I'm like really turned on right now as well. Our sex life is really good. Obviously, we can't do every position in the world, but I can get off just by him rubbing my belly button.
And it's not just Sid who takes pleasure in Monica's size. With a huge online following, she can earn as much as $600 per photo shoot.
So this is probably my favorite lingerie for Monica, so we're gonna go put it on and model a little bit.
I have what they call feeders. At least once a month, I'll have certain guys that will just send me money for food. In return, I'd like send them a video or, you know, pictures of me eating the food or something like that.
You know, I'm the one laying next to her at night, not them. And it's her job. It's her body. I'm not gonna tell her what to do with it. Smile for me. Big smile. There we go.
While the couple's weight gain ambition is well known online, Monica's mother is in the dark. But that's going to change today because Monica has decided to tell her everything.
Come on. Hey, Sid.
Sit down, please. You know how Sid likes to feed me like a lot of food?
Okay.
Okay. The ultimate goal is to like be like 1,000 pounds and then eventually be like where Sid takes care of me 24/7.
That's a real goal.
That's what makes me happy.
My eyes are burning so bad.
Will Monica's mum save her daughter from eating herself to death? In Nova Scotia, sex doll lover Dave and his fiancée Shauna are hosting a family dinner with a difference.
We like family around and people around. Don't we, David?
Yes, we're very family-oriented.
Tonight, they're joined by Shauna's grown-up kids and Bianca. Dave's dolls are no secret.
Bianca, don't eat that before the rest of your meal.
Yeah, you'll lose your appetite.
But the family aren't used to dining with a big sex toy.
Is this a thing? Because, I mean, this is a new one for me. So, Sean, is this something you normally do? You let David bring his dolls up to supper?
Once in a while, David will bring her up for supper.
Son-in-law Brandon thinks toys shouldn't be allowed at the dinner table.
It was weird, like really weird. To be face to face with it in that environment was bizarre.
And this isn't the first time the family has had a run-in with Bianca.
Walking through the door, and at first you couldn't see anything, but there was a doll, just lifeless, blank, pale eyes, obviously, because it's a fake doll. And I almost didn't know how to react.
I remember a couple years back, house setting, in the middle of the night, just go downstairs and just see one of them on the couch and literally almost have a heart attack thinking someone broke into the house.
It is the most terrifying thing.
I know.
You never get used to it. You never get used to it.
You really don't realize how large they are and how human-like they are and kind of how creepy they can be at some points. Definitely a bit of an experience.
The family has reluctantly accepted Dave's doll obsession, but Shauna has a hard question that's begging for a satisfying answer.
Why don't they have one for a woman? A woman would like to have a, a guy doll.
Will Dave object to some stiff competition? Or will he pull a big surprise out of the box? Over in Texas, there's even more family drama as Monica comes clean to her mum about her plans to become immobile.
Hey, Monica. Okay.
And the ultimate goal is to be 1,000 pounds.
That's crazy. To want to gain that much weight where you can't take care of yourself, where you have to rely on somebody else to do it for you.
Don't cry.
Even at my weight, it's miserable. Sometimes I just want to go to the gym and just wish I could just run until all the weight's gone. It's your life if that's what makes you happy. I'm not gonna help you do it. I'm still gonna worry about you. Wow. It hurts my heart to know that she doesn't want to live a happy life. Or to me, it's not happy.
Obviously, she's upset, and it's understandable. I love being big, and I love modeling, and it's just what I love.
She's already obese. I see the struggles in her day-to-day life now. So to imagine her being bigger than she is now is very hard for me. It's very hard to imagine that.
With Sid's help, Monica is determined to reach 1,000 pounds, even if her loved ones are concerned.
There you go.
Close to 100.
I am worried about her health, but ultimately it's her body, it's her choice, not mine. Even if I'm not here, she's gonna do it, and I love her, so I'm gonna help her out however I can. There you go.
The things I'm looking forward to getting bigger is that there's just gonna be more of it, everywhere.
But Monica and Sid's relationship is about to change forever when she gets some big news about her future.
I just cried and cried and cried. And I felt at the time so alone. I didn't have anyone.
And I'm sorry that you felt that way.
Big changes are also happening in Pittsburgh. Kyle's taking the huge step of introducing his mum to his 91-year-old girlfriend, Marge.
Well, what do you like about her? I mean, what do y'all do? You just go, hang out and stuff?
Oh, we drink and then we spend time together. It's a lot of, we party together. It's fun. We party.
What does she do? What's her?
Well, she's retired now.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'll be when I grow up. I'll be retired.
Me too.
She's finally at the door, and although Marge is old enough to be Cecilia's mother, it doesn't mean Mum will respect her elders.
So what do you and Callie do together? Go out to dinner and stuff?
We make movies.
Making movies. Exactly what a mum wants to hear from her son's 91-year-old girlfriend.
What he's done for my life has made me feel younger a long time.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah.
And Marge hasn't come empty-handed.
Then here's a shocking one. You saw the straight razor, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Seems Marge has lived a more sexually charged life than your average Nana.
Yeah, you was a young woman back then.
Yeah, I know. That was one, and it was in the magazine. And this is a long time ago in backyard, and I'm 33.
Look at your
Had
legs,
you seen
they're
this
awesome.
cow?
Kyle's mum seems accepting of her potential daughter-in-law. But Marge isn't the only older lady that Kyle has brought home.
The first time he brought somebody home, She was probably, I would say, in her 60s. And it was different. Yeah, it was. When I tell people about my son and the women that he dates, but a lot of them don't really understand it, but that's what makes him happy. That's what he should do. Callie has never brought home anybody younger than me. That would shock me. Okay, that's where the shock would come in.
In Nova Scotia, Shauna's not your typical fiancé. For the last 5 years, she's been in a relationship with Dave and his 3 sex dolls. But just a year into the relationship, Shauna decided that if she had to share Dave, he'd have to share her.
It was just like he had his girl doll and stuff, and I was thinking, geez, they should make one. Why don't they have one for a woman?
So, sweetie, happy birthday.
So, Dave surprised her with a party packed with other collectors to watch her unwrap a giant hard-body doll to call her own.
Well, since you got no penis on there, you're gonna...
That's what?
And I called him Terry.
Shauna's new lover didn't get his name by accident.
There was this guy years ago. His name was Terry. He could fit in really good shape. He reminded me of him.
Is this the guy you were dating?
No, I never dated Terry. Yeah, he was really cute and a secret crush, yeah. He was cute.
But after enjoying 4 years of pleasure, Terry proved to be too heavy a burden for the couple to bear. Literally.
He couldn't lift him, and I couldn't lift him because it was like 110 dead weight.
Dave's arthritis caused him to struggle with lifting his own dolls, who weigh a lot less than Terry.
We just couldn't move him around enough, so we sold him.
Oh, gee, kind of miss him.
Since sending Terry away, Dave's always felt guilty, so he's ordered a new, lightweight version for Shauna. Today's the day Terry 2.0 will make his debut.
That's your doll. That's your doll. This is it.
Let me see. Oh, God, they got hair. The feel is really soft.
Like flesh or... Oh,
yeah. Wow, I love the feel of that. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, that's a guy.
Is it?
Wow. David, that looks like you.
Shauna's new doll has 3 interchangeable penises, but it's down to Dave and Shauna to work out what goes where.
I don't think you need any operation instructions for these. This is beginning to feel like The Exorcist or something here, I can tell you that. Oh my gosh. You like the brown hair?
Well, I'm gonna try and...
How does he compare to the old Terry?
He has eyelashes. Like a girl.
As new Terry takes shape, it's time to wheel him up to the house to meet Bianca and the rest of the harem.
I don't know, this is dangerous, baby. Just a second.
They run into a bit of trouble getting it up.
Put your foot up on that.
Okay, oh, there, I got it.
Oh.
And there's another problem.
Oh. This is insane, is what it is.
David, before I have anything to do with him, we gotta make him more manly. Well, the new Terry, I was kind of disappointed with the new Terry because he looks younger. He's really quite fair and tinier than I thought.
Terry's youthful looks are turning Shauna off, so adjustments will have to be made before their latest plastic pal joins them in the bedroom. Busy with the dogs, Shauna wants Dave to take new Terry shopping for some more manly clothes to help her get in the mood.
I'm feeling a little bit apprehensive about Terry. He looked young in the pictures, and he still looks younger than either Sean and I are comfortable with. This is the first time I've actually been in public with a male doll, and I feel more comfortable with the female dolls.
Dave wants his fashion picks to be perfect. He's got to stay sharp today, so he makes time for a caffeine pit stop.
Terry, what are you taking your coffee? He's my perfect travel companion, you know, because he scares off the hitchhikers, and he doesn't cost much to keep happy.
Yeah, it's a really on the attitude, huh?
Take care.
Thank you.
Well, Terry, is your first public appearance. Ready?
Dave has enlisted the help of Shauna's son Lance in the delicate task of butching up a male sex doll.
Pretty good, pretty good.
I was worried you weren't gonna make it. This is her new boyfriend, right?
Oh, I haven't met this one yet. Seeing the male doll was definitely a bit strange and, you know, a little bit embarrassing. Having your mom now have her own sex doll is a little bit of... I doubt it's anything any son wants to ever have to think about.
Oh, thank you. So what do you think of your mother's,
Well, it's interesting as usual.
Yeah.
Nothing shocks me with you guys anymore.
But inside the store, will Dave and Lance be able to make a man out of new Terry?
We should get him a hat.
Okay.
I like this.
He looks 2 years older already. Oh, my Lord, speak about Canadian lumberjack.
Nothing says sexy like a plaid shirt and a bucket hat.
Perfect.
The big question is, has Dave just styled his way out of his fiancée's bed?
We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
One guy who's always confident that he'll impress the ladies is 31-year-old Kyle, who, despite having a 91-year-old girlfriend, is not a one-woman man. Meet the competition, Anna, Kyle's other girlfriend, who at a sprightly 68 wasn't initially open to a younger man.
I told him the first time, I think you need to find someone your own age. And then he was persistent about it, so he said, let's have dinner. So I felt at ease with him, so I started seeing him.
I haven't seen you in a while.
I know, it's been a long time. Yeah, I would tell older women if they would like to date a younger man, go for it. It's fun, and it keeps you young, too.
Kyle might not be monogamous, but his wise older women don't mind sharing.
When we're alone, the sex is great. He's just a good guy.
And it's easy to see how Kyle corners the market.
I offer older women a different experience than what's provided in their dating pool. I mean, older women look around their peers, they see tired, old, dead men. I show them adventure.
As long as Kyle's around, no one's nana is safe. And his newest girlfriend is more shocking than any of his other conquests. In Fort Worth, Monica has just told her mum her plans to become immobile with the support of her boyfriend, Sid.
I'm not gonna help you do it.
If Sid ever left, yeah, that would suck.
But as her tummy grows, Monica has an unexpected reason for getting bigger.
I found out about 14 weeks ago that I was pregnant. One thing I'm looking forward to about having our own little,
our own squad.
getting to, you know, have like holidays and like, you know, Thanksgiving together, just us, you know.
Being morbidly obese makes pregnancy high risk, something Monica knows all too well.
Me and Sid have conceived a baby before, as a matter of fact, twice, and I miscarried both times. I just cried and cried and cried, and I felt at the time so alone.
I know she's, you know, really scared.
I was super depressed. I was crying a lot. I just had to put it behind me.
Today, the nervous parents-to-be are going for their first prenatal ultrasound, with some special adjustments made to the room to accommodate Monica's size.
I'm feeling really nervous. I'm like shaking, like my voice is shaky. I'm hoping to find out today.
That the baby's healthy?
Yeah, that the baby's healthy.
That's all we asked for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. So what we got this area we made for you, and then we're gonna look at the wall so we see everything on the wall.
I'm prepared for the worst.
It's a tense wait to find the baby's heartbeat.
So, are you sure about your dates? Like, your periods regular?
No, they're not regular.
I'm gonna try for the heartbeat one more time.
When sex doll enthusiast Dave isn't giving new Terry a makeover, he's rubbing shoulders with the stars.
I see a celebrity doll being advertised by a props company, and it was Bianca. And I hadn't heard of the movie, but it was a movie called Lars and the Real Girl. And they had 4 dolls in the movie. And what I had learned is that Ryan Gosling, who starred in the movie, kept one. I got one. I bought her because she is special, because technically she's the most famous love doll in the world. She has a personality. I see a certain personality. A wonderful piece of art.
Sharing a sex doll with Ryan Gosling. How's that for 6 degrees of separation? Meanwhile, Dave's fiancée, Shauna, has recruited even more family members to help her transform Terry the sex doll from a boy to a man.
Brandon, can you help me here? Well, come look.
Oh, it's new Terry.
Yeah, what do you think?
I'm gonna leave that to you.
Her son-in-law, Brandon, is not a fan of sex dolls and isn't shy about sharing his opinion.
I'm open to pretty much anything, but I mean, it was a shock, to say the least.
Brandon's in a difficult situation. Dress a sex doll or upset his mother-in-law.
Because I suppose he's quieter than David.
Oh, I guess so. He doesn't talk back. But he can give me the silent treatment sometimes like David does, but you know how it is.
It's not even funny. It's not even funny. It's one of those things as you turn to look away from it, and then out of the corner of your eye, you can see someone there. It's kind of terrifying to see that there's nothing actually there, but there's something staring at you.
Have them all ready. I want them to look good for tonight. Make David jealous.
David must be threatened by a younger man in the house.
Oh, definitely. But you know what?
But he talks less too, right? So, I mean, that makes it easier for you.
And it does. And sometimes it's just like I give David a break by being with the Terry. So, what do you think, Terry?
Shauna's happier with Terry's new wardrobe.
You're the silent type. That's what I like.
And as the pair get to know each other ahead of tonight's threesome, Dave's got more serious matters on his mind. He's heading off to a medical assessment for his debilitating arthritis. And look who's come with him to hold his hand.
The big problem that I'm having is I can be moving pretty normal and then just twist the leg a little and it's just like somebody took a spike and rammed it in my hip. It has actually been affecting my marriage to a bit because it prevents me from doing a lot of things.
Dave's aware that lifting the dolls into position might be part of the problem. Will his physical therapist ban sex dolls to save Dave's hips?
Hi, Sarah. Nice to meet you.
While Dave hopes his health doesn't get in the way of loving his sex dolls, Monica is concerned her weight will put a stop to her and Sid's dream of parenthood. They've previously weathered 2 miscarriages.
Try for the heartbeat one more time.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's a heartbeat. Look at that. You guys just got a good shot.
Where's the baby? You see something moving there? Yeah. That's the baby. The baby is 3.6 centimeters, and that makes you 10 weeks, 2 days. And your estimated due date is November 18th.
Yeah, with a little Thanksgiving baby.
The baby looks okay and the baby's moving a lot. So hopefully everything's well. Fingers crossed.
Following her first baby scan, Monica is determined to do everything she can to get healthy.
This time I'm doing loads differently. I am, changing the way I eat, exercising, taking care of my body. I definitely want to get out of the fetish modeling. I have to measure out everything I eat now. The diet has been very difficult. I would say I'm probably now eating about 2,000 calories a day compared to like 10,000. This is typically what I would eat compared to what I eat now, which is this. I'm definitely going to continue losing weight after the baby's born.
So far, the healthy eating is paying off for Monica.
Since I started eating healthy, I've lost about 100 pounds, roughly.
But is her new diet off-putting to Sid, whose biggest turn-on was feeding his woman?
Do I worry if Sid's gonna find me less attractive if I become thinner?
We've already talked
We've talked about this. At first, for like a little bit, I was worried. I was like,
I think worried is a bit of an understatement.
Yeah.
She was terrified.
But Sid has bigger concerns over her size.
I want her to be here. You know, I don't want our child to be like 5 years old and like look at mom's ashes.
I just want to be healthy for our family.
Sex doll enthusiast Dave's worried that his arthritis might be worsened by making love to his sex dolls. He's hoping that his physical therapist can help him stay in the saddle. In true Dave style, he's brought along Bianca for moral support, as well as to give his physical therapist an idea of what Dave's dealing with.
Usually it's just picking her up and putting her somewhere, stationing her, and I don't normally have to go that far, but do you feel that that is a major contributing factor, and maybe how I move them and lift them would be something that you should look at and say, okay, you should do that.
In terms of, you know, the way that you're moving them, you know, which body parts you're using to do most of the work is definitely going to have an effect on how you feel afterwards. How often throughout the day are you actually, you know, moving the figures around?
No, it's not as much every day, but maybe twice a week that I might, you know, I might want to move one of the dolls into the bedroom or something. We're sort of very sexually liberated type of family.
Are you getting any anterior hip pain, like anything in the front, like into the groin?
I don't get much into the groin at all. I think the pressure, bang, 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 that can't be a good thing.
Doing her best to ignore the sexy elephant in the room, Dave's therapist takes him through some essential exercises.
As we age, our muscles get stiffer in general, so that's going to be intensified by, you know, the type of leisure lifestyle that you have as well too. What I would want to focus on in terms of starting an exercise program is giving you some stretches as well as some strengthening around the hips to see if that's going to help with the symptoms that you're getting.
Dave's got the all clear to keep on loving Shauna and the dolls in moderation.
We should increase our playtime with these then?
Well,
like to move them around more?
You can, but again, sort of like I said, you know, everything in moderation, and it's all about how you do it as opposed to, you know, the amount that you do.
Armed with a blast of youthful energy, Dave heads back home to celebrate with Shauna and Terry in the bedroom. Ever the dutiful husband, Dave's making sure to set exactly the right tone as he and Shauna prepare for their first sex doll threesome with Terry. From candles to rose petals, even the perfect penis selection. Dave's pulling out all the stops. All he and Terry need now is Shauna. From a third person in the bedroom in Nova Scotia to a third person in the family in Fort Worth. In the space of a year, Monica and Sid's path has changed from life-threatening weight gain
I'd want to be the fattest woman in the world.
to parenthood.
I'll look real red.
It's been a bumpy ride, but they finally welcomed the new addition to the family. Meet baby Michelle.
I never thought that I could have a successful, you know, pregnancy. Towards the end, it did start getting pretty difficult.
Michelle arrived 7 weeks early, and her delivery was not without complications.
When she came out, I didn't hear her cry.
I was like, babe, wake up, come on, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
They did tell us that she had 4 little holes in her heart. But as the couple weeks went by, you know, so they started to close up on their own. The doctor thinks that, you know, it won't affect her negatively at all. Even though she was born prematurely, her pediatrician said that she's hitting all of her milestones and all of the developmental tasks that babies need to do. She's doing it with flying colors. She's doing amazing.
After giving birth, Monica's weight loss has continued.
At my heaviest, I was around 700 pounds. And then right before I had her, I was at 520. And then now I am 465.
Oh, it's been a 100% change for us.
And while he loved her crazy curves, Sid's committed to helping Monica stay healthy. He's even watching his own weight.
This is mainly my diet, is I grilled chicken and salad. I'd like to lose like maybe 10, 15 pounds, something like that. Nothing drastic, though.
Grandma Terry was once worried that she'd lose her daughter thanks to the couple's unhealthy obsession with food.
It's amazing. It's amazing. The transformation in her mindset is unbelievable.
Monica's determined to stay healthy for her baby.
The thought of like being immobile now, it's not appealing, I guess. When I look back at when I was eating just junk food and fast food every day, I don't regret it at all. I don't think I would ever do it again. I know what it did to me, and you know, I'm not for that lifestyle anymore. Michelle played a huge part in me losing weight and still continuing to lose weight, and now wanting to get some kind of weight loss surgery to further help me. I think Michelle did save my life. Just this little bitty girl.
We all want someone to love.
There you are. We did have instant chemistry. It's awesome.
But you've never seen love like this before.
Age play makes us stronger as a couple.
Provocative.
Daly and I have always been polyamorous, vampires.
Eye-opening.
To see Monica getting bigger just makes me feel proud.
Outrageous.
I'm wired towards older women.
Proving there's always someone for everyone.
This is the woman of my dreams. Hi.
Or something.
Love you, Vanilla. So sexy.
This is Extreme Love Stories. This time on Extreme Love Stories, the pleasures of treating your girlfriend like a baby.
No, don't move.
And the dangers of getting robotics involved in your sex life.
Having sex with a sex doll, penetration-wise, is almost the same.
And later, how Sean proves that big things do come in little packages.
I'm the best lover you've ever had.
But first, wait till you discover what's actually going on behind your neighbor's front door.
When someone lays down on the bunk, their personal selves can be fondled by any number of people underneath.
In a manicured Colorado suburb, Jen and Mike seem like a typical couple next door.
We're coming up on our 1-year anniversary, and we're also coming up on 4 years that we have been together, we've known each other.
But they've got an extremely unconventional marriage.
We both frequent a swinger club.
Jen and Mike are actually part of a sexually adventurous community known as the Lifestyle, where swinging is just the tip of the iceberg.
There's a lane for everybody. I
a lot of people think it's just about swingers, but it's not. I think it's just really describes sex-positive people. Would you agree?
I agree.
So we have really huge party nights, and there can be over 1,000 people there.
Jen and Mike regularly host and attend lifestyle sex parties, where strangers are encouraged to play together.
So playing is any form of sexual activity. So generally, for us, we always say if we're playing is because we're having full sexual contact with others.
Although their lifestyle parties might cater for all kinds of kinks, even at sex parties, couples have rules.
Mike will not ejaculate with other women other than me, unless I've given permission.
But there have been a couple of times where I got pulled into a situation and I didn't check it out with Jen first, and there were consequences.
There were?
Yeah.
Jen and Mike know all too well what happens when ground rules are broken.
I was in a marriage for 14 years, just grew apart, and in a way that I needed something different that was more physical and more sex positive versus just the day-to-day.
When Jen and her ex-husband decided to spice up their love life by swinging, Jen had no idea that she'd break the rules and fall in love with a complete stranger, Mike.
We were instantly attracted to each other.
We immediately started holding hands, we were flirting, we were doing all of those things, and we became just, I think, really instantly connected. Mike did really respect the fact of my relationship, and even though Mike was single,
Yeah, I wasn't looking to break up a marriage. That's not what you do in this community.
Jen knows that while swinging ultimately ended her first marriage, the swinging lifestyle makes her second marriage to Mike stronger and hotter. And they have so much sexual wisdom to share that they want to teach others how to safely swing into the lifestyle.
They have to be on the same page. They have to know kind of what their rules are, because there's going to be all sorts of discomfort, potential jealousy, potential conflict. One of the hardest things for them to do is to walk through the door the first time.
Across town, happily married landscape gardeners Courtney and Blaine have always been open with each other about their desire to bed another woman together.
Just gotta find my scraper. Courtney's interested in females, and she's not a lesbian, she's bisexual, so.
Celebrity crushes. I think we can agree on Sandra Bullock and Jennifer Aniston. They're like timeless beauties.
Yeah.
Courtney and Blaine recently made their three-way fantasy a reality, minus the celebrities.
We went on a vacation with some friends to Mexico, and we met a girl that my wife took a liking to, and we ended up fooling around with her.
Their vacation fling has given Courtney and Blaine a taste for the threesome, and back home, they want more.
Looking for women at this point. We haven't gotten to the point where I'm comfortable enough with other guys.
Criteria-wise, somebody who's fit and takes care of themselves and doesn't eat carbs for 3 meals a day. Maybe not communist, I guess.
With maybe the most straight-laced outward appearance of any threesome fanatics, finding a match has been nearly impossible.
Usually it's younger girls, and most times they're younger than us.
Yeah.
And we kind of act older than we are because we are responsible enough to show up. So
We're respectful of other people's time.
we've had that experience a couple times where they just no call, no show.
Yeah. I'm just kind of over it. I first found out about this community online on a kind of like Facebook for swingers.
So we got in touch with Jen and Mike from a mutual friend, Michael.
Who told us that we should meet up with them.
They're about to meet these local lifestyle legends for a little hookup help.
Thanks, love.
Thank you. But when our couples come face to face over drinks, how will Courtney and Blaine react when Jen makes a play to bed her new students?
So cool.
While the swingers engage in some very adult conversation, in Florida, it's time for baby Jess to take her nap. But Jess is 21 years old. And her daddy?
Dada!
is actually her 24-year-old boyfriend, David. Jess and David enjoy role play, where Jess regresses to infancy, something she calls little space.
What I like about being in little space is that I can kind of forget all of the adult stresses of the day and just unwind and clear my mind, and it kind of brings an innocent feel into my life. I wouldn't really consider it pretending because I don't see it as like a game or anything.
Some of the things that we do when Jess is a baby very much resembles what you would do as a real baby. Like feed them, give them baths, put them to bed, punish them if you need to.
So far, Daddy David is happy to indulge in every aspect of age play, except one.
Diapers aren't really his thing so much as they are mine. I like wearing diapers because it's an instant regressor. It puts me straight into that headspace. It's also very comforting and it feels nice to sit with them.
When I see Jess wearing diapers, I feel indifferent towards it.
I only pee in them. I do not do the other thing in them. I don't know, like that's just too far for me.
Okay, here.
He said he is willing to learn how to properly put them on me, not changing me out of a dirty one, but like initially putting me in a clean one, so we'll see.
Jess uploads videos of her adult baby time online. And while it's a fetish for some, it isn't a turn-on for her or David.
Age play is not sexually stimulating to me in any way, shape, or form. It is to other people, but it's not for me. It makes me happy that she's happy.
But the reason that Jess likes to age play runs deeper than you might think.
I was abused when I was a toddler. I guess I think that the age play and everything is to get that innocence back from my childhood that I didn't have, to relive it the way that I wanted to in a more innocent and pure way. On the other end, I think that I would probably still be into it even if I wasn't abused or anything like that.
For Jess and David, life isn't all child's play.
I worry about daily life, bills that need to be paid, cooking, if the house is clean, chores and stuff like that. That's fine. I'm not against being an adult or anything like that. And actually, sometimes I prefer to have adult interactions.
But when they do age play, it's not just diapers for the couple. Occasionally, Jess grows up a little.
Got it! I don't like to not really be able to move around or be able to talk. Sometimes I don't want to wear a diaper.
Stop it. You're gonna break your things. Stop it.
The 2 to 4 range, the difference is you have more motor skills and you can form more substantial thoughts. No more! You can actually talk and you can run around and you can get into things. It's not as limiting as being a baby is.
But when Jess throws a terrible toddler tantrum,
I know get trouble.
will David finally snap?
Walk that trouble girl.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There's no hot tempers as Courtney and Blaine meet their new mentors. Just hot talk.
Hi!
Hey.
Swingers Jen and Mike want to help other couples interested in the lifestyle.
How are you?
Most couples kind of come into it with, we don't know what we want, this is all new to us, and we're just kind of looking to see what strikes us, and we'll kind of decide as we go.
With Jen and Mike's mentoring, Courtney and Blaine hope to meet the woman of their threesome dreams.
You guys talked about what your rules are for what you're willing to do, what you're...
I don't care what he does with anybody else. I know where I stand in things. I know that he's coming home with me and that if anything happens with him and somebody else, whether I'm, if I'm not there, I have a say in it. I have to, I okay it.
Jen and I are that way too. What we have, no one else can touch.
We have a joke. I won't be with men unless they become of age, which is 50. Because I don't like to train.
Right?
Emboldened by a margarita, it looks like Jen has a solution that could solve everyone's problems.
I'm just saying, I will seriously reconsider my...
I'm 20 years too young. Simmer down.
And you're like...
He's not over 15.
Jen might be happy to bend her rules for the younger couple, but Blaine and Courtney have yet to reveal their preference.
So are you looking more for couples? Are you looking more for just women?
Women or like wives with hall passes. Somebody that's not more than 15 years older than us.
Jen's got a provocative invitation for the couple.
We've actually arranged a party at one of the houses here in town. So we're doing it as masquerade themed.
It seems Courtney and Blaine are in luck. These experienced mentors are ready to host them at the sex party. But will Jen and Mike let their new students get a word in edgeways tonight?
We've invited like 4,000, so...
There's something for everyone.
Right?
2/3 of the people invited are your age and not ours. Although I kind of think you're missing opportunity because I'm hot as shit, just saying. There is the younger generation, our generation, and then the OGs. The original gangsters. Mad respect, right?
A lot of...
And then I'm hoping that the people that we called out are gonna, like, provide enough variety for all of us. I feel like this should be a fun night.
So Courtney and Blaine are about to become acquainted with the who's who of Castle Rock's sex scene. But has Jen made the wrong impression?
She was all over both of us from the second we met her.
Yeah, normally when you meet somebody for the first time, they're a little bit more chill.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Her boobs first diving in and is not normal.
Will Jen succeed in seducing her straight-laced protégés in a steamier setting? In Florida, Jess enjoys toddler roleplay with her daddy, boyfriend David. But when she's a naughty girl, David must take control of the situation with a dose of discipline.
Walk. Walk that trouble girl.
No!
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, don't move. Okay, I'll stay like that. Stay.
I'm not standing!
But just like any daddy's girl, it's hard for Jess to stay on David's bad side for long.
Can I come out now? Yeah. Okay.
With all forgiven, it's time for some adult and baby bonding. But Jess and David don't just indulge in age play behind closed doors. Even though Daddy David is actually older than Jess, today his baby girl gets to play chauffeur.
We never obviously go out in public as daddy and little girl.
I'm gonna run.
We don't try to really flaunt it because especially if we go to a place where there's like children and parents, it could be kind of inappropriate or we don't really want to get the dirty looks. But we also don't try to not hide it if we're in that mood or if I'm in that headspace.
Look, pretty. I want half one of those.
I try to kind of like keep it to myself, and if I call him daddy or something, I usually whisper it to him. Only my mom and my grandmother know. And my mom, she says basically, do whatever makes you happy as long as you're not hurting anyone.
Jess certainly has David's support, but not all the comments she gets online are positive.
Now we can put it on the refrigerator. Oh, oh no.
I do get quite a mixture of hostile and also inappropriate comments.
Daddies are supposed to fix things.
A couple examples, I guess, are people in my Instagram DMs that will send me pictures of their privates, and they'll be like, hey baby, I'm your daddy.
So heavy.
There will also be the people who are really rude to me, and a couple of The general things that they'll say is that I'm gross, I'm disgusting, I should kill myself, that I'm into pedophilia or I'm into incest.
Some people react very negatively to our lifestyle. They call me a pedophile. Generally, I just ignore them. I'm not really a very social person, so it doesn't really matter to me.
No matter what anyone else says, Jess and David are convinced that as consenting adults, there's no harm in their age play. And that this keeps them closer than ever as a couple.
I feel like it's helped me kind of find myself and my inner confidence, and it adds a lot to my life.
I have more princess bows on my hair.
It adds to my happiness, but no matter what, I'd be happy with Jess because I love her. It brings us closer in a way that most relationships do not.
Dad, use my hair.
It adds an extra element to bond over, and it kind of teaches each other patience and more understanding within the relationship.
Adult baby Jess and Daddy David feel that their kink keeps them connected, a feeling that's shared by Jen and Mike with their swinging. Their lifestyle party tonight promises a range of fetishes and fantasies.
I'm very excited that we've arranged to have a party.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be fantastic.
Yes.
Oh, and Courtney and Blaine, they're so sweet. Just feel so honored that people were willing to come to this particular party because we asked them to.
Yep.
But there's just enough time for the couple to indulge in some more wholesome activities first.
I think it's a huge difference to be partnered in lifestyle. So to be with Jen, as opposed to when I was a single, I probably, honestly, was never sexually faithful in any relationship I had. Probably because I was always seeking variety. I would do all manner of things to try not to be how I was. So I watched a lot of pornography to try to not be with other people, and I would even be with escorts sometimes. I feel like I'm leading a much more honest life now.
I have a husband that other women are attracted to and interested in, and he's mine. Then you get that pride because your husband's coming home with you. And you know that, and there's no question about it. And it's a pretty profound moment, actually.
Tonight's venue couldn't be more perfectly suited for some swinging sex. It belongs to friends and fellow swingers Ken and Danielle, whose decor seems perfect for setting the mood.
I had an interior designer come over to said, "Are those elephants fucking?" We operate a B&B out of our home normally, but on party nights, we create a little more of an erotic atmosphere.
We were told that this would be a great venue for parties. So we created a room with 3 beds in the bunk bed with the draw-around curtain so people could have space. If the shears are drawn, this is a look, don't touch, so people can watch, but they can't participate. If it's drawn all the way around, this is solid curtains, and then all we can do is listen. And another specialty item we have here is our glory bunk. So when someone lays down on the bunk, their personal selves can come through and be fondled by any number of people underneath. And it is a tremendous experience. It's very popular.
The bunk beds might not be the only place for fondling tonight, because across town, Courtney's hoping her cleavage-boosting bodice will lure the other woman of their dreams.
So ground rules are no dudes, talk about everything, have fun, don't get shit-faced.
But Blaine's already wary of their hostess Jen's intentions.
I think Jen's gonna be quite aggressive.
Worst case scenarios, we don't really like the crowd or don't really find anybody that we click with.
But besides wanting to hook up with the newbies tonight, Jen also has her heart set on someone else she's been lusting after.
So my secret crush is coming tonight. I'm very excited. I'm like, it's one of the only few times I get so flustered.
You don't see Jen all flustered and, girl.
Will Courtney be surprised to find out who Jen's secret crush is? A strong sex drive can lead some to swinging, but our next husband turned to his toolkit to create his perfect sex partner.
Do you want to get romantic?
Yes, please. Hi, Samantha.
Sergi Santos has spent years developing artificial intelligence software that mimics the human brain. He uses this technology to create sex robots that can hold conversations.
Okay, I'm here. It's time to enjoy our life, right?
Respond to touch and be maneuvered into a variety of positions. When it comes to testing new prototypes of the robots, Sergi does all the hard work himself.
Having sex with a sex doll, penetration-wise, is almost the same. The only thing is maybe a bit the heat, but you can heat it up. Maybe the lubrication a bit, but I believe it's almost the same.
Sergi has a simple explanation for choosing sex with robots over his wife.
I need sex sometimes of the day that my wife doesn't want to.
And while this would be too much for some wives to bear,
people think that I came home from work one day and found a doll sitting on my sofa. It wasn't like that at all.
You might be surprised to discover that it was actually Maritza's idea to use Sergi's software for sex robots.
There was the idea, okay, I need some sort of body or object to house this brain. I was actually the one who discovered that these sex dolls exist.
In fact, both Sergi and Maritza think that his sex with robots is key to their happy marriage.
As long as there's trust within a relationship, mutual respect, then introducing a doll is something that can help. There's nothing to be jealous of.
Women and men view sex in a very different way. Men want more sex. The guy says, oh, let's have sex, and he feels like the woman is doing him a favor. At this point, the guy might turn and masturbate. A man wants to feel, in general, that the woman is desperate to have sex with him. She really enjoys. And if the man feels like the woman will not enjoy fully, most men do not like the sex. And this is the cause of many sexual problems.
The couple now sell their sex robots for a pricey $3,000, and Maritza is a key part of the operation.
Right at this moment in time, as far as I know, I'm the only person in the world who can assemble a full sex robot.
Today, they're testing out their latest prototype. The newest version of the Samantha sex robot can orgasm, something Sergi says is a world first.
You really feel like you're fulfilling something because she feels penetration, but she also can reach orgasm. And when you have sex, it's like you really want to reach it, and it fulfills you much more. We'll see if she's alive. Hi, Samantha. Samantha, this is not very good. Maritza, can you come, please?
But Sergi seems to be struggling to get his doll going on his own.
I'm the one who gets the sensors in the body. She needs to be able to feel when she's being penetrated for sex. So you need to find the appropriate place.
After a bit of careful manipulation,
I felt that.
Sergi finally hits the spot.
Oh, yeah.
And triggers the doll's oral response. Sergi and Maritza hope that with more fine-tuning, these robots can save more marriages like their own.
Very soon she will evolve. I think maybe in the next 5 years she will be much more evolved than what she is now.
If people become happier with the doll, the world will be a better place.
Sergi might think his dolls are the ultimate fantasy, but back in Castle Rock, only flesh on flesh will scratch everyone's itch at tonight's giant sex party. The glory bunk is ready for action, the drinks are flowing, and the hot tub's at the perfect temperature. The evening is off to a steamy start. Newbies Courtney and Blaine are finally here.
All right, where's the entry point?
If you're heading to a sex party asking, where's the entry point, you might be in over your head. Unless you've got an experienced mentor like Jen to watch over you.
Courtney and Blaine are a new couple who have not been to a party, so we met them for the first time yesterday. I'm kind of excited for you guys to meet them.
With an ambitious 4,000 on the guest list for tonight's wild party, Courtney and Blaine seem to have put their reservations about Jen to the side.
So do you know Blaine and Courtney? Nope. So this is Jess.
Gorgeous, you bet.
And this is her husband, Scott.
I was like,
Obviously, they were just in the hot tub. Obviously. A lot of these people are some of our closest friends in lifestyle. So we really, really love them. So you cannot go wrong.
But the evening's conversation isn't exactly off to a sexy start.
There is no pudding in banana pudding. It's bananas, custard, fresh whipped cream.
Well, no.
Oh no.
It depends on what old lady you have make it.
Mama makes it, ain't no pudding.
Meanwhile, in the garden, Jen and Mike are certainly ready to put on a sexy show.
More than likely, I will at least be sleeping with my husband tonight publicly. So, right, baby? Are you gonna fuck me in public?
I hope to.
Sex is already on Jen's mind. But when Courtney and Blaine find some playmates their own age, will they finally take the plunge? At a sex party, the name of the game is to experiment with new play partners. And it looks like Jen is making progress with longtime crush, transgender porn star Janelle.
I am never so stupid around anybody as I am with you. And I don't, because I just find you so amazing and so. Why did you walk through those doors?
Actually, the first time I went, it wasn't as a swinger. And this was before I transitioned, actually. So I just kind of knew it was there. I was like, whoa, this is different. Then after I transitioned, I was like, I want to go do something fun and a little crazy and out there. And I didn't care, that I was trans.
I admire you so much. And that's where my attraction to you is. And
no matter what I come between my legs.
Well, I'm so glad you came. She was so hoping you would come.
Thank you, Mom.
Oh my God.
Courtney and Blaine are guests of honor at this party.
So gorgeous.
Thank you.
I like it.
And Jen has had her eye on them since meeting over drinks yesterday.
I'm hot as shit, just saying.
And although Jen's keen to impress tonight...
So what do you guys think? Is this it's a pretty good party?
Yeah, it's good.
God, you look so gorgeous.
Thank you.
You really do.
Courtney and Blaine are looking for someone younger.
Do you want to meet the one girl that
The one girl? We heard about the one girl already.
Do you want to meet her?
Heard about Cougar.
The one girl that makes me all like crazy.
Truth is, Courtney and Blaine are happy that Jen's focus is now on trans porn star Janelle.
This is Courtney and this is Blaine. So
Hi, Courtney
they
and
have
Blaine.
actually never played in a party before, so that's part of
Really?
them being
You guys
here.
are brand
So they're-
new? My personal advice is find either, just a real quiet, just small couple thing, or wait for the giant orgy to happen, just
find the
kind of
most
work your way
beautiful.
in and see what happens.
She does not get this way with anybody, except for
With her?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That'll be fun.
you're special.
Taking Janelle's advice, Courtney and Blaine head inside to divide and conquer in their hunt for a new sex partner. While Jen is getting naked with some of her old pals. But with only a handful of people their own age present, and Jen nowhere to be found, the newbies decide to call it a night.
It's basically past my bedtime already.
Yeah, there were one or two girls we met that were cute, and it would probably be really fun to play with. We exchanged numbers with both of them, so if anything happens, their past friendship, then awesome.
Completely unaware that Courtney and Blaine have bailed, Jen's still hoping to have her way with someone, anyone, and brings out her best pickup lines.
So I'm slutty as hell, but my orgasms are always clitoral and they're very private. Do you guys come across that?
Oh, that's absolutely.
Yeah. A couple that we just met tonight are actually coming over to stay at our house tonight.
Listening to your orgasm as this universal source energy that we all have.
But I'm excited about them. I think they're amazing.
While Jen and Mike are sharing their bed with strangers tonight, in nearby Arizona, happily married Sean and Mindy only have eyes for each other. But when she friend requested him back in 2009, love was the last thing either of these motivational speakers expected.
I was thinking business, networking, that kind of thing.
She was. We did have instant chemistry. I was very direct in what I wanted physically, and she didn't quite know how to handle that. She did date 17 other guys that were 3 feet tall in a wheelchair, so this is just... This is just an awkward trend going on here.
It's just a fetish.
Yeah.
No, not really.
You haven't noticed? I'm a little shorter than I should be at 35 years old. So I was born with a condition called osteogenesis imperfecta.
Sean's condition is incurable. It affects bone growth and also means his bones break very easily.
That's something that's just a part of my life, and it's something that also brings a lot of gifts, too. Nobody forgets Sean Stevenson after they meet him.
As a popular motivational speaker, Sean has a huge online following. But when he got into a relationship with Mindy, they started getting a lot of negative attention.
The comments are anything from making assumptions that Sean and I aren't in a real relationship or a real marriage. It's just something to brush off. I hit delete on my computer and I'm on my way.
I've got 35 years of being looked at, but it's not easy. I mean, there are days.
That's true.
There are days where we will have to spend an entire day talking through hurt.
The couple are also used to answering questions about one topic in particular.
A lot of people wonder about our sex life. Can he even do it? Does he have a penis?
Just to kind of set the story straight, it's awesome.
People make the assumption because I'm in a wheelchair and I have little arms and legs that I must not have any sexual desire, and how wrong are they? Tell them how awesome I am, that I'm the best lover you've ever had.
Ever had?
I think Mindy would be the first to admit I'm the most sexual, aggressive
person I probably have ever met in my life.
Yeah, on the planet. I think our sex life is better than most people that we know.
In everyday life, Sean and Mindy are inseparable.
Typically what he might need help with is showering. And he likes that because he gets to hang out with a naked woman.
Yeah, it's a perk for me.
No, truly, Sean can get dressed by himself. He can get food by himself. He's not that great at cooking, so he might need a little help there.
And this loved-up couple are looking to the future.
Adoption may be an option for us if we choose to go down that path. There's also the option of biological children, and the big question there is, well, are they going to have osteogenesis imperfecta?
We've gone back and forth on this. I don't think we've fully determined what we're going to do.
No matter what life has in store for them, Sean and Mindy wouldn't change their relationship for the world.
It's a joy to get to be married to this woman. Not a day goes by where I don't tell her I love her probably
8,000 times.
8,000 times. I think people think how sweet of a person Mindy is to be in love with me. And if they only knew how much I take care of her and put up with her, they would be seeing me as the saint.
Yeah, they've got it all backwards.
I'm the saint in this marriage, trust me.
Meanwhile, in Colorado, it's the day after their sex party, and Jen and Mike are reliving a wild night.
That was a fucking good party.
They might have struck out with Janelle, Courtney and Blaine, but they didn't go home alone, scoring a sexy sleepover with a couple who they'd never met before.
And you guys know you guys can stay here tonight if you need to, but if not, I told you you have a place at our. You have a bed in our place. We couldn't even make it upstairs.
Yeah. Yeah, it happened in the living room.
Oh my God, they are so sweet.
As well as having their own fun, Jen and Mike are sure their newbie proteges, Courtney and Blaine, had a fantastic evening as well.
I think Courtney and Blaine had a good time.
Well, I hope so.
There's no pudding in banana pudding.
Bullshit.
And it was like so sweet to talk to them yesterday and kind of guide them and help them through. And they really looked to us as mentors, and I think that's really cool.
I loved Courtney's outfit too. She looked pretty hot.
She looked pretty good, yeah. She was cute.
Last night was a success in Jen and Mike's eyes, but for Blaine and Courtney...
So that was not a very good party.
Their first time at one of Jen and Mike's sex parties was not what they hoped for. And you'll never guess why. As they reflect on the party, it seems there was one major problem.
We haven't introduced you to any of our
Oh, you haven't?
friends.
Totally. I was, especially when we first got there, disappointed with the party. That was ill-planned. There was no food, really. There was just a couple snack trays.
So the snack trays didn't cut it. And Courtney's given some thought to the perfect sex party menu.
There's like meatballs or something, or like sliders or something that's actually food.
And it wasn't just the food they found off-putting.
2/3 of the people invited are your age and not ours.
I mean, 4 people in our age group showed up. 4.
So they were frustrated with the lack of young people and balls, meatballs. But the main disappointment was the hosting.
Jen did nothing that a host at a party would typically do. It was the Jen show. She was there for her. We saw her a couple times, but it was really weird. There were no boundaries in her mind.
And I'm not okay with that.
While Jen might have tried her luck with the newbies several times,
There is not a snowball's chance in hell of Jen ending up in my bed.
Blaine, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
I think Mike is very sweet as a host. He's really nice, really polite. I think he's a great guy.
Jen and Mike couldn't care less what anyone else says.
I'm always going to be the crazy person at a party and probably one of the first people naked. And
You're the instigator.
I am the instigator.
These swingers have got better things to do with their time.
So what are we going to do today?
Let's just go hang out and relax and lay in the sun naked and hang with our friends.
Including giving their neighbours an eyeful. Blaine and Courtney haven't lost faith in lifestyle altogether. In fact, they're planning a sex party of their own and have even started stocking up the essentials.
I have already bought new sheets, and they are solid white basic sheets so that if I don't feel that I can clean them with all of the bleach and hot water in the world, they can just go in the trash. Accidents happen. Like if you're one of those women that really just lets loose and goes to town, I don't really want a wet spot on my bed from you.
If people want to play, there will be places that they can. We will not invite Jen and Mike to our party.
Thank you.
I like it.
Because they're outside of the age range of the people we're going to have there.
The goal of it is to make people feel comfortable and welcomed.
So they might never party together again. But thanks to Jen and Mike, what started out as a quest for a threesome is now a whole new lifestyle for Courtney and Blaine. We all want someone to love.
We did have instant chemistry.
It's awesome.
But you've never seen love like this before.
Age playing makes us stronger as a couple.
Provocative.
Daly and I have always been polyamorous, vampires.
Eye-opening.
To see Monica getting bigger just makes me feel proud.
Outrageous.
I'm wired towards older women.
Proving there's always someone for everyone.
This is the woman of my dreams.
Hi. Or something.
Love you, Vanilla. So sexy.
This is Extreme Love Stories. This time, meet the woman who has men queuing up to pay for her luxury holidays and expensive treats.
I've never spent a dime.
And the lawyer who's hoping to break her golden rule.
I have never slept with any of my dates.
And later, the couple who coach people in the art of cheating with their partner's approval.
I don't put a limit on the number of partnerships that I can have. So I already have an older guy, I need younger men. I mean, why not?
But first, meet Wiley and Stefan, an ordinary couple in an extraordinary situation.
It was love at first sight as far as I loved how he dressed, I loved how he acted, I loved his demeanor, I loved his personality.
The bio of his Grindr account said something like, country boy, loves the wild, loves animals, vegan, and then like, picture of a tree.
These bohemian boyfriends live an unconventional life on their converted bus in Texas.
We bought it a couple months back, and this is where we live, our friend's backyard.
But there's one thing about this relationship that you might not be expecting.
Hey, sweetheart, how are you? I am a man, and I am actually pregnant. This pregnancy was definitely not planned, absolutely not.
Carrying a baby isn't something many men expect to experience. And although Wiley didn't plan for this particular bump in the road, there's a biological reason he's now eating for two.
I identify as a transgender male.
Wiley was transitioning from female to male when he became pregnant.
I have always felt uncomfortable in my, female-born body. I always felt different, like I'm stuck in something that I don't see as myself. I was maybe about 11 or 12 in this photo, and I don't really know who I was at that time. Once I hit puberty, that was a big turning point for me. I was just like, I want my chest gone, I want to have facial hair, but I didn't really know anything about that. I didn't know how to explain that. I didn't know what to do, and I was just like, okay, well, I just dress in guys' clothes, and be more masculine. But even to that extent, it still wasn't good enough. I started testosterone in 2012. I got top surgery in 2013, and ever since then, people saw me, saw how happy I was and how I could be myself. This one is in 2013, right when I had top surgery. I could finally be my true self of who I wanted to be and who I wanted to become as a man.
Although Wiley's had a procedure to remove his breasts, he's yet to have what's called bottom surgery, an operation to create a penis. Wiley's female genitals had been a turn-off for previous partners.
Everybody that I've dated in the past, they didn't accept me for who I was, or they were all okay with it up to an extent, probably up to about where we became physically intimate. Stefan knew right off the bat that I was the transgender male.
And while Stefan was open-minded when it came to sex, he did have one reservation.
It was a question, can you get pregnant? We had talked about testosterone and what he had been told by his doctors and what we had believed to be truth. Turns out, that wasn't truth.
The pair believed that because Wiley was taking testosterone to give him male attributes like facial hair, there was no way he could get pregnant.
I started having morning sickness. I found out I was pregnant at 11 weeks. After I took the test and I saw that it popped positive, I was nervous, I was very emotional, I started crying, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know what to think, I didn't know what to say.
As a gay person, I don't think I ever really planned for biological children.
The couple were torn.
I have a chance to choose, do I want to give it up for adoption? What am I gonna do?
Over in New York, Alyssa's made a decision that few small-town girls would ever consider. An independent and adventurous woman, she's traveling from Wisconsin for a romantic weekend with a complete stranger. And this first date has a twist. Her mystery man is paying for everything, starting with her hotel.
I'm feeling a little nervous. I mean, I hope he looks like what he does in his pictures.
Not feeling nervous. I don't get nervous. Hey! Oh my God! It's good to finally see you.
You too.
You look awesome. You look
Thank
great.
you. You did
Beautiful.
too. I love your scarf.
Thank you. Thank you.
The couple were matched on a website that pairs rich businessmen with travel companions like Alyssa. But Oliver's not desperate. He's busy and simply managing his love life like a business operation.
I do this primarily, I'd say, because of convenience. You can filter out the riffraff, qualities that you're not really looking for. As far as paying for the other person, I have no problem with it at all. In fact, I insist it's that way. Don't sleep with pigs, never have. I'd rather just go home alone. I mean, maybe if I'm like really, really messed up or something.
Good thing Alyssa's no catfish.
This website, you could definitely meet someone in a romantic way. You could fall in love with somebody easily.
Alyssa's met plenty of guys willing to foot the bill for her flights, hotel, and flashy dinners.
I've been to a lot of places. I've been to Cancun, London, Ibiza, Las Vegas twice, Miami, Arizona, and I'm going to Dubai soon. Every date, every guy I've seen, they do pay for everything. I've never spent a dime traveling.
So, is Oliver hoping that bankrolling her New York getaway will mean he'll get lucky?
Well, that's a personal question. No, are you going to show this to Alyssa? What do I hope to get out of this? No, I'm joking. I'm hoping to get out of this a new adventure in an old town, one of my favorite places, New York City, with a quality girl by my side. What can I say? That's it, though. That's it. No other ulterior motives. Of course, it's okay to sleep with a girl on the first date. I think hopefully tonight. Hopefully, we'll see.
As she gets to know him, has Oliver done enough to impress Alyssa?
He's very outgoing, he speaks his mind, and he's confident, and I think confidence is sexy. I have always been into older guys. I think they're more handsome, they're more mature. I like a gentleman and not some guy who wants to Netflix and chill. I could definitely see myself like dating Oliver. He's really cute.
The night's going well for Oliver, and only gets better when he finds out about Alyssa's part-time job.
What kind of modeling?
I do basically anything. I don't shoot nudes, but I do like lingerie, sports, swimsuits, basically anything you can think of.
Very nice, very nice.
At 44 years old, Oliver is double Alyssa's age, so that box is checked. But as the evening progresses, is a little Netflix and chill on the cards?
I have never slept with any of my dates. I have like kissed the guys. I'll like hug them, I'll kiss them, I'll be friendly, but I mean, I make it clear I'm not gonna sleep with you.
Sadly for Oliver, this time he'll be going home alone. So, will Alyssa's no sex rule her out of a second vacation date with Oliver?
I'm glad we found each other on that website. I'm glad we arranged this trip, and I hope to see her again.
But Alyssa is a busy girl.
I am off to Miami, where it's gonna be warm, and that's gonna be next week, so I'm excited for that.
Sounds like she's got plenty of choices. And according to love coaches Kenya and Carl, choice can be very, very good.
7:47. It's an hour till we'll start.
Their whirlwind romance began in college over 20 years ago.
It was love at first sight in that I felt like he was responsible and grown up and just really handsome and really smart.
I was very physically attracted to her. Wanted to have sex with her right away.
They couldn't keep their hands off each other. But 10 years into their relationship, Kenya got the shocking news that every wife dreads.
Carl came home and told me that he was falling in love with a woman at his job. I was distraught. You know, I was like, what are you talking about?
It wasn't something I felt weird about or anxious about. I had no intentions on being with the woman
you know, behind Kenya's back, that kind of thing. So I just brought it to her.
When he told me this, he was thinking polygamy. He was thinking he would have 2 wives, and I just wasn't going for it. You know, I told him, if we're gonna do this, I'm gonna do it too. So that took some time to work out.
You know, like, because I've heard of men dating other women or being in polygyny, but women dating other men when they're already married was completely foreign to me. And the more I thought about it, I said, you know what, maybe it does make sense, you know, for equality.
12 years later, and the couple are both dating other people, as well as being happily married and very, very open with their children.
We're not really a normal family.
I think we should do some seminars at your school.
I just imagined you on stage being all like, oh, hello, throwing condoms into the crowd.
They help me through all my relationships, giving me advice when I want it, when I don't. I mean, they don't really care.
To help others avoid the potential hurt feelings of a polyamorous relationship, the couple have created their very own Love Academy.
What we do is we educate people in what we call the new paradigm of love, which means that it's no longer ownership-based.
Yeah, polyamorous relationships are becoming a lot more common. At one time, a study showed it's the fastest growing relationship style in the US.
We deal with every kind of problem, from people cheating on their spouse, and now they want to tell their spouse the truth. We have people who want to open their relationship and they're afraid.
Today, they're meeting new clients Mason and Luna, who've just started an open relationship, but are finding that the polyamorous path is not an easy one to tread.
We came together saying, like, we want to explore openness, we want to know what that looks like, and we've been at like play parties together and seen each other intimate with other people, but there's never been feelings involved.
There were definitely fireworks when Luna first met Kenya.
It was my idea to come here today. I met Kenya at a all-women love fest, and we ended up being in a self-pleasuring circle. And I was sitting right next to her, having a massive, powerful, like, transformational orgasm. I just knew I had a lot to learn from her.
Now it's Luna that wants a bigger pleasuring circle, but has she crossed the line?
Luna has found a lover who she has feelings for and is in love with.
Yeah, there's definitely fears of him thinking that I'm gross or like not a good partner because I'm desiring another man.
Sure.
And to be sexual and have sex with another man.
Mason might be open to his girlfriend sleeping with someone else, but what happens when she reveals she's fallen in love with his close friend? In San Antonio, Wiley and Stefan's world was rocked when they discovered Wiley was pregnant. Now they've got some big decisions to make.
When I came home from work that day, I think a lot was just kind of rolling through our heads.
We kind of just, at first, just sat in silence for about an hour and a half.
I think then we just kind of started processing it.
What I was gonna do, what my choices were. We knew we had each other, you know, we'd figure out and get through this together. You know what, I really want to be a dad. So we're just gonna go ahead and keep the baby and, you know, raise it, and Stefan was super, super supportive.
Uh-oh, here's my baby.
He was good.
Here's my baby.
Decision made, these dads are now trying to master the basics, starting with packing that all-important birthing bag.
Do we need wipes?
You're asking the wrong person. This is the first time I've
Do we need any washcloths? Do we need any, I don't know, butt cream?
Butt cream, yes.
Butt cream, yes. He says yes to the butt cream. Petroleum jelly.
No, you put that.
What is this for? Do we need any bottles?
Do you want your kid to eat?
So yes. Thanks, babe. Thanks for that.
You're quite welcome.
Today's their last prenatal ultrasound before the birth.
Nervous, but
happy that, you know, our last ones have been pretty clear and good.
What I'm hoping for, just healthy, normal growing baby.
In a good position, has the best of our features. right? So that's, you know, up there.
Stefan and Wiley are having a boy, a relief for the pair as they'd worried that Wiley's testosterone treatments might have posed a risk to a girl.
If it was a little girl, there might be something as far as being pre-exposed to testosterone, because I was, you know, 11 weeks pregnant when I found out, and I was still on testosterone at that time.
Wiley suspended his hormone transition treatments to avoid harming the baby, but it's taking a toll on him.
There's a constant battle in my head, like, I had to just continuously to tell myself, like, hey, it's not going to define me any less of a man, you know, it's not gonna make me a woman, you know, I get to choose who I wanna be, you know, and I am who I am.
First off, I'm just gonna kind of get familiar with his position, where he's at. Okay, so let me kind of give you an idea of what we're seeing. And what we wanna see is that profile, just like that. Oh my gosh, how precious. Look at that cute little profile. So let me go ahead and switch to the HD. Oh my gosh. Look at this precious little face.
That's our guy.
As the scan continues, the couple are realizing just how unprepared for the birth they are.
How's prepping coming along for birth? Are you guys thinking about doing prenatal classes or anything like that?
It's a little nerve-wracking.
Not just yet.
Not yet? Well, definitely, I would recommend it.
It's making it all feel like it's about to happen. I'm like, where's the birthing bag? We're not ready.
A little bit of anxiety, yes.
Yeah.
I am scared of the pain. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Even though he's worried about the pain, it's staying at a hospital that's got Wiley really scared.
I'm probably the only transgender male that's pregnant, probably in Texas. How would I be treated as a transgender individual in the hospital? Okay, this is not something you're gonna see every day, is a man going through birth, but at the same time, we're still human, and, you know, to call us by our correct pronouns and to respect us.
With delivery being such risky business, will Wiley reconsider his idea for a home delivery? In North Carolina, polyamorous Luna and Mason have a different dilemma.
Have a seat anywhere.
This free-spirited couple are in an open relationship, but they hit rocky ground when Luna recently fell in love with the one guy that might pose a problem.
The person who she's exploring intimacy in at the moment is a dear friend of mine.
Falling in love with your boyfriend's close friend is certainly a good reason to seek help. And thankfully, Luna and Mason have come to the poly experts.
When I started dating Taylor, all of a sudden, like, Mason started showing up for me more, like, no, like, I'm gonna do this. And I felt that shift.
For me, I was always like, let's jump into this, because we aren't gonna know. The anticipation is way worse than the realization, I think, right? I think, right? I hope. So let's go there. Yeah. And so that was my philosophy. Her philosophy was like, let's go slow, let's do real careful, and I appreciate that so much, but what happened was the flip side happened. She jumped into it, she fell in love, and I'm still like being really careful because I don't want to push her away and all this stuff. So
Again, it's just a matter of practicing to go through these things with a little bit more mindfulness and be receptive to a different energy. Because that's what she's getting basically from Taylor. Really, she could probably be getting some of that stuff from you. But you have to be willing to go outside your comfort zone.
With the advice to be more mindful of each other, Luna and Mason wrap up their session.
All right, see you guys next time.
It seems polyamory is never easy or straightforward, even for the experts.
Discussing polyamory was extremely difficult at first. There were a lot of arguments, a lot of emotions. It was really challenging. Carl's girlfriends are interesting. I get along with his partners who are married. I get along with his partners who have so much common sense that they don't try to push me out of my place. But for the others, it is more challenging.
Kenya prefers Carl's lovers to be married. So how will she react when Carl takes out another woman who's definitely single?
I'm no longer married.
In Texas, pregnant trans dad Wiley is almost at his due date.
And on a scale of 1 to 10 of excitement, it's probably about 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as he doesn't want to risk being disrespected in hospital when he gives birth, Wiley's found a midwife who'll let him use her house.
Our midwife, Rachel, you know, she's never done a trans birth. She has worked with queer couples before.
We plan on having a water birth as well. You know, hopefully it plays out. This is all new to us as well, but it's also new to her.
Whoop, there he is.
Midwife Rachel has never helped a man give birth before, so Wiley's keen to make sure that she has everything in place.
How you doing?
I'm good, yourself?
Good. Good. You sleeping any better?
Not too much. Not too much. I get a couple of hours, still the same.
Should we blow up the birth tub and see how that's gonna go?
Yes, for sure, absolutely.
Let's do it. Get in and see how it's gonna feel. So we've got these handles, you know, a cup holder. And it's actually strong enough. I guess it could use a little bit more air, but you can actually like be sitting on the edge too.
That's pretty cool. This is nice. It's roomy.
It's roomy.
Roomy.
Yeah, you're like totally submerged. Right? If the baby's born in there, that's fine. We'll usually get you out to deliver the placenta though, because then we can estimate blood loss in the water. It's possible, but it's harder to know how much blood you're losing, and we want to know exactly how much. As long as the baby doesn't take a breath under the water, there's really no harm because they're in the water in your belly. Any resuscitation needs that need to happen, it can be done right here at the bedsides.
As the anxiety builds, Wiley's feeling tense.
The things that maybe I still might need to work on as far as like nervousness, probably just has to do the fact just being more comfortable in my body.
Having had body issues in the past, I think it's going to be a really just transformative experience, but you're going to have to surrender to the trust and just trust your body. For me, the challenge is working with Wiley in accepting and opening up to the functions and the anatomy that he has. There's some real work to do there.
Am I going to be able to deliver this baby, you know, happy and healthy? Is this water birth going to work out as I imagine it, as it's supposed to? Am I gonna have to be rushed to the hospital because I'm, you know, laboring for too long and I can't? I've dilated as much as I could, but I can't deliver him, you know? So just hoping everything goes as well as planned, even though that's necessarily not what always happens.
Worried about going through labor as a man, Wiley makes an emergency call to friend Tristan, a trans man who gave birth 4 years ago.
There we go. Hey.
Hey. Hi.
Oh my gosh, so good to see you guys.
It's so good to see you.
Now, you know, the anxiety of is just, you know, am I gonna deliver on time? Is, you know, I wanna have a home birth, I wanna have a water birth. Is it gonna be too nerve-wracking for me to even wanna go to the hospital? So that's not something I wanna do.
Yeah, it tapped into that, like, deep well of like, shame and self-doubt and internalized transphobia, like, completely fell apart.
While Wiley and Stefan get some last-minute advice before their due date, Carl's out on his date with a woman who isn't his wife.
Kenya and I have been in an open marriage for over 10 years.
Carl's hooked up with single gal Ebony, despite Kenya preferring her husband to only sleep with married lovers.
I'll prefer married men. Interestingly, it's easier for me to conceptualize sharing a man. It's actually my preference. I like Carl for a lot of reasons. He's very affectionate and very sexual, and I love that.
Okay. In terms of how much I talk to Kenya about my girlfriends or the women I'm seeing, I generally don't talk to her about that a lot. I just prefer to have my relationships to be separate, meaning a certain level of intimacy between, you know, me and my other partners.
But any worries Kenya might have about Carl's sex with singles seem to be the last thing on her mind, because she's busy enjoying a steamy afternoon delight with a cur.
On day one, God said, let there be bubbles.
Bubbles mean titties and that.
But he didn't say bubbles and titties. I don't put a limit on the number of partnerships that I can have. I mean, for me, I'm a human being. There are 7.7 billion people on the planet.
When we first started the process, I started having all these thoughts and images of her having sex. We started to shed the rules over time.
After a night of passion with their lovers, the next day in the office, it's back to business for our poly coaches. Clients Mason, Luna, and her lover Taylor are weighing heavily on the love guru's minds.
Luna and Mason first came to see us because they had no idea how to have an open relationship, yet they found themselves in an open relationship.
One way to describe it might be Luna and I are live-in partners, and Taylor and Luna are lovers, and Taylor and I are friends.
Oh, my eyes.
Okay, are you crying because you're so in love with us?
Yes.
It's just so emotional. Our relationship seems complex and complicated, just to be straight up about it.
I had a private session with Taylor about 2 weeks ago. Was having a hard time because it was Mason and Luna's night. He was in tears.
This new dynamic has changed and affected our relationship.
Our relationship?
Taylor and I's relationship, right?
Yeah.
Yours and mine.
I mean, part of that's, I guess, why we're doing this whole coaching thing.
When you have men who want to fight for position, you have a problem.
Because this doesn't feel like a male bravado kind of battle.
With Luna, Mason, and Taylor at breaking point, it's time for drastic action.
I think we have an intervention on our hands today. And this is make or break for them. They may not come out of this.
But after a tense meeting, Carl and Kenya know just how to relax. Tinder.
Look at this, 50 miles away. I need to change my barometer on here so it only gives me guys within 5-mile radius.
No, that's ridiculous.
Baby.
You need to date guys, even if they're an hour away, it's fine.
It's kind of cute. Oh, he's 32. He's 10 years younger than me. I meet most of my guys on Tinder. I met this great guy on Tinder. He was a male nurse. Oh my God, can you imagine? The way he touches you. The way he knows how to deal with your body. He's a male nurse, not doctor, but nurse, nurturing, sweetness. He was very awesome. Most of the men I date are younger. I mean, why not? My husband is older than me, so I already have an older guy. I need younger men.
Somebody who's worth the drive, right? There we go. See?
I would drive to see you 500 miles away if I saw you on Tinder.
It was being nice.
No, I think you're fine.
Pregnant dad Wiley and his partner Stefan are getting some much-needed advice from Tristan, a trans friend who's also had a baby.
My main fear that I had when I first found out I was pregnant was the fact, it was very feminizing.
The pregnancy world is, feminized to the point of exhaustion and discomfort for a lot of women I know.
Yeah.
So if it's weird for them, it's doubly weird for us. Queer people have brought babies into the world for a millennia. We have raised babies that other people gave birth to. We've cobbled together our families in so many different creative, unique, beautiful, perfect, special ways that you guys are carrying on that sacred tradition, and it's gonna be amazing.
Right.
Practice your breathing.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
How'd you feel about it?
Better. I feel better. I like what he had to say.
Stefan might feel better, but Wiley's concerns are still weighing on his mind.
As far as my fears go, it's just not being able to go according to the plan, being in labor too long, and if that's going to create stress on the baby, or going to create stress on myself to where I have to be, taken to the hospital, and then how are they going to treat me? It has been pretty rough. It has taken a mental, emotional toll.
Will Wiley come to terms with his changing body in time for the birth?
It's time, oh my gosh.
Meanwhile, in North Carolina, Luna, Taylor, and Mason are worried about saving their love triad. It's been 2 months since their first session with Kenya and Carl.
They had no idea how to have an open relationship, yet they found themselves in an open relationship.
The issues I observed with Mason was that he was having trouble adjusting to the fact that she wanted multiple lovers. I think he was questioning his manhood a little bit.
Today, they're joined by Taylor, Luna's lover, who's also Mason's close friend.
I feel excited because you guys, this is our first time we all get to be together. We haven't seen each other in a while, but I need to tell you that I did have a secret session with Taylor.
Uh-oh.
So I know a little bit more about what's going on, but why don't you guys catch us up? Luna.
From last time I was with y'all, I feel like it was really, really hard to deal with jealousy, specifically with Mason being with other women.
I was going camping yesterday and I was gonna ride there with a friend who I've been intimate with before, maybe sleep in her tent. I don't know where she's at, if she had a boyfriend now or what, but Luna's like, do you think you guys will have sex? And I was like, honestly, I don't know.
That's the killer for you.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
It's not even about him having intimacy with another woman.
Nope.
It's about if he falls in love with another.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
Taylor cannot be another Mason. They're just two different individuals in your life.
She'll come home from being with Taylor next day and like I just can't help but to kind of be a little cold or a little bitter sometimes, you know? I'm like, man, like I support this and still like I'm just feeling these things. I can't not feel them, you know? I'm just all of a sudden feeling like, man, there's all this heavy energy on me now and I'm like, I don't fucking want that.
I want to know where these men are placed.
Okay.
Because I feel like there's some little underlying tension that's going to keep you guys really from living an authentic poly life. All right, what you got, Taylor?
Taylor?
So historically, like throughout our relationship, like I wanted more time. I'm not getting that connection that I want.
What's been really challenging with my relationship with Taylor is like energetically, like it's really challenging to have two primary partners.
Right.
Because I want a relationship with myself and my ladies. Being pulled in both directions becomes this like, oh, I should be hanging out with you. Oh, we should, because we'd be so good collaborating, doing this thing.
Taylor should know exactly what his role is.
Well,
I
I'll
see
tell
you
you-
once a week for 2 hours. Take it or leave it.
What I hear from Luna is, oh, I do want to spend more time with you. Oh, I do want to go to things with you and then go home with you. And I do want to do all these things with you, but then they don't happen.
Right.
That's not
It's confusing.
For Taylor and I'm like, oh my gosh, we could do all these things. But since we're not getting the right amount of time together, Taylor started putting in like ultimatums. There's still some hurts around that when it comes to trust because of this like control and ultimatum energy.
Are these hard questions?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't want you to feel like hard time. And it's okay to cry too, it's fine. Like, release the bubble. But women have not been trained to do this. This is our work, intuitive work. Which of these men is most emotionally available to you?
So I don't know. I think it depends.
I think we are like on the end of whatever phase just happened. It feels less intense than it has been.
Do you guys have a contract? That's what we're leaving here with today. A contract. I don't feel no containers, no contract, no spelling out of what is what. I don't. You guys must have contract. Let's really deal with the nitty-gritty of what you all are to each other. Because even if you get into the contract and you want to shift it later, you renegotiate the contract. We've renegotiated 1,000 times.
With a love contract in place, it seems the threesome might be back on track.
I do agree with the conclusions that we came to with Carl and Kenya. I think it was really helpful and really affirming.
But no one's prepared for what's coming next. Taylor has something to get off his chest.
Can we pause for a second? Go find yourself another partner.
Dude, like,
fuck you, man.
There are some big changes in Texas, too. Pregnant dad Wiley's finally gone into labor.
I guess it's real. I guess he's coming.
He's come to midwife Rachel's house for his water birth.
It's time, oh my gosh.
But as his labor reaches a grueling 54 hours, Wiley's at his breaking point.
We need to go to the hospital. We need some sort of medical intervention.
When the baby's heartbeat drops to dangerous levels, Wiley is forced to confront one of his biggest fears.
Going to hospital, there's always been that fear of mistreatment of a transgender individual as myself.
Sacrificing a home birth, Wiley and Stefan decide they need to head to the hospital, where it becomes clear that Wiley must undergo emergency surgery.
The only option that we have is, C-section.
This cord was wrapped around his throat.
In North Carolina, polyamorous love mentors Kenya and Carl ended their counseling session with Mason, Luna, and Taylor, thinking the threesome had been saved with a love contract.
I feel validated and I feel hopeful. It felt good, it felt really good. I want more coaching with them.
Oh my goodness, the session was fantastic.
It's okay to cry too, it's fine, like, release the bubble.
I feel like Luna and Mason and Taylor finally told the truth.
I'm just all of a sudden feeling like, man, there's all this heavy energy on me now. And I'm like, I don't fucking want that.
I really can sense tension when people are not telling the truth.
I think we are like on the end of whatever phase just happened.
Mm-hmm.
But there's more drama behind this relationship than meets the eye.
I think the key is communication.
Yeah. Can we pause for a second? A lot of what you're saying is coming across as like, oh, Taylor, you have all these needs, but I can't meet all your needs. Go find yourself another partner. I'm like, fuck you, man. Do you know the reason I felt that is because of the things that you've said? You've said, oh, I do want to be partners with you. Oh, I want to live with you. I want to have kids with both you and Mason. Like, I want to share this space together.
Those are desires and were true at the time. I mean, I need to be careful with my words.
That's been like the challenging theme of this relationship is me feeling like I'm giving and you taking and not having this reciprocal thing.
Right now, it feels really clear to me how much you having another partner would like give us hope to continue relating. Like, I don't think that the way we're currently relating is going to work.
I'm not opposed to that, and I'm actively pursuing that. The way it was being portrayed is like, I'm just like this, ooh, like Luna.
Yeah.
In reality, like, that's not actually what's happening. Real poly issues.
Lingam Lounge Empire.
This trio is committed to working on their relationship. With love coaches Carl and Kenya, who continue to spread love, one polyamorous threesome at a time.
The struggles we see in society, I think we need those struggles in order to appreciate love.
What is the future of love? Well, we're creating the new culture. We're creating the future of love.
Pregnant dad Wiley's plan for a home birth didn't turn out as he hoped. In his worst nightmare, he was rushed to the hospital for an emergency cesarean.
The moment I was strolled into the operating room and they were like, okay, we're pulling him out, you're gonna feel a little bit of pressure.
There was a tense wait for his boyfriend, Stefan.
It was very difficult to see Wiley in so much pain and to be so tired.
So, did his hospital stay confirm his fears?
Thankfully, with our OB, she had actually informed all her nurses and all her surgical team, hey, this is a transgender individual, we need to be protective of who he is, use correct pronouns. There was a few like slip-ups where they said mom or her or something, but they instantly corrected themselves.
We just kept rolling through it, and Wiley was a champ.
But after a staggering 60-hour labor, baby Rowan finally arrived. And a couple of weeks later, these proud dads now have a baby on board their bus.
He's a baby. He's a baby boy. He's a baby. Our baby boy.
He's actually here. He's real. He's
Yeah.
our responsibility now. He's been a joy. It's been crazy, but it's been a joy.
It's been so good.
facing his fears means that Wiley's got a new outlook on life.
This taught me so much. It's taught me to be thankful for what women go through and has helped me grow so much and even be able to enjoy this opportunity that most men don't have the chance to experience.
And Wiley and Stefan plan to bring Rowan up in a way as unique as these two dads.
We want to raise him kind of like in a gender-neutral environment as well for him to be exposed to both sides.
Oh, bye-byes.
If Rowan ended up being transgender, it'd be amazing that he could come out and be himself, and I'd be able to help out a lot.
Whenever Rowan is curious about his birth and how we became his dads, we'll just tell him honestly and straightforward.
Raising a baby on a bus is unconventional, to say the least. So, do Wiley and Stefan worry they'll outgrow their first home?
Living in the bus with a baby
It feels very intimate. I'm really glad that we don't have a house or apartment with a nursery.
Change your little diaper. We're gonna change you a little sleepy.
Just because then I feel like he would be too far away from us.
But there you go.
I don't feel like it's more crowded. Maybe because he's so small.
I feel like his items crowd us more than...
Yeah. I mean, he has a lot of baby stuff.
And this couple are sure that going through such an unusual experience has brought them closer together than ever.
It feels good and promising to have this little guy, and it kind of gives me hope that our journey will be a good one, you know, because it's not just us anymore.
We all want someone to love.
There you are. We did have instant chemistry.
It's awesome. But you've never seen love like this before.
Age play makes us stronger as a couple.
Provocative.
Daly and I have always been polyamorous, vampires.
Eye-opening.
To see Monica getting bigger just makes me feel proud.
Outrageous.
I'm wired towards older women.
Proving there's always someone for everyone.
This is the woman of my dreams.
Hi. Or something.
Love you, Vanilla. So sexy.
This is Extreme Love Stories. Tonight on Extreme Love Stories, this man is a slave to love.
Already?
And everything that comes with it. One just isn't enough for this husband. Meet Tom, his wife, and his other wife.
I don't have a preference between either Reba or Belinda.
And Misty and John say I do, even if her family do not.
She told me I was ugly.
You sweetheart.
But first, see what's getting this guy all revved up.
This is one tailpipe I'd love to explore.
Cars. Some of us desire them, and most of us want to own a good-looking or fast one.
The commercials that they have on TV, they often refer to them as sexy, and I go, yeah, you're right, they are. They really are.
But how many times have you seen a car and thought, wow, that car's hot. Well, Ed has taken his love for heavy metal to a whole new level.
Beautiful face. You sweetheart. I'm not exclusively a tailpipe guy, but this is one tailpipe I'd love to explore because this is really sexy.
You see, Ed has sexual relations with cars. It all began at the tender age of 11.
I first developed an attraction to cars in about 1965. The first sexual impulses that I had was a model that I bought, the Aston Martin DB5. I took that to bed with me and just cuddled it close to me and kissed it and all. Rubbing its tires between my legs and having my arms around it just really is exciting.
And by the time he was a teenager, Ed's urges got the better of him. And he took his first steps to consummating his carnal desires.
The first time I ever left my home and went outside was at the neighbor's Volkswagen Beetle. It was late at night, and I was very gentle, and I got a chance to hug and kiss, and those are the early days, and they went on for quite a while. But every kid at that age awakens to their libidinal energy, and it's part of life. But with me, it was secretive and intense and certainly different, to say the least.
But is it only cars that get Ed's motor running?
I knew a couple of girlfriends in high school that I dated, but I never really have a sexual relationship with them. It was more just hugging and kissing, and I always felt like when I went to parties and people were hanging around, having a good time with each other, and I'd often think, I want to go outside and see who's parked outside in the parking lot, and I did that a couple of times. But I kept gravitating towards something other than a standard man-woman relationship. I loved cars.
He's since gone on to be quite the Casanova, and he's made it to 4th gear with over 1,000 models.
It progressed to a point where it was more frequent masturbation techniques. It became more and more important to me to express myself with them as a almost living entity. It varied anywhere between once a week to 3 times a month. Pretty much stayed at that level for quite a while.
But with Ed's vehicle fetish taking off, what shocking object will he have sex with next?
This is exactly the position I was in when I had an orgasm.
If you thought Ed's relationship was racy, you won't believe what's whipping our next couple into a frenzy. In New Jersey, 35-year-old Dahlia ditched her vanilla lifestyle for something with a bit more kink.
I did the normal housewife thing. There were things that were missing. I wanted some more excitement. I started meeting more kinky people and going to fetish parties. And then it just became part of my life.
It was then that she met her boyfriend, John.
I was like, wow, this girl could really whip. Like, she has the wrist action.
But Dahlia has 2 men in her life. Her boyfriend...
Hurry up, let's go.
And her slave, Fluffy.
Don't make us wait for you. I have lifestyle slaves who serve me 24/7. Are my feet stinky? And I have slaves that are here that will come and bring my groceries, do cleaning, do laundry, things like that.
Goddess, how many eggs do you want?
2, scrambled.
Well, her and I actually met at some fetish parties in New York City. Next thing you know, I ended up becoming her slave.
If Fluffy were to say no to me, pigs would be flying. Slaves don't really get a lot of opportunity to say no. Yes is a good word. Good boy.
In our dynamic, I actually get more out of the tease than I do out of actually going through with anything sexual.
You might be able to zip it.
It's definitely sexual, but it's not sexual in a way traditionally people would think.
I don't have sex with my subs. Most submissive people have been that way for a really long time,
and they hide it and they push it down inside of themselves because society tells them, oh, it's weird or it's wrong or it's non-traditional. But then once you actually meet a person who's in a healthy, fulfilling dom and submission relationship, they're so much more fulfilled by it.
When I come to her house, I'm essentially in her kingdom. They're catering to her, keeping her happy. And that just makes my life so much easier.
My desire being a slave is I like to make my goddess happy. I do pretty much anything that she asks of me.
Look at this. None of this qualifies as undercooked.
When you burn the bacon, we just need to teach him how to do bacon properly.
Burning bacon isn't the only punishable offense here.
All ready?
Yes, guys.
All right, let's go.
Yes, guys.
Even the most minor infraction can earn Fluffy a good thrashing.
Hurry up.
Which is exactly what he's after.
Okay, let's see. Arms up.
My limits are higher than most. I mean, there's things that I could do that a lot of people can't do.
Now you're all locked up safe. Where are you going?
Nowhere, guys.
Nowhere.
It's something that I plan on doing forever. I'm gonna be like an old lady with like slaves pushing my, pushing my wheelchair.
Thank you, guys. Great, guys. Thank you, guys.
Fluffy and Dahlia seem to have a bond that's all tied up. But for Misty, ties to her strict religious family deprived her of love and acceptance.
I have come to accept and love myself. I never thought this would be my reality of my life.
Misty's journey has been a long and hard one.
I always knew I was broken or not right. The church would say that I was demon-possessed or I had the spirit of whatever on me.
And for all of her 42 years, love has been elusive.
I am attracted to maturity and stability. All of my guys have been like 10, 13, 14, 15 years older than me. But all my exes were gay. I pretended to be a man for many years, and I pretended to be gay for many years because I thought that's what I was. I knew I was attracted to men, and therefore I must be gay. I didn't realize all along I was a straight woman.
Misty was born a man, but began transitioning to female in her early 20s when she moved to Florida. Over the next several years, she had surgeries to permanently alter her appearance, but she hasn't yet had bottom surgery.
It's so weird to look at these pictures and remember I used to pretend to be male. Most trans people burn or destroy any picture of them pre-transition. I don't know why I never did. I always grew my hair long. I wanted to feel pretty. I wanted to feel feminine. I knew that I was a little girl at 2 years old. Even as a little kid, look at my toys were pink.
While Misty was struggling with finding her identity, 3,000 miles away in the inner city, John was facing his own life struggles.
I was born in Chicago, Illinois, on the north side. It's like a war zone. I literally lived in between 5 gangs, rival gangs in my neighborhood. I grew up street boxing.
As a tough 26-year-old, John had plenty of women to choose from.
I love the shape of a woman. If I wasn't in relationships, I was flirting with every single one of them. If a gay guy starts talking to me, I'll push him away. Get off me, I don't want you.
John was always up for a date, and that's especially true for one particular night every year.
I've always had a one-nighter on my birthday, and so I was looking for that. And I was just looking through pictures on dating sites of people close to me. And then I saw this big hair and big butt, and I'm like, wow, it's kind of nice.
I said in my profile, I am a BBW/TS. If you're looking for a unique encounter, I might be your special girl with something extra.
She says BBW stands for Big Beautiful Woman. I said, oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, I can dig that. And then TS stands for transsexual. And I'm like, what's transsexual mean? And she said, when a guy transforms into a woman. I'm like, a what?
Will Misty be rejected again for revealing the truth? John and Misty still have a lot to learn about each other. John might be confused, but Misty knows exactly who she is. Not only is she out as a transsexual, she's also made a name for herself in the spotlight. Performing as Misty Eyes, her drag act has taken her all over the States, and she's a bit of a celebrity. But it's more than an evening of dressing up.
I went to my first gay bar and I saw a drag queen performing on stage, and that's the first time I ever realized that gender wasn't extremely binary. And that's when my heart fell into drag. And it wasn't until years later that I realized I wasn't just a drag queen. This was my life.
This was all new to John, and suddenly all communication halted.
I deleted him from my phone already. I was like, psh, whatever. Like, no love lost.
The two hit a road bump. Misty dumped John before they had even had a chance to meet. But John wasn't willing to give up so easily.
I was Googling. I had a lot of porn sites. I watched a video or two and said, okay, this might be interesting. Something in my mind just said, give it a try.
The first night we were together, I didn't think we were going to have intimacy relations.
Until I gave her a massage.
He gave me a massage, and I think that relaxed me, and it relaxed him. And then during the massage, he's like, can I take off your bra? And I'm like, if you want to. And he was like, can I take off your panties? And I'm like, if you want to.
And then a full 7 hours, we just on and off.
He completed 3 orgasms our first night.
Yeah.
It was a very physical night.
Sounds like one hell of a first date.
The first 2 weeks of our relationship, though, he completely ignored this part of my body.
But has John finally come to accept all of Misty?
Every once in a while, he's really horny. He'll come in and be like, hey, baby. Try to
no.
kickstart me or...
This is what I say.
Oh, what do you say?
What do we got over here? What do we got over here?
Surprise!
And has Misty embraced every part of John?
He wasn't my initial image of what I thought was my soulmate or my partner. And I fell in love with John without my permission.
After 3 years together, they're planning on taking their relationship to the next level.
I never thought that somebody would love me unconditionally. This man wants to spend the rest of his life with me.
I'm there for one person only.
I'm just really super excited to marry this man.
But not everyone is as happy about the marriage.
My dad sat us down and said, look, I don't believe in gay marriage, and we are not coming to your wedding.
Will Misty's family rejection ruin her big day? While family trouble is brewing in Florida, at a carnival in Ohio, Pastor Tom is walking into a potential circus with his unique family arrangement.
My name's Tom Miller. This is my wife of 7 years. This is my wife, Belinda.
They're going to be one of the lovely ladies of the thorn in the middle.
The thorn in the middle. There we go.
Okay,
We met Belinda at Casa di Carfanga's Deli and made eye contact with her and just asked her if we can go out for a cup of coffee.
What? Ain't right. Ain't right.
I asked her to marry me like 11 months after I met her.
But Tom has another story about how he met his wife, because that isn't their daughter. That's Tom's second, much younger wife, Reba.
We've been married 5 months now, and we're the newlyweds. Part of the family, but we're together. We're a family. Yes. This is the Millers.
That's right. 60-year-old Tom has 2 wives, and Reba is only 19.
We first discussed polygamy years ago, and I believe Belinda brought it up.
Well, me and my husband have longed for years to add to our family, both as a wife and possible children. And we finally found this beautiful young lady that fits.
I'd known Reba for a long time, but then she moved away and hadn't seen her for years. Belinda and I were operating a food pantry that we have at the church, and Reba just came running across the parking lot. She hugged me, and I was like, that wasn't a normal hug. I wanted to keep hugging her. And I realized, wow, I'm really appreciating her as a woman.
At first, like, when he came to me and asked me, you know, hey, would you want to date? And I knew he was married, it was kind of weird. Like, I did have doubts and bad feelings, like, okay, is it gonna work? Over time, as we started, like, talking and dating, I was just like, you know what, I'm going for it. I was like, my heart's in it, I love him to death.
Not everyone accepted their relationship easily.
One of the biggest things we had to conquer is the fact that I knew her when she was younger. I knew her when she was a minor. I didn't know her the way I know her now. We didn't date. The fact that I knew her before she was an adult did bother her family at first. Took them a while to come around to it.
And wherever they go, the threesome are constantly questioned.
I have 2 hours. We get stared at a lot. We don't wear a big sign saying, you know, I'm married to 2 women. And I have had people say, you know, why would you want more than one of them? Well, look at them, they're beautiful women.
But how does this threesome make it work?
I don't believe that polygamy has affected our intimate life at all. Actually, I believe it has helped it. I'm more of a, you know, laid back. I allow him to take more control when it comes to our intimate life. With Reba, it's a little different. She's a little bit more flirty, she's younger, she's more spunkier. In our relationship, we do not share a bed. It is one-on-one. Tom is either with me or he is with Reba.
This is the master suite. This is where I stay. And a few days a week, one of the wives is in here with me. They actually moved on to another room when the nights they're not spending with me.
Jealousy for me is not an issue because I enjoy the type of relationship that we do. And I'm confident and secure with my husband.
Having to share him with another woman is kind of like, there are times where you get upset because it's like you're with her, but other than that, it's cool. I'm not the jealous type.
I don't have a preference between either Reba or Belinda. I mean, there's times when I want to be with one of them. It's not like I prefer her over the other woman in any emotional, spiritual, or sexual way. There's not a preference.
During the day, whether or not it's our night to spend with our husband, we are his wives. He kisses and hugs with me, he kisses, hugs with Reba, and he is as in love with Reba as he is with me. If you're a jealous person, then you should never get in this type of relationship because it'll never work.
Tom is a pastor, and his interpretation of the Bible backs up the decision to be polygamous.
Come on, ladies. The Bible speaks of many, many men having more than one wife, and we believe that it was right for us to do. We're in the sanctuary now. We're actually in the sanctuary of the church. We asked Almighty God into our marriage, because if we don't put him first, it all goes asunder.
Belinda has 7 children from previous relationships, but because polygamy is illegal, it's led to a heartbreaking situation.
Our children were taken from us by Children's Services, coming up with a whole bunch of dumb things to support taking the children, and we were told flat out that we would never have our children back in the home if we believed in any type of polygamy.
But despite all of this, they're about to add another person to the family.
I'm happy that we're having a child.
But will they be allowed to keep their baby? Ed is a car enthusiast. But in the 80s, his affections expanded beyond the bumper.
in 1984. Knight Rider was running on television, and then eventually Airwolf, the helicopter, came on, and it just continued to culminate into almost a festive celebration of my affection.
And Ed's been lucky enough to hook up with one of the stars of the silver screen.
This is one of my fondest helicopters, and I've had an opportunity to, in broad daylight, literally make love to the real thing. And spent 4 hours taking pictures of her. There wasn't anybody around. I mean, I felt like I can't leave here without doing something special with her. And I swear it was she, the helicopter was feeding back to me. It just took a few minutes, but I felt like if I don't do this, I'm gonna be really, really sorry that I didn't. She felt out of this world. It was, I can't explain it. It just, this is exactly what the position I was in when I had an orgasm. A few years later, unfortunately, the helicopter crashed and killing everybody on board during a firefighting rescue. So she died a hero. Sorry. Silly eyes.
Then, just when he was least expecting it, Ed found someone special.
I ended up falling in love with a car, and a white Beetle pulled up into our yard. I thought, God, that's cute. It was that car. She came into my life. She was meant for me. When I hold Vanilla in my arms, there's a powerful energy that comes from her. I love you, Vanilla. If anything would ever happen to her, I'd be more than heartbroken. But what makes her special to me is just something about her form, her character, the way she sounds and feels, and all the stuff we've been through together, near and far, for 30 some odd years now. She feels what I feel, and it's intense. I make sure she's clean, and I love giving her a nice wax job, and I can rub and hear her little metallic noises, kind of squeaky noises. That sounds like she's enjoying her. And then when I get inside the car, it's like we're hearing her engine. So she's embracing me when I'm inside, and it's a continuous, sincere, affectionate, and yes, sexual expression of love. I have no problem with it relating socially to people. It's just that I find cars more peaceful, more aesthetically pleasing.
He's a wonderful soul. He's been a great neighbor to me. And if he's found something that makes him happy, then that makes me happy.
I love you, Vanilla.
Hopefully, Ed and Vanilla have nothing but smooth highway ahead of them. But Misty and John are fastening their seatbelts because they've got miles of rough road to cover before their wedding day.
You're my everything. You're my darling angel. I'm not gonna cry today, so stop.
Pull it together, Misty. You've got a wedding in 2 days. These two are deliriously happy, and John's family are very much a part of the wedding.
About 2 weeks into our relationship, John's father called me and was like, Misty, I'm John's father. And I'm like, hi, John's father. And he's like, I want you to know that I have never seen my son happy in his whole life. And the pictures of the two of you on Facebook, he glows in a way I've never seen him. John is so happy, and John loves you so much. And I just want to let you know that I want to accept you into our family. You mean the world to me.
But Misty's family have struggled with her lifestyle choices. She's one of 7 children, brought up by religious parents in Alaska.
There's a picture of my mom on her wedding day. This is 1977. I think she was married a year after I was born. I've hid so much of myself from my mother because of fear of rejection and religion and church and the unacceptance of people. I have her maiden name because I was born out of wedlock. She got pregnant with me when she was 17, and her parents kicked her out of the home. And I think that's part of the reason why it hurt me so much that mom kicked me out of the family, because it happened to her too.
Pushed by her parents to attend a Christian university, Misty's college days came to an abrupt end.
I called mom. I'm like, I was just kicked out of school. And she goes, why? What happened? And I'm like, well, I was caught in a gay bar and blah, 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 blah. And they kicked me out for being gay. And I said, Mom, I need money. I need to come home. And she goes, well, you can come home when you come back to Jesus.
Knowing she couldn't go home to Alaska, Misty settled about as far away as she could get, Florida.
We were estranged for 16 years. A lot of my loved ones and chosen family here in South Florida know of our strained relationship, and we are doing our best to mend that relationship.
So when Misty's family got news of the wedding, was it time for a reconciliation?
Out of the blue, she called me and said, can you please come home for Christmas? My dad sat us down and said, look, I want you to know that we love you, but I don't believe in gay marriage, and I don't believe in what you're doing. We are not coming to your wedding.
But with only one day until the wedding, Misty's in for a shock. Because it turns out, Dad doesn't speak for the whole family. Her mum and brother have come all the way from Alaska for the wedding.
You want someone that you love to be loved, you know? And you want them to be supported and cared for.
I know that she moved mountains to be here.
I knew how much it meant to Misty, and therefore it meant a lot to me to be here. It meant a lot to be here. All I see is tail.
With mother and daughter reunited, will Mum see Misty as a beautiful bride, or will the old prejudices return?
First time my mother saw a picture of me as a woman, she told me I was ugly, that I was hideous, and I should stop. Do you want to see my stage clothes?
Now that Misty has her mum here for the wedding, she's keen to show off her closet.
This is my storage closet for all my costumes. I mean, I've got all kinds of things.
Oh my goodness.
This is Alice in Wonderland, Halloween. This is a cowgirl, leather fantasy, geisha. A lot of it I made myself. Like this.
How many pairs of shoes do you have?
I just give away so much. Maybe, at one point I probably had 400 pairs. Lots of stuff.
Yes.
In Mansfield, Ohio, 61-year-old Tom Miller has 2 wives. And now his younger wife, Reba, just had a baby.
We have a right to have a child. All 3 have a right to love her and be a family. It was everybody's idea to have a baby. Belinda and I have always wanted another child in the family. It just felt right. Reba's mommy and Belinda's mama, it's her baby too.
I felt very excited when she was born, and I felt just as if she was just a part of me, as she was a part of them.
My baby.
Yes.
Our baby. Our baby. It would be nice if we were accepted. And we're taking this through the courts, you know, as far as we have to go to get the right to have more than one wife who is my spouse, my legal spouse, and the children are my heirs. She's my heir, but by law, she's not.
I love you.
I love you lots. Mama. Mommy. not the mama. When you have a family with what? Oh, I'm sorry, did I interrupt you? Burping pad. When you have a family with more than one mother, there's just more people to help out and love her. They don't do diapers, man. I'll buy the diapers, yeah. Love you, sweetheart. I'd be walking her over to a neighbor's house if you guys were at home. They help.
Even with a new baby, the two women still get to spend quality time with their husband.
We always had 3 days with each other. You know, 3 days with Belinda, 3 days with Reba. And the baby's just the baby. She's just here with us, so wherever she's at, she's there. It doesn't change because I'm with Belinda or Reba. Get out of my way.
We all pretty much share in her care about. The only thing that Reba probably does more than we do is feeding her.
But with the little one's arrival, the threesome are getting criticized from all sides.
Christians have come against us more than anybody. What do I care about a whole bunch of Facebook nobodies? If you get in a mudslinging contest with a pig, you will lose.
For some people, the age difference is a problem. They don't see it being right. I don't care how old he is.
Some of my children are upset that I have a young wife. It's my business, it's our business. Now, I'm living my life, and that's what I think my children should do as well.
However, their battle has been raging beyond Facebook and family. Two of Belinda's children have been taken into care by the state, and she believes their polygamous lifestyle is to blame.
You know, we're not hurting anybody. We're not hurting our children. We're not brainwashing our children. We're not this freak cult out there in the middle of some compound telling them this is what they need to do. It's just horrible.
Hi.
A lot of nights that you cry. It's not an easy road. My hope is that Judge will turn around and see that he's done something terribly wrong and how much he's hurt this family.
The Millers are passionate about their right to live this way, but the legal case is still ongoing. However, Belinda's daughter Jamie takes a positive view of this unconventional setup.
I would consider being a sister wife and living like this. Because I believe in sister wives. I don't see anything wrong with it. Having more than one wife helps the household a lot. Reba may be a year older than me, but I still consider her a mom.
They hope they find acceptance in the future from their families and their community. While Tom might need two brides in his life, Misty has found the one and only man she needs. It's a big moment for Misty.
Hi.
It's time to show her mum the all-important dress.
My mother's never seen me in a dress before this trip. You dream of this day your whole life, and you want everything to be perfect, and you want to feel pretty. And of course there's anxiety and nerves, like, will they accept you? Will they love you? Will they approve? Here's the big build-up. This is the moment. Is she gonna pretend to like it, or is she really gonna like it?
Isn't it pretty?
Don't cry.
Misty finally has what she's always wanted, her mum's approval.
And this is what her heart has been set on to do, and I'm just so glad that she's doing what she wants to do.
She looked very beautiful coming out in the dress.
Yeah, it was like, this is my moment.
It was intense. It was magical. I felt their approval in their faces before I felt it with their words. Like, just walking out, you could just see them light up. And then they both got tearful, and I'm like, you really like it. And you really accept it and approve it. I truly felt like Cinderella. Oh my goodness, I can be the pretty, pretty princess.
John and his transsexual partner Misty are finally on the cusp of becoming husband and wife.
I have severe anxiety, of course. Nervousness, tension. We had some hiccups and hurdles this morning, but We are here, and we are going to do it.
There might be some more hurdles ahead, because as each of John's groomsmen arrive,
Thanks for coming, man. You got your little something.
he greets them with a stiff drink.
There's a bar at the other side if you want to fill up your flask.
While the girls are getting dolled up,
There is a glass table in the front for the other bar. Do not set it up until the wedding starts, because I don't want people to get alcohol going in.
the boys are getting tanked up.
I appreciate you guys coming here. This means the world to me.
Yes.
Cheers.
John and Misty.
John and Misty.
Yes.
Now, if we do that every time a gravestone arrives, we are going to be trolled.
Nah, no one's getting this.
There's no more left.
Nope.
Suddenly, the heavens open. Some of Misty's bridal party still haven't arrived.
We are backstage in the bridal quarters getting ready. The rain kind of delayed things, so a lot of the girls are just showing up.
But it isn't only outside where the waterworks are happening.
I'm in that place right now. Like, I don't want to cry, but I feel anxiety and a well of emotions. All of a sudden, it hit me like it's happening right now, and there's a whole bunch of people in there. Whew.
Despite all the drama, everything is finally coming together. After 29 years of living as a man and 16 years of rejection from her family, Misty has finally made her dream wedding happen. And now, this woman will marry the man of her dreams. In the absence of her father, Misty has to walk herself down the aisle.
We are gathered here today in the sign of God and the presence of friends and loved ones.
When I was a little girl, I prayed for my future husband. It's okay. It's all right. I can't breathe. I prayed for my future husband. And you're everything I ever prayed for. You're loyal and protective. You're my bodyguard. You're my best friend. You're my soulmate. I love you. I'm so thankful to be your wife. I can't say anymore. That's it.
Having you in my life means the world to me. Having you as a life partner is God's gift to me. And I will do anything to protect you, because you are mine and I am yours.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
What shocked me the most about the ceremony is when I opened the doors and saw all that love and felt all that joy. And those people are here for us, you know? You don't go to people's weddings you don't care about. And that, all of a sudden, just all the warmth and the emotion, and seeing John up there with all the groomsmen and bridesmaids, it was just, whew. I started crying before I even started walking.
I love these guys. I love them to death. I invited them all to come up to Alaska. I think she looks shining. She looks stunning.
Oh, what we're about to do right now, we're about to get a grub on. Just gonna pig out like there's no tomorrow. Get drunk, get laid, maybe.
You're getting laid tonight.
You heard that cut?
We all want someone to love.
There you are. We did have instant chemistry. It's awesome.
But you've never seen love like this before.
Age play makes us stronger as a couple.
Provocative.
Daly and I have always been polyamorous, vampires.
Eye-opening.
To see Monica getting bigger just makes me feel proud.
Outrageous.
I'm wired towards older women.
Proving there's always someone for everyone.
This is the woman of my dreams.
Hi. Or something.
Love you, Vanilla. So sexy.
This is Extreme Love Stories. This time, it's the crazy things that love, extreme love, makes us do. Why is Patty willing to eat herself to death? It's all for the love of a man.
He did give me the attention and affection that I was seeking.
And how did this guy get on board and behind the camera for the love of his woman?
My ass is out there, you can watch it, but you have to submit and you have to pay.
Later, this man thought he'd found a sexy submissive he could dominate. But how will he keep up with her childish demands?
I'm gonna have fits.
But first, will this guy go along with it when he discovers his partner likes it rough? Animal lovers Andrew and Tony met 10 years ago. From the start, Andrew knew that Tony wasn't quite like anyone he'd met before.
The first time I met you, I was dressed as a dog for Halloween.
You showed up late with a little, like, dog nose painted on. Yeah, it didn't seem weird at the time.
I just happened to have all the gear.
I had no idea that I basically learned everything I needed to know about Tony at that moment.
Andrew soon found out that Tony's love of dress-up wasn't just for Halloween.
I've been involved in pet play for my entire life. It involves gear that is restrictive or restraining. For example, leashes, harnesses, mitts on your hands. This is called a show tail. What I've done is I've put it through a dildo harness and then I just wear the dildo harness backwards and that gives the tail better balance. And as you can see, that's a rubber silicone tail, so it wags. And then the most important part of all of this gear is actually this guy, the ball. That's the most important part. My name is Tony, and I'm a human pup.
When it's time for pet play, Tony's name is Pepper, a male dog.
Pepper is the dog I am. Tony is the person I am. Pet play is any time that a person takes on the role of an animal, and they emulate that animal, either through their behavior or their actions. A lot of kids like to play pretend. They like to pretend to be an animal, and they enjoy doing it. I just never grew out of that. And in my adult relationships, it's a way for me to be vulnerable and close with my partner.
Being trainer to your human partner might seem unusual, but Tony's proven to be this man's best friend.
He's a good boy.
I got into pet play through Tony. Once we started dating, handler is a common role for human pups, and I was glad to do it.
They say when the student is ready, the master appears.
When people think about like what pet play is, I would say this is 75% of it right here. It's not like owning a dog is defined primarily by standing at dog shows or like, you know, hunting. For most people, owning a dog is sitting with it on your lap and making one another feel appreciated.
It's an easy thing for me to indulge in.
Imagine if the easiest way to delight your wife was you just throw a ball across the room.
Here, Tony.
Relationships wouldn't fail anymore if that's all you had to do. Pet play is, first of all, great exercise. It's a lot of fun. CrossFit has nothing on pet play. I enjoy running around. I enjoy tug of war.
Drop it.
I enjoy fetch, very typical dog activities.
Tony's passionate about the reason why dogs and humans have such a strong bond.
Dogs make people happy. It's a very good back and forth relationship where they smile and then I'm happy and then they're smiling more because the dog is wagging its tail and then I'm wagging my tail and they're smiling more and you get into this loop of joy.
But Tony and Andrew are very clear about how far they take their puppy play.
The topic of sexuality in pet play can be pretty controversial. We don't make it sexual, but I have nothing against those who do.
I don't think pet play is sexual. I do think that to an extent it is erotic because it is intimate.
One thing's for sure, these two are far from the only lovers of pet play. And they're off to meet some people of a similar breed.
Hey, come on in. We've been in the LA Pony and Critter Club for 6 going on 7 years.
But how will Tony fit in when puppy play goes to the pony's paddock?
I have been training consistently since 2009. Before that, I was a pony.
Wilbur! So Andrew goes doggy style whenever his partner wants it. And in Reno, Nevada, Patty has also transformed herself for love. She used to look like this. And this is how Patty looks now. Until recently, her goal was to get bigger and bigger.
My breakfast consisted of biscuits and gravy, 3 eggs over easy, fried potatoes, bacon, sausage, glass of orange juice.
And all that eating was for the love of one man.
I met him on a phone chat line. He lived in the area. We got together and spent the next 10 years together. I'd say 90% of our relationship revolved around eating. He was just getting happy every time he saw me eat. And the bigger I got, the more he loved it. He had fantasies of being with a girl and making her fatter. He didn't tell me about this till a few years into the relationship.
And while she knew her diet was wrong, she was willing to do it for a guy she thought was Mr. Right.
He did give me the attention and affection that I was seeking, but the outcome, you know, was obviously me being way too big, way too big. Words from the doctor were, you know, that I'm killing myself. My life was spiraling out of control. I kind of lost myself in that relationship, you know, trying to please him too much. My top weight was 722 pounds.
That's 4.5 times the size of an average woman in the United States. At that weight, Patty found life incredibly tough. Then, after 10 years together, her boyfriend left her. Suddenly, she was alone, unable to move, and wondering if her failed relationship would eventually kill her.
Reality was hitting me of what I had done to myself and my body. I hated myself that I would let myself get this big. I was stuck in the bed with nobody to help me. And that's when I knew, okay, I've got to get up. I've got to get out of this bed. And that if I didn't make a change, yeah, I was going to die.
Patty wasn't alone thinking her weight gain was too much. Her adult sons thought they were witnessing their mum eating herself to death.
There is nothing healthy about going to a weight where you have no quality of life. And knowing what type of lively person she is, that was upsetting as her sons, that she would put herself in a situation where she was physically deteriorating.
It gets to a point where his fantasies and her dependency on him was out of hand. We always worried about her passing away because of her weight.
But with Scott and Logan helping at her side, she's made some major changes.
I lost 245 pounds in 19 months. I didn't have weight loss surgery. I did it on my own. I regained a lot of my self-confidence, my self-esteem, wanting to be outdoors, meeting people, and doing things again.
With a new dress size, a new look, and renewed confidence, Patty's been on the prowl and bagged herself a toy boy, 39-year-old boyfriend, Brian.
I met Patty online through basically this one website for women that are not of the socially acceptable skinny weight. There was like a spark or something, and a feeling, an intuition, maybe. What I like about Patty's body is that it's, you know, a lot to hold on to. It's just, it's like a landscape of beautiful, soft loveliness.
But there's a potential problem. Is Patty about to make the same old mistake with a new man?
I no longer have a goal to lose weight.
Deja and Dom live happily together in Ohio.
We met at the strip club that I work at.
But it wasn't until just over a year ago that Dom walked into her life.
He was a customer, and he came in, and we got to talking. And he would come in from there on out like almost every night to come and see me and stuff.
It just kind of sparked up conversation and hit it off.
From the very beginning, their bond has been tight.
I love the way you look. I think he's handsome. I love that he's very kind to me. Like he.
Gonna make me blush.
Oh, you better blush.
When I met her, it's just I needed to be right where I'm at right now, right next to her, and it was like I was missing something, and I just had to get it.
But Dom had a secret side of himself that he needed to reveal.
38 years old now. I'd probably say I've been in BDSM probably since 18, 19 years old.
BDSM, or bondage, domination, and sadomasochism, covers a range of interests between consenting adults.
I mean, it could be anything from you wanted to spank somebody or do this or choke them or, you know, walking somebody around with a leash. Anybody's little side kink that they like, it's got a BDSM spot for it.
At first, Deja didn't know what to make of it.
Dom started talking about BDSM, and I was like, I know, this is just a new experience, so I guess we're gonna see, maybe. He would send me these memes, and they were like of these rope bondages, and they would say stuff on them and stuff, and I'd be like, yeah, that looks cool, you know?
I know, you can't really just come out right to...
I want to tie you to the chair.
Yeah, it's like, I want to tie you up, choke you, and spank you. You know, you can't
I feel like that's like a good pickup line.
But luckily for Dom, without much prodding or paddling, Deja was keen to give it a go for the guy she loves.
I was down. I was like, yeah, let's do this. And he just insisted upon me doing all this research.
I just wanted you to have a little bit of a foundation to know what you were about to get into.
Right, and I did because I was like ready. I was like, yeah.
They now live in a relationship where Dom has complete control over Deja.
Yes, sir.
But there were quite a few ground rules to establish before Deja would fully accept what Dom wanted from her and before the ropes could come out.
We literally sit down and it's like, this is a hard limit, this is a soft limit. Like if somebody says no, no is no. You don't go over that.
Well, sometimes in BDSM, no is yes.
Well, that's also discussed as well. That's why like the safe words are outlandish words that obviously are
It
like...
might be a popsicle or a cupcake or something like that.
Yeah, ours is not popsicle or cupcake.
So, although they're not married, they tie the knot several nights a week.
I like the rope and the blindfold, just because it heightens your other senses and stuff. You never know what's gonna happen next. It's kind of like a good movie.
You know, when you're in a BDSM style relationship, there's a big trust.
BDSM with the floggers and the crops and the rope. Yeah, sign me up, bend me over, spank me.
But that's only half the story. Deja's got a kink of her own.
I'm gonna have a fit.
And it's gonna need a lot of patience and acceptance from Dom.
Daddy!
While Dom and Deja choose to spend all their time in the bedroom, thanks to her extreme love, Patty has become a prisoner in hers. She used to be in a toxic relationship with a feeder.
My weight when I was my heaviest was 722 pounds.
Since they broke up, she's lost an astonishing 245 pounds. But new boyfriend Brian is also a lover of larger ladies.
Well, I'm attracted to larger women. It's just, you know, who I am.
And there's a danger that all Patty's hard work losing weight might be undone.
Our relationship progressed pretty fast. We talked a few months, and within the next 3 months, Brian moved in with me. He left California and came here to me.
Brian's been so eager to please that he's ended up taking on a lot of the tasks that kept Patty moving.
Brian helps me a lot around the house as far as doing chores, like washing dishes. He'll get me stuff out of the closet, you know, cleaning counters, vacuuming, things like that he'll handle.
Luckily for Patty, Brian genuinely loves her, so he is committed to helping her lose weight and become more active.
Brian is helping me lose weight by exercising, a lot of exercise. He keeps me active, he keeps me moving. I exercise about 20 minutes 5 days a week.
I know, I'm pushing her harder. I'm pushing her harder than she needs to be, but...
Yeah, but he always pushes me harder, and
that's what you have to do.
He's a motivator, so.
That's what you have to do. If you're gonna work out, you're gonna work out. I'm helping Patty lose weight by having an instituted exercise regime because I want her to be around. And, yeah. Sorry. That's how much I love her.
Now, Patty's diet has been transformed.
The kind of healthy meals we cook are anything we make, we include greens, whether it's spinach, kale, lettuce, even if it's spaghetti, he'll throw in greens. I would say my goal is to remain active, healthy, whether I lose weight or not. I just want to be active so we can enjoy the outdoors and our life together. I don't have a, I want to lose another 200-pound goal. I want to be happy, active, and healthy, and stay in love. Losing weight and meeting Brian has given me a better outlook on life because I have a reason now to want to stay happy from my weight loss, but also enjoying it with somebody that I really love.
And with her increased stamina, there are some other exercises he's been helping her with.
Our sex life is too hot for TV, basically.
He handles me so well, it makes me move so much that I'm actually sore sometimes.
Sexercise is a real thing. I mean, what if you're gonna exercise, you might as well enjoy it.
There doesn't seem to be any limit to what Brian will do for love. So with a partner who has her health at heart, it should be happily ever after for Patty.
I scored big time. I won the gold medal in the Olympics of love.
In Ohio, Deja has agreed to be all tied up by her boyfriend Dom. But luckily for him, she loves it.
Yeah, sign me up. Bend me over, spank me.
But while Deja was researching BDSM for Dom, she realized she had a kink of her own.
He used to call me a brat. That was something he'd say, I know what you are, you're a brat. I Googled brat, you know, like what bratting is. I was like, I like all this stuff. Like, I like this stuff, let's do this. And he's like, well, I've never done that before, we could try it. And I was like, yes. Yeah, I could be a brat. I named this one after my daddy.
Daddy loves you, princess.
Deja likes to behave and be treated like a child, making her what is known as a little.
Little space is basically when you kind of like age regress. This is Tiny, and this is Sunny. This one's supposed to smell like mint. It's like carefree. You just basically play. This one plays peekaboo. In that instance, like, I really don't have any like responsibility in that moment. I don't have to worry about, I wonder if that bill is due tomorrow, or I wonder, you know, if I left the stove on. It's basically a headspace that you go in, and it's kind of like a de-stress. Like, some people de-stress by working out. I like to de-stress in little space.
So Dom has found himself taking on the role of daddy.
Kind of like a learning curve for me.
The little space is more of the needy side. You know, I need you to take care of me. I need you to comfort me. I need to know that you're here to make sure that I'm okay and such like.
I just lost my straw.
Here, take this one.
Thank you. Yeah.
And it took some getting used to.
Frustration is a big part of it, you know, because whenever you're talking to, you know, Deja in little space, I mean, like, you have to repeat yourself. You have to make sure that they're paying attention. You have to, hey, did you hear what I said? Tell me what I just said to you. patience level has to be heightened a bunch.
For this pair, the daddy-dom little girl relationship is strictly non-sexual.
In my mind, they're separate things. Like, sex is for adults. It's always for adults. It's not, you're not supposed to sexualize, you know, things that are childlike. I know that's like a lot of people have a hard time. They start thinking of all these outlandish things like, oh my gosh, you're a pedophile. Oh my God, you're incestual. Or like, they go on this whole entire rant of like, that's so disgusting. Now, ours is non-sexual. There are people who do it sexually, but they're doing it with other consenting adults. And if that's their cup of tea, to each their own, it's not ours.
So for little girl Deja to get what she wants, there are certain rules she's expected to follow.
One of my rules is I have to have eye contact when he's talking to me, because if I don't, then he doesn't know that I'm paying attention or listening. Another rule I have is I check in every 2 hours when we're apart. My other rule is I can't say the F word. That's bad.
What's my name?
Oh, yes, and the last rule I have is I'm supposed to call him Daddy. His name is Daddy at all times. Love you, Daddy.
But when Deja misbehaves, Dom, the Dom, parcels out her punishments.
I have to do lines when I break a rule or I get in trouble. Like the first thing that I had to write lines for, I had to write like 66 times because I was neglecting to call him Daddy. When I have to write lines, it's like the worst punishment. I will always call Daddy by his name, which is Daddy, which is a very long sentence.
They're going to be like Dr. Seuss sentences soon.
No. Bella's here! Yay!
She's been given permission to have a friend over, who is also a little for a slumber party.
Are you falling for your crush too quickly?
Dom's come full circle from tying up and spanking her.
Yeah, I figured I'd be like their little butler for a while. I have no idea how to make no tea.
To treating her like a little princess at a tea party.
Might want to blow on it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Ah, the things we do for love. While Dom deals with his daddy issues, Andrew's playing trainer to his partner Tony, who identifies as a dog.
Pet play is any time that a person takes on the role of an animal and they emulate that animal.
Here, Tony.
And here, in a quiet suburb of LA, Andrew's taking his pet partner out for a romp.
Very good.
This is Anne, not Seabiscuit. She's the one in the riding pants. She's the founder of the LA Pony and Critter Club.
And move out. I have been training consistently since 2009. Before that, I was a pony.
Anne spent years trotting around doing animal role play and having the time of her life.
Beauty is my pony persona. I love Beauty. I'm one of those ponies that just totally lets go. There's no humanity left, and I'm over here being a pony. That's what I did for my kink, my fun, my personal time. Yay.
Anne seldom plays pony herself these days because, like Andrew, she's all about giving others the freedom to express themselves.
All right, move out. Go. I wanted to do animal role play not just as individuals, but I wanted to round up together animals, different human animals, so that we could do different social games. I think that we have all worked together to have each other be less shy and more open. We found a safe space where we're welcome. Come right here. And we're able to explore and become more than we thought we could be.
The LA Pony and Critter Club now has a staggering 200 members, and with a variety of horses, dogs, and other livestock, membership is fairly stable.
The event today is a play date. They're informal. They can be everything from 3 people to 25 people.
You heard it from the horse's mouth.
Much as we all love our awards and ribbons, it's very much everyone being there for and cheering for everyone else.
And for Anne, the reactions of her play pets are what makes it all worth the effort.
We have just the best time. Every time I do one, it's like the best time of my life. It's the best moment of my life. Oh, this is the best moment of my life.
For Tony, joining this group has been eye-opening.
We've been in the LA Pony and Critter Club for 6 going on 7 years. Within the larger club, we do fox hunts, we have dog shows, we have herding events. Anything a dog can do, a human can do. I've made a lot of friends through the pet play community, and a lot of my community and social interaction comes from these pet play events. So it's not just part of my identity, it's also part of my support structure in my life.
Hey, whatever I got here. What do I got here?
Oh, give me that. I consider myself very open. That being said, my family have a general idea that I'm into some kinky stuff, but we don't talk about it.
I think people misunderstand pet play because they see a collection of ideas that aren't normally next to each other, namely animals, sex, adults pretending, and they immediately get an alarmed sense that something's wrong. I think everyone should feel comfortable exploring the limits of their creativity and imagination, and most of us have grown up in a culture that strongly discourages you from taking it too far. I appreciate that I'm married to someone who encourages me to explore my imagination and my interests wherever they lead, and I try to do the same.
Yeah, my mouth tastes like wood chips.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I think everyone should try it once, and if they like it, they should try it a second time.
Tony's very proud to show off all the awards collared during their doggy days.
A lot of pet shows give out ribbons and awards, so I've won quite a few. This is the High Point Award for Puppy Palooza, won this honking big ribbon. These are for fox hunts that I participated in, and then these are for races, agility courses. Most of these are actually probably agility. I'm very good at agility. These two are the best ones I have because these are my two best in shows. I got these at DomCon. I won twice, and it was 2 years in a row, 2014 and 2015. So far, the only pet who's won 2 in a row. But for now, I'm the reigning champion.
It looks like every dog has its day. It was a love of fast cars that brought Crystal and Joey together.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Joey was in a car club, and I also had a custom car, and we met there, and I thought, oh, he's cute, but he was kind of acting like an idiot. Kind of still does. Long story short, I chased him for about half a year, and here we are.
But after 12 years of marriage, things changed for the couple when a new member joined the car club.
I was 19 years old, and I saw Crystal there. She didn't look like anyone I've ever seen around here, and I was just so intrigued by her. We became friends instantly, and then Crystal and I became really, really close.
I could tell by the way that she talked about Jamie and the way that she, frequently mentioned her, and I could tell there was more there than what, two people would have as friends. It was deeper than a friendship.
As we got to know each other a little more, we kind of just developed a romantic liking to each other. It just kind of happened.
It did. It just happened. I asked Crystal to be my girlfriend first.
Which I was like, I'm married. How does that work?
For both women, this was a completely new kind of relationship.
It was the first time that I'd ever been in a relationship with a girl. But also, it was very easy for me. It just happened. I didn't think, oh, I'm in a relationship with a girl.
In most marriages, the result of all this would be divorce. But not for these three.
I gave them my blessing completely when it came to, you know, forming the relationship. I never felt threatened by Jamie at all. I never thought that she was coming into the family to break it up or to take Crystal away from me.
Remarkably, Joey was on board with the whole thing.
I talked to Joey about it. I'm like, is this okay? And he was like, yeah, of course. Anything that ever happened between me and her, like even before we were actually girlfriends, like I was always like, you know, like, is it okay if I kiss her? And just stuff like that.
And of course, Joey, being the man that he is, said, of course it's okay that you kiss her. Can I watch?
With Joey's curiosity heightened, things quickly heated up.
At one point in time, she moved into the house.
And it was at this point that the junior member of the household had something to say.
When Jamie came, I was like, wait, who's this?
That's right, Joey and Crystal have a son.
So she just started living in my house. And I was told she was gonna be my mom, and I'm like, oh, okay. They told me it's lucky to have two moms, but I don't know.
Coming into this relationship with a couple that has a child was very exciting to me. I absolutely love children.
He is the one that actually took it upon himself to call her mom or Mama Jamie. We never, ever forced that on him.
Oh, shoot. I'm terrible. It took me a little bit of time, but not that long. It was fine.
Jameson is my baby. He's my son. I love him, you know, so much, and I would do anything in the whole world for him.
I think it's pretty fun to have two moms.
Here's another lady in the house who, you know, is good to him, does things for him, you know, and he relied on her, and it just came naturally. He was just, you know, mom.
Seeing all this unfold in front of him had a profound effect on Joey.
I developed feelings for Jamie.
Joey and we fell in love.
While one couple struggles to share their love with a third partner, this young woman in Mexico wants to share hers with the world. Love makes us do all sorts of crazy things. Effie and Walter do those crazy things online. Quite explicitly, as it turns out.
I love that video. I have sex in the internet. My ass is out there. You can watch it, but you have to submit and you have to pay.
That's right, Effie and Walter are porn stars. But this isn't your usual type of porn.
We joined Make Love Not Porn in 2013.
The couple upload their videos to Make Love Not Porn, a website filled with user-generated sex videos where members like Effie and Walter offer their films for subscribers to rent.
Hey there, this is Effie and Walter.
We felt that it was something that could really help us understand ourselves and each other.
Effie had been through the traumatic experience of being sexually assaulted and had completely lost her confidence. Their videos helped her find her sexual self again.
For a while, sex was really hard for me and my self-image was so destroyed. Watching porn after the assault was really something that I didn't like because porn is all about domination and, submitting women to something, to a sexual object. And finding this platform also made me thought that it could help other women and it could give them this space to find out what sex is really about.
She asked Walter to become her leading man, and they made a decision to bare all to the world.
We made a video, we submitted, had really good response. Oh, I think that's our first video. We were all covered up in the sheets at first because I was really shy to show up my body. At the end, I was just like, whatever. There were comments like, oh, Effie has a great body, or oh, she's so beautiful, or those kind of things. And I don't know, I just instantly felt a little better about myself and about everything, about sex, about us.
As they got more comfortable filming themselves, their videos have become more and more adventurous.
This one gets a lot of rants. I'm not sure why, maybe because of the camera angle.
You can let go of yourself and you can be yourself, and knowing that someone's going to watch it and share it. You know, it's like sex utopia. We really like to experiment, to have more fun. I like to turn to the camera now and then. We're having sex, but you're watching, so it's like this kind of fun thing to do.
But telling their loved ones takes a whole new level of confidence.
My friends know, my boss knows. I even told to random strangers. I became friends too, you know, in parties and things like that. We haven't told our parents because, well, you know, Catholic, straight parents, they're not going to receive it really well, I think. Yeah, it's
gonna be a hard one.
I think it was something that helped us and really made us feel even more comfortable.
It has really changed me. It has really put me in a different place where I may not expect it to be ever.
I'm really proud of being part of Make Love Not Porn. It really helped me empower my sexuality and to realize how important sex is in a woman's life.
In Arkansas, Jamie has moved in with Joey, Crystal, and their son Jameson. She's Crystal's girlfriend and has become a second mum to Jameson. But that's not all.
I developed feelings for Jamie.
Joey and I, we fell in love.
When it came to addressing the situation, things went from uncomfortable to critical.
I told the two of them in a group setting that I had feelings for Jamie. Crystal took it pretty hard. She was pretty upset at the whole situation.
I got kicked out of the house. That's whenever all that shit spiraled out of control. I mean, like, I remember thinking, hold up, like, we just started a relationship, like, you can't even let us have a relationship before you get in it. I had a hard time with it.
I mean, every relationship has ups and downs, and it was definitely a down.
So, with a husband and a wife in love with her, which one is Jamie dating now?
I'm just in love and happy, and I'm in a relationship with two people.
She's with both of them. Instead of breaking up the marriage, the three of them decided to give it a go in a polyamorous relationship.
Whenever you get into this, you have no idea. There's no set rules or anything.
There's nothing out there for us to reference. So, you know, like we don't see people that do this and know, you know, there's no
like a how-to guide.
They now live together as a threesome.
If someone would have asked me 5 years ago, hey, in 5 years, do you think that you could bring someone else into your relationship? I would have been like, no, there's no way. But now, I mean, I can't imagine it without her.
While they're very satisfied with the new arrangement, convincing other members of the family wasn't so easy.
My mom was not happy at all. Like, we had full-blown screaming matches on the phone. Joey's parents, we had a pretty good falling out with them in the beginning. Jamie, her dad, he kind of just doesn't accept it. They still don't really have a father-daughter relationship.
Even close friends have an opinion.
I always knew them as just Joey and Crystal. You know, I'm from the South. I have a pretty big religious background. Definitely not the route I go, but, you know, never gonna turn my back on them no matter what.
Of course, there are bumps in the road.
The challenges in being in a relationship with two people at the same time is you have to keep two people happy at all times.
Died and all y'all are doing is laughing. You are 2 foot above the ground.
Whenever you fight, you do get ganged up on because two people are going to agree most of the time.
But there's also plenty of smooth riding.
How it works in the bedroom? Works out very well.
I mean, we all say that it's like better whenever we're all involved. I mean, have an extra somebody there. But whether it's one-on-one or two-on-one, it's all free here.
I mess with the makeup.
We're all together as much as we can be. There are times where it's just me and Crystal. There are times it's me and Jamie. There are times where it's just them two. It's just kind of a matter of like, you know, the circumstances. A lot of my friends are definitely jealous of the situation. I get a lot of high fives from it.
The trio may even add to their family.
Joey and I do plan on having a baby very soon, hopefully. I'm not pregnant and I'm not trying to get pregnant, but eventually, very soon, I will be. I just know it.
We all know how babies are made. We're just gonna, like, you know, get some practice in. And
While it seems to work as a threesome, they haven't ruled out spreading their love even further.
As far as someone like coming into our relationship, or if another one of us wanting to add someone, I really, I guess it's kind of a mixed thing because I thought we were gonna get a hot Australian chick and Crystal's not down with it appears so. Jamie's down with it, but maybe we'll just work on her.
Hot Australian chick accepted.
Oh my God.
We all want someone to love.
There you are. We did have instant chemistry. It's awesome.
But you've never seen love like this before.
Age play makes us stronger as a couple.
Provocative.
Daly and I have always been polyamorous, vampires.
Eye-opening.
To see Monica getting bigger just makes me feel proud.
Outrageous.
I'm wired towards older women.
Proving there's always someone for everyone.
This is the woman of my dreams.
Hi. Or something.
Love you, Vanilla. So sexy.
This is Extreme Love Stories. This time on Extreme Love Stories. How does it feel when your girlfriend has been seen naked by thousands of other men?
It took a little getting used to when we first started dating.
This woman pays for cuddle time. But what does her husband think?
Many people would think it was odd that I access cuddling services because I'm married, but screw it.
And we meet a Brazilian couple who are small in stature but have big ambitions.
A gente vai sim tentar pleitear o menor casal do mundo através do Guinness Book.
But first, find out how this Texas couple keep the kink fresh and alive in their marriage. Together 7 years, Logan and Daly are just your regular everyday couple.
First time I ever met Daly, I had an immediate connection with her.
Logan started hosting these events at his nightclub, and I started assisting with them. He spent the next 2 years asking me out. We went on a date. We were sitting at the table, and he reached out and he touched my hand, and it was like this electricity. I remember going to the bathroom and calling my best friend and being like, I'm going home with this guy. Like, that's what's gonna happen tonight. I'm going home with this guy.
Daly, I refer to as my soulmate. I love everything about her.
The stakes are higher than usual because there's something unique about this couple.
My name is Daly South. I'm along with my husband, Logan, the vampire king and queen of Austin.
Daly and Logan live their lives day to day, or rather night to night, as vampires. They've ruled for 6 years now, running the Austin chapter of the Vampire Society. But they've both identified as vampires for half of their lives.
The majority of vampires commonly awaken during puberty.
I had my vampiric awakening when I was 15 years old. Being a vampire isn't something that you can just choose. It is something you are born with. It is something that is a part of you.
They sleep during the day to avoid the sun.
Whenever I am in the sun for long periods of time, first I get a pretty bad headache, along with nausea, shaky, kind of tremors.
I go into direct sunlight as little as possible. I would say maybe a grand total of an hour a week, if that.
Vampires like Logan and Daly have one major need, and it's disturbingly simple.
A vampire is someone that, for one reason or another, needs to take in human energy in the form of blood or psychic energy or sexual energy to keep themselves healthy.
These two have a craving that can only be quenched one way.
I drink human blood from a donor once a month. I do it because I have to.
The journey to vampirism started in an average high school, in an average neighborhood, in an average city.
The first time I ever drank blood, it was actually a really intense experience for me because I remember sitting in my English class and I started to feel this intense thirst that I'd never felt before. I ran to the first water fountain I could find and I just started gulping down water. I didn't feel any less thirsty. And at that point, I happened to run into one of my friends in the hallway that had been helping me through my awakening, and they said, "Oh, this is what you're experiencing, let's go find your donor." So we found my friend, and they pulled out a lancet, and I drank from them, and it was immediately gone.
First time I ever consumed blood, it was empowering, heightened all of my senses and sensations, a rush.
Logan and Daly don't just need blood in the bedroom, they need new blood in the form of another woman.
I don't like the way blood tastes. I find it inconvenient to have to do regularly. I'm someone that needs it, but I'm not a big fan of it. For Logan, it can be very sexual for him.
But sometimes Logan's appetite is too much for Daly to take.
I'm sorry, I can't handle this.
Life as a vampire is far from simple. But life in New York can run you just as ragged and sometimes leave you feeling lonely. That's especially true for budding actress Saskia.
I'm very busy. On a typical day, I have to make it to the gym, which is really hard because my body's already tired. And then I will go online and submit for a bunch of acting auditions. The other night, I was up till 3:30 in the morning.
So when she misses the company of a man, Saskia has a unique solution.
Right now, I'm feeling excited, and I can't wait for Ian to get here. And I only get to do this once every 2 or 3 weeks.
They do have a very physical relationship.
Do you want to be a big spoon or a little spoon?
I want to start out being the big spoon.
Okay.
I love how it makes my body feel, and I love that it takes away anxiety. I'm gonna put my feet on your feet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna take my glasses off.
Okay.
Saskia is paying $80 per hour for a cuddling service, which makes Ian a professional cuddlist.
Is definitely a form of therapy, but what's so great about it is you don't have to dive into any of your problems at all.
What I get from my clients is that it's a way of expressing feelings in a way that they don't have otherwise.
Before she paid for cuddles, Saskia had limited outlets for affection.
I would just hug my friends as much as possible when I saw them, and my mom. So, and I've also been to like group counseling stuff where people do a lot of hugging. So I really didn't get enough hugs, to be honest with you.
Her need for contact was so great, she was happy to give cuddling services a try. So when Saskia found out about Cuddlist.com, she selected a suitably handsome hugger and booked her first session.
It was definitely a little bit weird the first time I met Ian because he was a stranger. So to go from, "Hi, I'm Saskia," to, "Hey, let's cuddle on my couch," it seems like going way too fast.
But because it's organized that way, it's okay.
But there is one potential problem with Saskia's choice.
I mean, I know probably many people would think it was odd that I access cuddling services because I'm married, but screw it. I don't really care what anybody else thinks. My husband and I, we don't live together full-time because I'm pursuing an acting career here in New York City.
I don't think it's a strange thing to do at all. Saskia and I have a monogamous relationship, but I don't feel that cuddling violates the integrity of that. I think it's a bridge between massage and emotional therapy. I'm an advocate of it.
He's happy for me that I can be more comfortable and more fulfilled in my daily life.
There are strict boundaries when it comes to booking a cuddlist.
I get a lot of clients. Some of them, they think we're gonna have sex or something like that. Sex is a thing, and it exists, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for something else.
Quite luckily, we have good friendship chemistry. We don't have attraction chemistry.
I'm a total professional.
It just feels good physically. I have not been sick in the last year, not even a cold. I don't know if that's why, but.
So thank you for having me.
Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, so.
I have to let you up now, don't I?
Mm-hmm. A little bit, just a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, take care.
Bye.
Ian's work is varied because no two cuddles are exactly the same.
Well, I've been a cuddlist for a few months now. I have all kinds of clients, all kinds of ages, men, women, older clients, younger clients. I think that this is something that's really important to people. I see how it helps people, and I understand why they want to do it. Not many of my clients are beautiful women. People who say that this is weird, I would say that, yes, you're right, it's weird. Your hair is weird, those shoes, everything about you is pretty weird. But weird is just a word for I'm not comfortable because I don't understand what that means for me.
And as for Saskia,
it makes me happy and it gives me a sense of freedom. Like, wow, I can have this and I'm not breaking any rules. I'm not breaking an agreement with my husband. I'm getting enough cuddling now. It doesn't preoccupy me anymore.
While Saskia seems to have found her perfect cuddle buddy, in Brazil, Paulo and Katusha also seem to be a perfect fit for each other.
Basicamente, é casal normal, só estatura pouco menor.
They both have forms of dwarfism. Neither had dated anyone else before they met, but they've been together now for 8 years.
Minha altura é 89,5. 88,5 centímetros de altura. Eu acho que nós somos os menores casais do mundo.
Their combined height is just under 5 feet 10 inches. If they were to marry, they would enter the Guinness Book of Records as the world's shortest married couple by an inch. However, when they initially chatted online, the path to true love started off very bumpy.
Primeira vez que eu comecei a conversar com o Paulo, ele era muito chato. Ele era extremamente... tinha umas contadinhas baratas e eu bloqueei ele. Ficou bloqueado no meu MSN por 1 ano e meio. Aí, um dia à noite, caiu um raio na minha cabeça e eu fui e desbloqueei ele. Mas, tipo, já tava mais sociável. Primeira vez que nós nos encontramos, eu falo assim que foi a pior dia da minha vida, porque eu ainda sou muito tímida. Eu lembro que tava com uma camiseta laranja, uma calça jeans e um óculos de pagodeiro. Meu Deus do céu! Nossa senhora, mas tudo bem, graças a Deus ele evoluiu. Todos vibram. Eu achei ela bonita desde o primeiro momento.
And now, Paulo has a very important question.
Tá chegando a hora. A hora que eu vou pedir a mão da Katusha em casamento. Meu, tô super nervoso. Tudo que eu pesquisei, tudo que eu planejei em falar, eu vou deixar de lado. Eu vou fazer aquilo que vem no meu coração. Vai ser tudo no improviso. Os meus amigos não sabem que eu vou pedir a mão dela em casamento. Se ela
Dizer não, a pessoa torce por mim, tá?
Paulo has good reason to be nervous because Katusha's attitude to marriage is far from clear.
Olha, o futuro, meus planos, eu não sou muito boa para planos para futuro. Quem sabe, mas assim, futuro a Deus pertence, a gente nunca pode falar que não vai ter, né? Jamais.
Paulo has invited his friends along to their favorite restaurant to ask the most important question of his life.
Meu, eu estou tenso. Porque vai ser na hora que eu peço ela em casamento, ela fala não. Imagina o mico que eu vou pagar na frente dos meus amigos, dos nossos convidados.
In Las Vegas, Ali is making breakfast for her boyfriend Mike. No surprise to learn, she works in the hospitality business.
It doesn't bother me that she is with other men as far as work. Yeah, it's a job.
Let's not forget, I have sex with women too, so it's not just men. I'm Allie Hayes, and I am an adult film actress.
Ali is a real people person, and she's very, very popular.
I've been in the business for 8 years now. I've always, identified my sexuality as bisexual, and I never realized how much of a sexual being I really was. And that to have an outlet to participate in and then also use as a career is quite amazing, in my opinion. I definitely won the lottery. I'm very thankful.
Ali starred in over 350 films and television series, including classics such as Star Wars XXX, a porn parody, Dirty Little Sex Dolls, and Secrets of Sex Island.
One of my favorite parts about being in the business is I choose my partners, and most of the partners that I work with are married and are married to co-workers of mine, and we all know each other and we all hang out.
We have a lot of friends that are in the industry, but it's not like we're all having Friday night orgies or anything like that.
Don't ruin the fantasy.
They started dating 4 years ago. They met through a mutual friend and now live together.
I called my mom. I left her a message and I said, hey, I've been dating this girl. I've got to tell you something though. She's actually a porn star. She was like, oh my God, thank God. I thought you were going to tell me she was pregnant or something. I was like, no. My mom was like, I don't care what she does for.
Mike was oblivious to Ali's fame, at least to begin with.
I had no idea what she did for a living when I first met her.
When we first got together, he didn't really realize how popular I am or knowing how active I am. He really didn't know a lot of that.
Especially when you see that she's as successful as she was,
As I am, sir.
Many men would feel threatened by their girlfriend having such an unconventional job.
It took a little getting used to when we first started dating, but you can't base your relationship around what each other's careers are. Yeah, I know other guys have seen her naked, obviously. Wow, that's weird. She definitely earns a more comfortable living.
It's just the opposite of a regular couple where the husband makes more money.
Oh yeah, we're all paying the same bills.
But we both work hard.
For Mike, her videos can make for uncomfortable viewing.
I do not watch her videos. Nothing against them. I just got her right beside me. You know what I mean?
Why watch me do dirty things on film when I can do them to you, right?
Bingo.
Ali's success has brought a certain amount of fame, especially with men.
Being recognized in public is kind of hit and miss. I always feel bad when I'm at an airport bar and I'll meet a really nice couple and they're sitting there and they're chatting with me. And, usually it'll be the husband and he'll be like, why do you look so familiar? And at that point, I'm like, foot in your mouth, man, foot in your mouth.
But according to Mike, Ali's career is definitely not a long-term option.
When we plan on having kids, we discuss when she's gonna stop. We're just thinking of what the future holds, and it's not something that's gonna last forever. You should stop.
And if Ali retires from performing in porn, there's gonna be more pressure on Mike to take up the slack in the sack.
Maybe he gets annoyed with the fact that I want to have sex all the time.
You got shit to do.
While Mike and Ali consider adding to their family, Logan is realizing that adding a third person to his marriage comes with all sorts of complications. Husband and wife, Logan and Daly are the king and queen of the vampire court of Austin. They wear fangs. She's had her ears surgically altered. And as if that weren't enough, they have a blood donor for their regular need to feed.
Daly and I usually feed from Alona about once or twice a month.
It's a good idea to know your donor. We have them tested every 6 months for blood-borne illnesses. It's the same tool diabetics use to prick their finger. You get just the right amount of blood without causing too much of a overflow that you don't need. It's not a sexual aspect for me. I'm not turned on while I'm drinking blood. It's just something that, you know, hey, it's been a month, I probably need to feed, I've been feeling a little down, do you mind?
It may not be very pleasurable for Daly, but for Logan, the relationship with their donor has turned into something a lot more involved.
He's always been very, drawn to the aspect of intimacy and that primal urge.
There is a sense of, a very sexual nature to it, because it is someone taking you in.
There's another factor that separates Logan and Daly from your typical couple, aside from the fangs, blood-sucking, and scary goat eyes, that is.
Daly and I have always been polyamorous. We've always had an open relationship. From the moment that we first got together, I was actually dating someone else at the time when I started dating her.
He was very upfront with me when we first met. He said, hey, this is what I've always been. This is what I do. I'm open, I'm poly, and that's just who I am. I can't change that. And I said, okay, well, I've never really tried it, but I like you a lot, so let's give it a go.
Yes, they're polyamorous vampires. It was 2 years ago, while Logan and Daly were planning their vampire wedding, that Alona offered to be their donor. But Logan quickly took it a step further.
The first night that we brought Alona back, Daly actually was feeling tired, and so we played, and you were just dynamite in every way. Before I knew it, she was at my house all week.
I spent probably 3 or 4 days with them as soon as I met them.
Even though the wedding was imminent, Logan had a proposition for Daly.
I remember Logan coming up to me and he was like, oh, you think we should we both date her? And I'm like, well, we can give it a try. It's, we just got engaged. There's a lot going on in our lives, but I'm totally down to give it a try.
Despite Daly's reservations, Alona ended up dating the pair of them.
She was really the first girl that I ever was in a relationship with. I didn't really engage in any activities, but I know that they did.
Although they all connected romantically, it was really only Logan and Alona who connected physically. So while he and Alona were in the bedroom, Daly was busy planning the wedding.
My relationship with Daly is a bit of a roller coaster. It was difficult.
Don't complain.
I'll just be here.
There was a lot of dishonesty and a lot of distrust. I'm trying to plan this super extravagant wedding and focus on my marriage with my husband, and I'm having to also, be there for her, and it was just becoming too much for me.
So Daly cut her romantic ties with Alona, leaving Logan with a fiancé and a girlfriend, with a wedding just around the corner.
The wedding was intense.
I am yours, faithfully, for all time, and for whatever lies beyond.
It was a true vampiric wedding.
And what's more, Logan managed to heavily involve his girlfriend in the ceremony.
She was a bridesmaid in our wedding and all that, so it was something that was really upsetting for me.
Now, 2 years later, Alona has become a permanent fixture in their vampire marriage.
Daly and I live together here with my girlfriend, Alona.
Alona lives here. She has her own room upstairs, but she sleeps in our bed sometimes.
But after so long together, the cracks are more obvious than ever.
Daly and Alona, there will always be tensions, there will always be disagreements or fights or, certain edges of personalities that rub the wrong way.
I say in a perfect world we'd all be in one big bed together, but Daly would be very annoyed with us most of the time because we're very loud.
And despite the fact his wife and his lover often struggle to get along, Logan plans to up the stakes in his relationship with Alona. In 2 days' time, he's going to carry out an ancient and secretive siring ritual to permanently commit to her.
Siring can traditionally be used as a term to mean one vampire turning another person into a vampire. It's not exactly how that works. It will mostly be a bonding ritual that we do to kind of signify, my dedication to her.
It's a kind of unofficial supernatural coupling. In addition to his vampire marriage to Daly, after 2 years as his live-in lover, it means a lot to Ilona.
Probably more excited than I should be about the whole siren thing. But I am excited to have the commitment to Logan.
And Daly has very little to say about it. Paolo and Katusha have been together for 8 years.
Até mais tarde.
But tonight, he's going to blindside her with a giant, life-changing surprise.
A hora que eu vou pedir a mão da Catiúcia em casamento. Meu, tô super nervoso. Como todos sabem, a gente já faz 8 anos que a gente tá junto, entre união estável e namoro. Do tempo, eu queria compartilhar com vocês e aproveitar e fazer o pedido para ela.
Pedido o quê?
Se você quer casar comigo.
Você tá bem? Febre?
Eu tô falando sério, você quer casar
Verdade?
comigo?
Claro que eu quero, né? Depois da proposta de casamento, eu me senti enforcada.
With the proposal accepted, the couple throw themselves into wedding planning. And while they make a small bride and groom, their appetites are as big as anyone else's.
Essa parte aqui é a melhor, viu, gente, de casar.
And because she can't select a wedding dress off the rack, Katusha's outfit is going to be one expensive custom-made garment.
Nossa. Imagina, amor. Tem que abrir depois pra mim?
Eu levo uma tesoura já.
Ah. Fica bem delicado.
There are a lot of decisions to be made before the big day.
Eu adorei.
Então, combinado então?
Combinado.
Agora o restante eles vão ver somente no dia.
Só no dia.
Porque noiva é uma surpresa.
As the wedding draws closer, Paolo is keen to keep focus on an ambition of his.
A gente casando, a gente vai sim tentar pleitear o menor casal do mundo, através do Guinness Book.
But Katusha isn't as concerned.
O mais importante pra mim hoje é a busca da felicidade, amor, gratidão sempre. Agora, pessoal, é casar, é ter a nossa casa, ter os nossos cachorros. Ser feliz, né? Ser feliz, acho que é o que basta.
While one couple prepare for their big day, Logan prepares himself for a standoff. He lives in his Texas ranch with his vampire wife, Daly, his girlfriend, Ilona, some wolves, and to complicate matters further, his parents.
I would say I have a fantastic relationship with my parents. I can't say that I always listen to their advice. Ilona moved in, and that was kind of sudden. They weren't really too thrilled that we were together, and definitely kind of balked at the polyamorous notion.
Logan's plan to commit more deeply to his lover Ilona with the ancient siring ritual is going to be a hard sell to his traditional parents, but an important one, so he's even prepared to take them on in broad daylight.
You know, it was 104 today.
That does not surprise me. It's Texas.
I'm just beaten.
First of all, before I say anything else, I would hope that you can be accepting.
Jump in there, Dad.
I don't understand it, okay? You're married to Daly.
Last time I checked.
She's your wife.
Yes.
I saw you and Daly at your wedding.
Mm-hmm.
I saw with my own eyes your love for Daly. When I see another woman hanging on to you, kissing you or whatever,
And you ignoring your wife.
I want to say back off.
I need you to understand something. When you see me giving a lot of attention to Ilona, it's not that I'm ignoring Daly. When Daly and I are out, I'm treating her the exact same way when we're out, if it's just the two of us, as I am if it's us and Ilona and you.
What I'm referring to is here at the house, and I want to say, you know what? Let me talk to you for a second, because you're not going to do that anymore in front of me.
But we are.
And that's what I can't get over.
You realize there's a potential, there's a possibility that in the future,
Oh, don't go there.
Ilona and I could have the same kind of thing.
Well, we'll just...
We could get married, do something like that. Can you at least accept where I am and be okay?
We're trying.
I'm trying to get there.
We're trying.
It's tough.
His parents are not on board. But it's time for Logan to find out how his wife feels about his siring commitment ceremony to Ilona. She has plenty to say about the difficulties of having Ilona present in their relationship all the time.
We started in a place where I was very, new to being poly, and she was there for our wedding, she was there for the engagement. She liked me too, but she was really into you.
Right, she connected with me, but in a different way. With her, yes, she does have this tendency, this desire to give all of her energy to one person and wants to do that. But in her eyes, we are one person.
The way that we're going right now, not communicating and just kind of ignoring each other and ignoring the issues, it's not gonna work. It's gonna cause stress on us, it's gonna cause stress on you guys, it's gonna cause stress on the house. If I'm not 100% emotionally ready for whatever you're doing.
When we got together with her, we got together with her.
Yeah.
It was the both of us. It wasn't just me and then you followed suit. It was the both of us at the same time.
Yeah.
She started by dating us as a whole. When you broke up with her, we realized things that we could have done better. And so when we decided to have her come live with us, we took that on. She still loves you.
Does she?
Yes. I mean, you didn't get that?
She's in a different place emotionally than I am.
I think it's probably important for the two of you to kind of just talk about where you are emotionally.
I just don't I don't want to feel pressured.
But ahead of the siring ritual, Logan's girlfriend Ilona needs some vampire upgrades.
I'm a fangsmith by trade, so I make professional grade dental acrylic fangs and monster teeth.
Lolo!
Hey,
Here you are, sweet angel.
where do you want me?
Right here.
Okay.
I make all of my fangs from scratch. I take the acrylic while it's a nice rubbery consistency. I apply it to the tooth, I let it set and dry. Now this is a special type of dental acrylic. It's a special blend. Don't do anything that the fangsmith hasn't told you to do. Understood? Good. All right. Hold that. You look so pretty. Those look beautiful.
Mike and his porn star girlfriend Ali have been together 4 years. But when your girlfriend's job is to take a new lover almost every day, the pressure is on in the bedroom.
I didn't feel intimidated having sex with a porn star because I didn't really look at it that way.
You saw me as a person.
Yeah, I saw her as a person.
But even after a hard day at work, Ali still comes home wanting more.
Maybe he gets annoyed with the fact that I want to have sex all the time, but other than that, I think we're pretty good.
It's not annoying. I'm just like, we got shit to do. We got to get out of here.
And I just want to lay in bed all day.
I don't have an extra 30 seconds.
Obviously, our sex life is good. Otherwise, I still wouldn't be here. I'm sorry.
That's all I have to offer.
But they're not all together on the same page when it comes to her long-term job prospects.
Just thinking of what the future holds. We plan on having kids, and it's not something that's, gonna last forever. Do we ever discuss when she's gonna stop? Yes.
I've been in the business for 8 years now, and there's fans that I've had the whole journey. So it's almost sad to think that I would ever leave, but there will be a day.
Eventually.
Eventually. Yeah, we talk about moving on as far as having a family. When, okay, how long would I work after, or will I work? Just those kinds of things.
Without any plans to have children right now, they're sickeningly gooey for each other.
Michael, I love you this much. I love Mike so much. I can't even express, you know, how I feel about him. I am one crazy kooky person. I am a lot to handle. I'm very grateful to have him by my side.
I love Allie this much. To the moon and back.
Mike and Allie are as harmonious as it gets. Whereas in Austin, Texas, the vampire threesome is at breaking point. Ilona and Daly used to be romantically involved with each other as well as Logan. But for almost 2 years, their romance has cooled. So they're about to leave him at home for the evening in a last-ditch attempt to reconnect.
It is our first date in probably about 2 years. It's been a long time.
I think it's gonna go okay. I think it's gonna be a little awkward in a couple of moments.
I am extremely nervous.
I think that once we get some drinks maybe in us and get talking a little bit, like it'll be a little bit easier. I kind of just want to talk about, you know, like how we can move forward from where we are now.
I'm like shaking.
If the two can't make peace, the siring ritual will be off. Or worse, Logan will be in the middle of a divorce. The girls really need to address their own breakup and whether the direction they're now heading in can possibly work.
So I feel like we should, I don't know, just kind of talk about what transpired, you know, when we ended things.
Okay.
You know, as far as everything surrounding our breakup, you know, I was so focused on the wedding and so focused on getting married and so focused on work, you know, that relationship, which was the most important thing in my life. I just didn't have the time.
I do apologize for that. It was unfair to you and really inconvenient timing.
It was literally like a week to 2 weeks after meeting you that we jumped in, and then a couple months later we were moving in together.
You know, we were together, but we skipped all the getting to know each other, the dating, and I wish that we had had that. I think it was unfair all around. It didn't give us a chance to really decide what we wanted with each other.
At the time, I was pretty much just going with the flow of whatever was going on with Logan.
Well, is this the same thing all over again, where you're kind of just going with the flow, like doing this because for Logan, just to like make things easy, or is it something that you actually want?
It's complicated for me because I had never been in an open relationship either.
It was just like, well, you agreed to this, so it's what it is.
Yeah.
Like, I'm glad we're talking about what happened in the past and how we feel, and I'm glad that we're kind of clearing the air on that. But I also do want to take the time to talk about, you know, what we do and don't want now.
Honestly, I just need my space. As long as I'm not involved in any of the drama, like you know, if you guys are arguing, I don't want it to affect me.
It's hard when you have different dynamics and different relationships, and then ultimately one of the things that made us not work out is because every time me and him had a fight, you had to be there for it. So to some extent it was like, it's you guys and then it was me, and so at times I felt ganged up on. I'll get, you know, upset with him when he wants to bring you in on something that's our fight.
Yeah.
You know,
I get upset with him when he does that.
Yeah, but that's actually been my biggest problem. It's a conversation, you know, we need to have with him. Maybe together would be better, because I think this is something we're both having a problem with. Yeah. So maybe if we told him together, like, hey, this is unfair to both of us.
I actually like that idea.
Hell hath no fury like a vampire scorned, let alone two. With both of Logan's ladies agreeing that he is the problem, the women head home to face their man.
Logan!
And there'll be a rude awakening when they get hold of him.
Logan?
Yeah.
Will you come in here for a sec?
Logan has been summoned for a serious conversation. But will the ladies be able to present a united front after 2 years of tension?
How was your night?
Good.
Yeah.
I can't complain.
Should we just
jump right in?
Yeah. I feel like we didn't realize that we were on the same level with some things. We kind of started talking and realized that we both kind of were feeling the same way. Because you bring her into our fights, it is causing a breakdown of our relationship ultimately. You're causing tension between us that is unfair to us. We should be able to have that autonomy,
Okay.
you know? We should all be able to have our own separate relationships, basically. And if me and her are having an argument, you know, we wouldn't bring you in.
When it comes to the issues between the two of you, I have very much been brought in on both sides.
Oh yeah, well I mean like, I'm just saying.
Because, hold on. Because the two of you have not been willing to have a form of open, honest communication with each other.
Your girlfriend is annoying.
How about we will take responsibility in talking to each other if you will take responsibility
Yes.
and not bring in
Agreed.
the other.
Completely agreed,
So,
100% across the board.
Autonomy in personal relationships.
Absolutely.
Is something we all agree to.
Yes.
All sorted then.
I love you. You are both very adorable.
We got a lot done.
But is Daly feeling that she's being forced to share her man?
I definitely feel like we have gotten past a lot of, what our original frustrations were. As a trio, we're definitely headed in a much healthier and much more exciting direction.
Exciting for whom? So after much discussion, Logan's wife Daly has agreed to participate in a siring ritual between him and his girlfriend.
Tonight, I will be conducting a siring ritual of my own design that will be meant to connect myself to Alona in a deeper way, vampirically. Being that she is the only person that knows us both so intimately, Daly is going to kind of preside over that for the both of us. We've all had our ups and downs and our back and forth in our relationship or relationships between each other, but this is definitely a moment that I would say is something that kind of brings us together, makes us stronger. I think we're all ready. Yes?
Yeah.
Are you certain?
Yes.
So, if no one has any objection, I think we'll go ahead and begin.
While no one is saying they object, Daly's face suggests she might not be entirely on board.
If that sounds fun to you.
It does.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I love you.
I love you.
You ready?
I am.
Okay.
Let's go.
Allons-y. I have heard of absolute horror stories of people desiring someone and screwed someone up so bad that they become a wraith, someone that felt a constant void in them because of whatever damage was done in that moment.
The top secret ceremony takes place behind closed doors. And for you voyeurs out there, that really bites. We all want someone to love.
There you are. We did have instant chemistry. It's awesome.
But you've never seen love like this before.
Age play makes us stronger as a couple.
Provocative.
Daly and I have always been polyamorous, vampires.
Eye-opening.
To see Monica getting bigger just makes me feel proud.
Outrageous.
I'm wired towards older women.
Proving there's always someone for everyone.
This is the woman of my dreams.
Hi. Or something.
Love you, Vanilla. So sexy.
This is Extreme Love Stories. On this episode, extreme love means big love. Or big discoveries, like this woman who married her best friend only to find out he wants to be Virginia's best drag queen.
I was like, do we need to discuss something? Maybe you need to figure out your sexuality.
And later,
it's a hot dog in the middle of a bun. Two big buns.
what happens when one man's desire to supersize his relationship comes to a breaking point. But first, meet the woman who uses her biggest assets to get what she wants.
Hi, welcome to my house. Come in.
Nina lives a life of luxury in one of Florida's most exclusive zip codes.
This is my outdoor pool area.
But Nina didn't pay for her house through modeling or a typical business venture.
I want to purchase a couple more homes for investment purposes.
And she's not rich from flipping houses.
I'm addicted to shopping for my boobs. So I love these. I love to dress up in corsets and bustiers. I have my gifts, my Louis Vuitton luggage set, and my Chanel bag, my Louis. And I think my favorite would be this one.
Yes, it's another Louis.
It's just so cute, you know. Cutesy tootsy stuff from my daddy, because he loves it when I dress up. He calls me his little Barbie doll. I love to push those girls up in the air to salute my daddy.
When Nina says daddy, she isn't talking about her father.
I've made well over $1 million in sugaring alone.
In fact, Nina is $1 million sugar baby.
The best part about being a sugar baby is being cared for by someone who finds you worthy of investing in. Currently, he doesn't really pay me. It's basically gifts. He provides for my lifestyle. My car, my home is about $10,000 a month.
As one of the world's most successful sugar babies, for over 10 years, Nina has been lavished with cash and expensive gifts by rich men. And looking good for her current daddy is a top priority for Nina.
It's important to stay in shape, stay young forever, and to please my sugar daddies. Aesthetically.
As well as daily gym sessions, there are a couple of other ways that Nina pleases her daddy aesthetically.
I just got my boobs done, and I basically tripled my size from before. They bounced a lot. You can feel the weight of the boobs. I think they're like 8 pounds. They're 4 pounds each. And I love boobs. I love big boobs. I think they're just the greatest thing on the planet. So I decided, hey, it was a good time to go big, you know, go big or go home. So I did it.
But being a sugar baby is more than just hitting the gym. There are rules.
Hi. Being a sugar baby, you have to sacrifice your personal needs because your daddy expects you to travel with him, especially if you get a successful sugar daddy. You have to have everything managed, you know, time management, stress management. It's very complicated. So going shopping relieves a lot of that stress, a lot of that anxiety. I feel liberated.
So stress management, sacrifice, and shopping are big parts of sugaring for Nina. But has she broken the golden rule of being a sugar baby?
I fell in love with my sugar daddy.
Falling in love with a rich older man who lives on the other side of the country is a complicated affair.
He spent most of his life building his businesses and becoming successful. He is sophisticated. He's intelligent. He knows how to conduct himself in a relationship. He knows how to make a woman happy.
Nina's hoping that her daddy wants to put a ring on it. And to pave the way, she stopped seeing other clients.
I've had quite a few daddies contact me, you know, all over, and they're like, I wish you were available because I would love to spoil you. And it's like, I am already spoiled. You know, I have everything I need.
And even though he hasn't proposed yet, Nina trusts him.
He had already invested about $30,000 in me before we even had sex.
But by falling in love with a daddy who doesn't want to go public, Nina isn't just risking her own lifestyle, but also that of her 4 kids from a past relationship.
Pick out a color.
All right.
How about those 2 colors? You can put this as a base and then put that as the top coat.
Nina's kids have met her daddy, and they've even nicknamed him
Santa. He's very sweet. He makes her happy because, like, if she's having trouble with money, he'll go and help. And, like, he takes her on boats and pretty places, and that's really nice. And Mom promised that the day where he's gonna take her out again, she's going to take us.
I love that dark blue color.
With her own future looking uncertain, how will Nina react when her young daughter reveals she also wants to be a sugar baby?
I want a man that pays for everything. That's a gentleman thing to do.
Her daughter might see sugar daddies as gentlemanly, but with no signs of a proposal, is Nina risking too much for that diamond ring? No diamonds, but plenty of rhinestones in Virginia, where drag diva Jeremiah is gearing up for a big show.
My stage name is Jay Ruger. My closet easily has over $5,000 in costumes in it. This one's new, so I haven't worn this one at Zen yet, so I will wear this one. It's really shiny and pretty. This is one of my belly dance pants from Jingle Jangles. Jewelry and feathers. I'll grab these 2. This is a full leather formal suit that I made. Little skeleton hands around the bow tie. My current illusion that I do mostly is a man impersonating a woman who is impersonating a man. What I love most about drag is the performance aspect of it. I love getting on stage and interacting with crowds. I get all kinds of reactions everywhere I go. Usually it's a positive reaction. I don't really have most people react negatively to my look because I think it's pretty extreme. So most people who don't like it, they're going to just give me funny looks and not really say anything.
Jeremiah's drag routine is packed with sequins, death drops, and thrusting. Something his partner loves to watch from the front row. But Jeremiah's not with that guy. He's married to this woman. And she didn't find out he was into drag until after they got hitched.
At first, I was a little weirded out. Are you feeling gay? Do you need to figure out your sexuality?
But Jeremiah's not gay. He revealed to his wife that he has one of the rarest sexual persuasions going.
Being asexual is definitely a unique experience.
So I was like, do we need to discuss something?
Can Megan handle Jeremiah's growing kink? And speaking of growing, in South Carolina, one man loves his women big, beautiful, and growing bigger every day. Justin, also known as Jar, has never had a girlfriend who's smaller than him.
I've always been into bigger women from the time that, you know, my hormones or whatever started kicking in. I started getting interested in females. I always got bottom heavy plus size women, you got top heavy plus size women, you got proportionate all over plus size women. I probably wouldn't date like a Halle Berry or Beyonce type chick,
So Beyonce and Halle Berry aren't welcome in Justin's bed, but his girlfriend Lou ticks his boxes in a really big way. The couple recently welcomed baby Gianni, but she's not the only addition to the family.
I tried monogamy for a while. It didn't really go so well for me because I like to, I'm a flirty type of guy. So I met Shane and Lou on a social media site.
I love his personality, the way he looks, of course.
Of course, you say that.
The way he treats me.
Justin's now in a polyamorous relationship with both Lou and Shen.
I wasn't with the whole polyamorous stuff, but then after me and Lou met, it just made it even better.
When I first met Shan, I instantly felt like a connection.
Having been poly together for just under a year now, they're used to a fuller house.
What makes this relationship work for me, I would say a lot of communication.
Get deep on them, babe. Get deep on them, babe.
Like, go ahead. If it's like two people talking or, you know, it will always be a problem because no communication with all three of you guys.
The rules of the relationship are basically, you know, like I said, don't hide anything, you know, always be upfront. And our relationship is just strictly one male and females. Most people got the misconception that in this type of relationship, the women are submissive. That's a lie. They are not.
What annoys you two about Josh?
I don't know.
Boy,
I can answer that. I can answer that.
Waiting on this question.
Y'all got his clothes.
Man, I take the book out.
He
Man.
gonna wash dishes. He gonna cook dinner. Justin is a mess, okay? A whole mess.
Y'all can see.
Throw it off with Justin
Whole mess out here in these streets. Justin is a lot to take in, but I'm a lot to take in, so it's okay. Justin, an overall person, it's always fun. Everybody laughing. Even if you're trying to be mad, you still gonna laugh.
It's a good job for Justin that the women find him so entertaining, they spend a lot of time in his company.
We do everything together, basically.
No personal space.
That's what I love about y'all. I'm comfortable enough to be on the toilet, and y'all come in, and I'm on the toilet. You know what I'm saying?
Personal space in the bathroom is one thing, but how does it work in the bedroom?
As far as our sexual life, I mean, Shan's also my girlfriend. You know, I like females, so, you know, sometimes we have sex together. Sometimes me and Justin will go off, or Shan and Justin will go off. However we feel.
A lot of the times, it's all three of us.
Yeah, a lot of the times it's just all three of us, but it's just however that person feels at that moment.
We all share the same bed. Justin sleeps in the middle. We sleep in the end, so it's like, what is it, Lou?
A sandwich.
What?
It's a hot dog in the middle of a bun.
Two big buns.
So, Lou and Shan enjoy sex with each other as well as their man. And while 3 in a bed might be a squeeze for this trio, for Justin, it's a supersized order he prefers.
I enjoy getting squashed. Squashing is like face sitting or, you know, like, you know, sitting on my body and putting their weight on my body. Like squashing, like when you sit on somebody.
Justin gets off on being sat on.
Yeah, I lay like this down, I lay down by the booty.
And far from being satisfied with Lou and Shan's current size, he's even become their feeder, meaning he helps them to gain weight.
You got your wings, babe. That's how you know you're fat when you got your wings, babe. Let me see, Lou. You got your wings. Here you do. Don't try to tense it up. Don't try to make a muscle.
The bigger they get, the less Justin can keep his hands off them.
I'm just the encourager, just probably like a coach. Almost. I want them to get bigger, but I don't want them to get bigger at the risk of their health. It's all about building up, taking your time, being patient. All this is for you. And Lou.
It just was something new, and it was very taboo to me, so I had to really do my research.
I'm okay with getting bigger because I know that he'll take care of me.
I'm always open to, you know, meeting new people. If I'm interested in a woman and I think it's gonna go far, then, you know, I'll bring it up.
But will Justin get a grilling when he reveals he wants to order up an extra serving and add a 4th person to the relationship?
3 is enough. We good.
Not all drag artists have their wives sitting in the front row, but Jeremiah and Megan have a very unique bond.
When I started doing drag, Megan wasn't the most excited for it. She's come around after a few years.
I love that Jay does these crazy death drops. I think they're amazing, they're impressive.
Back home, it's clear there are a few benefits to dating a drag artist.
Whether I have wanted him to or not, he has taught me a lot about makeup.
It looks like a giant version of my highlighting brush.
None of these are right?
Megan knew Jeremiah before he'd even picked up a contouring brush.
So we first started dating in our freshman year of college. We went to a few parties, and then we started dating her after that.
Got to know each other a little bit before we started dating. This is our wedding photo. We got married on his parents' property. It stormed that day.
But not long after Jeremiah proposed, he had another big surprise for Megan.
He mentioned that he was asexual very early on into us being engaged. At first, I was a little weirded out. I was like, do we need to discuss something? Like, are you feeling gay? Do you need to figure out your sexuality? I love Jay so much, I didn't want him to be with me just because he had proposed to me, so if he had any kind of doubts about things, I wanted him to work it out.
She was very hesitant.
Being asexual for Jeremiah means he doesn't experience the same sex drive as most adults.
I can go days without thinking about sex at all entirely. It's not like a main focus of my life or anything. It's very commonly misunderstood, where a lot of people think that there's only one type of asexual, and that's people who completely abstain from sex, and it's not an abstinence thing to start with, that it's not like asexual people are chaste, you know, it's not like they're like actively avoiding sex.
Despite her initial reservations, Megan's now completely accepting of Jeremiah's sexuality, and it was his involvement in drag that helped open her eyes.
I have been able to find out a lot about ourselves in the LGBTQ community and what it has to offer and how we both fit into it because of him being involved in drag. I'm every bit as a part of the community as he is, and that's really cool. It's something that we've been able to do together.
There are many subcategories of asexuality, and for Jeremiah and Megan, sex might be rare, but it's not totally off the table. However, they've built a relationship based on more than lust.
We prioritize each other's needs differently than I think a lot of other couples, even though this feels very natural to us. The things that we've learned together it's kind of been a realization that we're different from others, because this just feels natural and normal to us.
God, no, we're weird.
Yeah, yeah. And we're okay with it.
Yeah,
it's fine.
They're even planning to add to their family.
We definitely see children in the future, but like maybe like 5 or 6 years down the road in the future, not like next year future.
We love each other completely and totally and absolutely.
Yeah, like both platonically and non-platonically.
Yeah, yeah. I can't imagine not being with him.
Oh, I like you too.
Yeah, you're my best friend.
One partner might be enough for Megan, but feeder Justin isn't a one-woman man. For the last year, he's been in a polyamorous relationship with Lou and Shan, who indulge his feeder fetish.
Plus, our women are kind of like diamonds, you know, every diamond is not cut the same.
And even though he's got 2 big, beautiful girlfriends, Justin wants an extra portion.
My limit is not 2. I just try to make sure there's no stone unturned.
Justin's a regular on supersized BBW online groups, and he struck up a romance with a new lady, but needs to play by the rules and let Lou and Shan know his intentions.
If I'm interested in a woman and I think it's gonna go far, then, you know, I'll bring it up.
The risk with bringing someone else into our relationship would be, I don't want my daughter, you know, seeing so many faces and growing up to, oh, this person is here, now this person is gone.
It's time for Justin to come clean.
Me and Victoria met on social media, and we just, you know, started clicking.
So, how serious are you about Victoria?
But I guess, you know, it's all about, you know, just, you know, I can think it's just about playing it by ear, you know, seeing how it goes instead of overthinking it, but
How does she feel about the feederism? Like, I understand she might be down with it.
Yeah, I feel like for the most part, she got the basics down.
I feel like we got the basics too, and it's all right.
And I feel like, you know, I don't know. I feel like,
You feel like what?
I don't know. I just feel like, you know, there really ain't too much to talk about. Me and Victoria talked for a while online. We decided, you know, to meet up, chill, hang out, and see how we clicked in person.
So, Justin's steaming ahead with Victoria despite what Lou and Shan think.
We're not 100% sure yet. While Jai's on his date with Victoria, I really hope he's basically just making it known. We're taking our time.
Before she gets to meet the girls, Justin's taking Victoria out on their first official date, and he's confident she's the right fit for him.
Our size, you know what I'm saying, of course. And I know I like that she's really family-oriented.
Although they've been chatting online for months, Justin's hoping the way to her heart is through her stomach. So he's pulling out all the stops.
So you want ranch, ketchup, and honey mustard?
And I would also like to get the eggplant parmesan with the side spaghetti and fried squash.
Fried squash, you say?
Fried Oreos. I want to try them. Now give me an apple pie. Yes.
And I messed up.
Now I'll flush that in one setting.
Oh, yeah.
This is going to be an expensive date.
New beginnings?
Yes.
Victoria's barely had time to finish her entrees before Justin's jumping in with both feet.
How do you feel about moving in, like later on down the line or sometime soon?
Moving in after one date? What will Lou and Shan say? Standing at a record-breaking 6'9", Elisani thought that finding someone to love would be a tall order. Until 5'4" Francinaldo swept her off her feet 18 months ago.
O que me atraiu nele mesmo foi o jeito dele. O jeito que ele age com as pessoas e que ele age comigo.
É uma pessoa bonita. É uma pessoa alta, mas é bonita. Ela tem um rosto lindo.
There's a 1.5 foot difference between them, but the couple aren't letting a difference in height make a difference to their relationship.
Eu não me importo não, porque eu tenho uma namorada mais alta do que eu. Eu me sinto uma pessoa solta, liberta. Eu não ligo não que as pessoas falam de mim, não.
Out and about, this couple definitely attract attention.
A única coisa que interfere mesmo é quando a gente passeia. De mão dada, parece assim, que ele é meu irmão, eu sou a mãe dele, ou eu sou a mãe, ele é o filho. Parece, mas não foi eu que escolhi, foi Deus.
As a child, Elisani suffered from growing pains, but doctors couldn't find any underlying medical condition. And as an adult, she's decided to turn her height to her advantage.
Desde que a gente fez a primeira viagem, que foi em agências aqui no Brasil, bateram a porta na minha cara, falaram que a altura não era adequada para aquilo que eu estava precisando. Então eu desisti, mas depois eu começava a sonhar de novo.
With dreams of traveling the world as a model, Elisani isn't in a rush to put down roots with Francinaldo.
Eu falei para ele muitas vezes, tu nunca me pede casamento. A minha resposta vai ser não.
But Francinaldo has other ideas.
E eu sempre achei ela bonita. Vou ter que ficar com essa menina.
Luckily for Francinaldo, seeing her man get down on one knee gave Elisani a change of heart.
Tava tão nervosa na hora que eu vi ele lá, nossa, você vê como eu fiquei.
Olha, mano, faço gostoso.
But this couple need to get one more person's approval, the mother-in-law.
Eu não sei nem como foi para acontecer isso, nesse pedido de casamento. Isso foi uma surpresa, ninguém estava esperando, né? Apesar de tudo, ela é uma menina muito nova ainda, tem muitas coisas pela frente. Ela que às vezes já é um pouquinho enjoada com ele, mas ele não, sabe?
But in spite of her reservations, Elisani's mother will allow the wedding to go ahead.
Até agora eu nunca vi nada de estar tratando mal ela. Ela está sendo uma ótima pessoa.
Pensa como vai ser os preparos do casamento, a igreja, os padrinhos.
For these lovebirds, the only way is up. Getting married is a big step, just like moving in together. But in South Carolina, Justin's thrown caution to the wind.
How do you feel about moving in, like later on down the line or sometime soon?
He's invited a third supersized stunner, Victoria, to move in with him and his two sister wives. But Victoria's got a few questions before she agrees to anything.
If I was to move in, how would the living arrangements would be as far as the
sleeping?
Yeah, the
you
sleeping.
You sleep on the porch. I'm just joking, all jokes aside. Of course, I want you to have your own room. We'll figure it out. We'll get used to it,
You feel like while you're doing this, you'll be equally attracted to all three of your girls?
Of course. I feel like this is what I tell people all the time, you know what I'm saying? Just because I'm the only guy, that don't make me the center of attention. That don't make me more important than you, or more important than Shane, or more important than Luke. You feel what I'm saying? We all equal in this.
Doing his best to reassure Victoria about the poly side of the relationship is one thing, but Justin wants to make sure she understands the reason for his feeder fetish too.
I use feederism as a way to show that I care and that I love my partner. Like, taking care of them, waiting on them, hand and foot, All we want is for you to keep it honest, just like right now.
Honesty, respect, and loyalty.
Right.
She's clearly into Justin, but until now, there's one thing that's been off the menu for Victoria.
I don't like the females.
Me, Lou, and Shan, we all date each other, but they date each other too. You're not into girls, so I know that's out of
that's out of the question.
So the only thing I would say that would be different is, we rotate nights, but I would say that, I sleep with them 2 nights in a row, and then, with you, since it's 2 of them in one room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the only thing different. I would say, we rotate nights. That's it. But I don't want to rush you. It's not nothing that you have to rush and do.
Yeah.
I just want to know, about how do you feel about it, and how soon would you want to move in?
Well, as far as me wanting to, yeah, I would love to. Move in.
It seems like Justin's convinced Victoria that moving in would be a good idea.
I'm a curious creature. So anything new, I always say I'm willing to try it. If it doesn't hurt me, doesn't kill me, why not try it? You only live your life once.
But there's one last hurdle. Justin set up a meeting for Victoria with Lou and Shan.
Very excited about going and meeting Shan and Lou and getting to know the things that's gonna happen as far as our future relationship.
Victoria meeting the girls is crossing a big step to letting it be known that it's getting serious, want her to become a potential girlfriend. I'm kind of nervous about that, so I guess I see how it goes.
And he might have good reason to be anxious.
Kind of worried about jealousy.
Worst case scenario is we get somebody in our relationship and the person is just not what they say they are. In a couple months, this is not what they expected, or this is not what they wanted.
Not only are we letting her in our life, we're letting her in the baby's life.
Will they be able to keep their cool when they meet Victoria? After his date, Justin needs to butter up his girlfriends Lou and Shan. So he's headed straight to the kitchen.
I like to make it like a real milkshake. And you can crush up candy and put in it Butterfingers or Reese's or whatever.
Today, he's mixing up something extra special.
Just take a couple of scoops, use the weight gainers. Easier to drink the calories than to eat the calories.
His weight gain milkshakes bring both the girls to the breakfast bar.
With the little foam on the top, look at it.
Sadly for Justin, they don't look swayed by this treat.
You're just so wasteful. You're just so wasteful.
And now...
In Florida, sugar baby Nina has made over $1 million from her lifestyle.
Just because a woman has big boobs and, is a walking, talking doll goddess, don't judge her. I sleep in a king-size bed. I live in a $500,000 home. I drive luxury vehicles. My bills are paid on time. I don't worry about what people say, really. They don't pay my bills.
As long as she's got her daddy on side, Nina doesn't have to worry about anything, including her children's futures.
No, my children are happy. They're well provided for. Their college is already paid for. They can choose wherever they want to go.
But her youngest daughter, Juliana, already knows what she wants to do.
I want a man that pays for everything, because then I don't gotta worry, and that's a gentleman thing to do.
So what does Nina think about her little girl becoming a sugar baby?
If my children came to me and decided that they wanted to be a sugar baby or pursue that lifestyle, then I would provide guidance as much as I can, and I would support their decision. There are a lot of broken families nowadays that could benefit from a mom being available to raise up their children. If back in time, if I had the opportunity to vote for women's rights, I'm sorry, I know I'm gonna get bashed for this, but I would have rather stay at home. I would have rather stay at home.
Old-fashioned girl Nina might be confident that she'll marry her sugar daddy, but should she be so sure that her future is secure if a man isn't even willing to proclaim his love on camera?
My sugar daddy, my current sugar daddy, which is now my boyfriend, he is a professional businessman. He works with international relations in the United Arab Emirates, as well as Russia, which is probably why it's best that he doesn't make himself public at the moment.
It's not just Nina who's desperate for wedding bells.
I'm wishing, I know we live in a big, beautiful home, but what I'm wishing is that we live in a big, beautiful home. Mom's the top sugar baby, and for her to marry her sugar daddy, that would be great.
While Nina and her daughter wish for that rock from daddy, she has no regrets over her unconventional lifestyle choice.
I don't want to be normal. I don't want to be basic. No, I don't want to fit in. I want to stand out. I don't even think I'm human. I believe that I'm part alien. I'm Venetian. And I believe that I came to this earth to do incredible things. And I just couldn't live a basic lifestyle.
While Nina waits for her Mr. Big to pop the question, in South Carolina, polyamorous feeder Justin's already asked a big question of his new girlfriend, Victoria.
How do you feel about moving in, later on down the line or sometime soon?
But she needs the approval of his long-term girlfriends, Lou and Shan, before she can move in, something that's not easily won.
When it comes to adding another woman in a relationship, I know Justin, is all up for it.
Justin's arranged for the trio to meet up and discuss the potential new addition.
Don't be mean, Shan.
Your vibe. Huh? Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Shan and Lou don't waste any time making sure Victoria knows she's not got a place at their table yet.
So, being that, you're trying to join the family now, Justin is like, oh, well, I want to join somebody else. How do you feel about that?
What's wrong with me? I got no problem with that,
He said his limit is 4.
My limit is 3, to be honest.
I mean, I would look at it like 3, but if he really prefer 4, it's still gonna be up to him.
With baby Gianni to think about, can Victoria convince the girls that she's in it for the long haul?
What is your long-term goals as far as being added in this relationship? Where do you see it going?
If I want to be with somebody, I plan on, if something happens, it's because of them. It really pushed me away. So what y'all think about me? Don't lie.
To be honest, I don't like you.
Having quizzed her over her long-term plans, the girls want to know how Victoria feels about the other aspects of their relationship.
When Justin, first approached you about the whole feederism, polyamorous thing, how'd you feel about that?
That was very questionable. I respected that he told me up front about it. At first, when I found out what it was, I was like, nah. And then I was like, well, I'll try it. It's something, he gonna kill me, and I definitely ain't gonna let it kill me.
Then you went straight to death.
Yeah, because, hey. Well, how did y'all feel about when he came and approached y'all about it?
It took me some time with the feederism thing, but this is a fetish, and just like everybody have their own fetishes, this is a different fetish. How is feederism different from being peed on? I just had to give it some thought and not knock it before I tried it.
He don't, force
He don't sit there and be like, you better eat these 10 burgers right now, or no.
People think, that's a lot of people's problem with feederism. They think that the feeder is always forcing.
That's how when I was first heard about feederism and how people portrayed it on the website, degrading them and stuff, and I'm like, no.
Baby, he loved every role, okay? Every role.
That's even better. Because I got a lot.
As things start to thaw, there's just enough time for some girl talk about the man in their lives.
The big question is, how's Justin like living with him?
A mess. A mess. Hopefully you like washing dishes, because Justin used every spoon when he cooked.
Oh, wow. You one of those people.
Yeah.
Just come with your whole armor on, because it's going to be days you're going to go in the room, you're going to be like, oh, my God, why am I with this man?
Yeah, but then, you know, he
psycho.
gonna come in there with a goofy-looking face and...
being stupid, and you're going to be like, oh, this is why. You'll fall in love all over again.
He might have his flaws, but Lou and Shan only have eyes for one guy.
And you know, Justin is the only man in the relationship, no more men. I mean, you can have friends, but you know.
Yeah, as far as relationship.
Yeah, he said he can't have balls touching balls.
Justin might not like the idea of another man in the relationship, but Victoria isn't exactly keen on the idea of sleeping with a woman.
Are you gay? You don't like women at all?
Yeah, as far as sexuality, no.
Will her refusal to hop into bed with Lou and Shan spell disaster for Victoria? Now that Shan and Lou have sized up the woman their boyfriend Justin wants to move in with them, it's time to make a decision. Victoria is certainly keen on their man.
I saw this tall, slim, dark piece of chocolate that I would just love to get my hands on. I would love to keep that in my future forever. I love his physique.
But she's not up for anything more than friendship with the girls.
As far as Shan and Lou, by them being together and in a relationship, me, myself, no, I'm not attracted to females.
Victoria's sexual preference is one issue for bisexuals Lou and Shan.
It's already a hard time sleeping in a bed with us three. And she's not gay.
But they also have practical worries that there's not enough room for a third woman. And they might have a point. Looks like they're all sleeping on the floor tonight. But do the girls want Victoria to join them?
How do you feel about Victoria moving in?
We have to split everything, you know, differently. We usually do, like, the cleaning. So it'll be, you know what I'm saying, we adding somebody else in. And so our chores would be a little, you know.
More scattered?
Yeah.
Her just coming in solely based on, like, oh, I'm only trying to deal with Justin, period. Not saying, like, sexually, just, like, period. Like, oh, I don't want to talk to y'all. We're not finna go hang out. We're not finna do none of that.
Right.
Justin's just my boyfriend. That's
right,
it.
Right. And then I feel like as far as the sleeping arrangements go, that like, I hope she's not too uncomfortable with us getting 2 nights and her getting 1, because it's 2 of us. It's only 1 of her. So, you know, I hope she would be okay with that, because it's kind of a ground rule.
I mean, it's not a ground rule. I just feel like it's only fair.
No, that's gonna stay.
But it's only fair, period.
It's a ground rule.
For Feeder Justin, a third girlfriend would be a dream come true. But he's not going to pressure Lou and Shan.
I'm not gonna let one person destroy a relationship with 2 people. I'm not gonna force them to be with that person.
As Victoria's future hangs in the balance, the threesome sit down to make a final decision.
How did y'all feel, you know, first initial meeting and, you know, hanging out and, you know, talking to her, getting to know her? Did y'all feel like, you know, the questions that y'all asked her, did you feel like that, you know, she responded genuinely, or did you feel like it was just what y'all wanted to hear?
I mean, I feel like I've stressed my issues about the whole situation. I just feel like I don't want nobody to come and then Jayani get attached and then this person gone.
From you hanging out with her, whatever, do you feel like she's in it for the long run?
You know, I put a lot of emphasis on that, you know, the girls are really strict about, you know, people coming in and out or not being serious about it, you know what I'm saying? We're both of y'all together pretty good at knowing whether somebody's genuine or not.
I think we all have, you know, came to a decision.
It's time to let Victoria know if she's done enough to convince the girls to make room for her.
Hello. I was talking to the girls, you know, we all sat down, you know, we had a conversation, you know, we asked each other, you know, how did, you know, the dates go, you know, how did they feel about, you know, the questions that they asked you on the date and stuff like that. We all came to the decision as a whole, you know, that we would like to invite you into the family if you would have us. Did you hear me? Hold on, I'm gonna let you talk to Santa.
Hello? Victoria? Yes. So, what do you think?
I'm excited. I'm hoping that we'll all get along and build together.
Alrighty then. We'll see you when you get here.
Okay, that sounds good.
We all like Victoria, and nobody sees no problems with her. She's genuine, that she could be a perfect fit for our family.
The girls have decided to give Victoria a chance, and she's not wasting any time when it comes to moving in.
Hey!
Dad, what?
I really think I picked a great guy to be with, and I enjoyed it.
And in true feeder fashion, Justin's ordered a feast to celebrate his big, happy family.
I'd just like to make a toast to a happy, successful home and family. Here. Here.
I'm looking forward to a loving home, wonderful people.
I feel like we best friends. I feel like we family. I feel like when you normally hear a person talking about what type of relationship they want, I want a friend, I want a lover, I want a partner, I want somebody I can joke with. This is basically what this is. This times 3.
We all want someone to love.
There you are. We did have instant chemistry. It's awesome.
But you've never seen love like this before.
Age playing makes us stronger as a couple.
Provocative.
Daly and I have always been polyamorous, vampires.
Eye-opening.
To see Monica getting bigger just makes me feel proud.
Outrageous.
I'm wired towards older women.
Proving there's always someone for everyone.
This is the woman of my dreams.
Hi. Or something.
Love you, Vanilla. So sexy.
This is Extreme Love Stories. On this episode, we meet the little man in the big city who gets carried away when it comes to this woman.
I'm in such good hands and good spirit.
They say two's company, but three's a crowd. Can this loving triad overcome jealousy before their family expands?
I just feel like bummed that I can't be there.
Then the woman who has more orgasms in a day than most people have in months.
When I'm not having an orgasm, it's pretty much just being on the verge of orgasm.
And later, meet the glamorous granny whose toy boys don't meet her daughter's approval.
Please don't send me a Willy picture. I've had so many Willy pictures.
But first, brace yourself.
You want to try harder next time?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Now, stand up. Get back down there.
Happily married Tash is at her happiest when she's got a paddle in her hand and a slave between her legs.
Not thirsty? Okay.
But that's not her husband in the gimp mask. Her other half, Aiden, is actually next door. And he can hear... well, everything. But it wasn't always this way.
I was born and raised in Toronto, had a pretty normal upbringing. I got bored, decided to move to London, just hopped on a plane and moved here when I was 20. But it was really hard to, you know, just meet people in a completely new country. And then all of a sudden, I just met Aiden.
What are you doing, baby?
I just went out to London, thought I'd go see some friends, but those friends bailed on me, and I ended up meeting her.
We just kind of clicked right away, and I'm very high-strung, you know, dominant type A personality, and all of a sudden I just felt like this was somebody I could very happily sit in complete silence with.
We complement each other very, very well.
Like, you know when somebody is your soulmate?
The couple tied the knot after just a year of dating, but not long after vowing in sickness and in health, they had some news that would change their lives forever.
He first started getting sick a little bit after we got married, and then it just kind of snowballed from there. He ended up having a stroke and a non-epileptic seizure.
I've got very severe weakness and pain on my entire left side of my body. After a lot of strenuous activity, it's very painful and I get very weak. It took me a very long time to stop working. It took Tasha, my bosses, and my medical professionals to all tell me you can't just keep pushing yourself because you just feel guilty and not be able to provide something for your wife. And then I thought, oh God, what are we going to do? Because Tasha couldn't sustain us on, a fashion worker's salary.
Facing financial ruin, Tash took drastic action, switching her career in fashion for hardcore thrashing.
Come on.
For Tash, the world of the dominatrix was never an alien one.
I grew up with my dad doing fetish photography, for like newspapers and stuff. And my primary school was next to a strip club.
Tash, or Mistress Comakino, depending on which end of the whip you're on, has been taking care of Aiden by taking care of her clients for almost 5 years.
So I said, listen, you rest, you relax, you try to get better. And I started advertising for sessions, and from there, I started my business.
When Tash says business, she means it.
I like whipping, spanking, flogging. If you want to cause them a little pain on their bottom, this works great. I've got loads of vibrators, loads of dildos, butt plugs. I've got my ball crusher. You put the testicles through there and they kind of go behind the legs.
But listening to your wife administer pleasure and pain through a paper-thin wall isn't easy. And Aiden worries that Tash might become attracted to one of her clients.
Cheating's a very relative thing.
You haven't cheated on me, have you?
She may have kept her vow of in sickness and in health, but has Tash forsaken all others? From a world of sex dungeons and dildos to the Sunshine State, where Amanda and Stu seem, on the surface, to be living a pure young love.
Me and Stu met through an online dating service.
And guess what?
What?
I love you.
I love you.
I love you more.
I love you.
We decided to meet up in person, and from there, I guess you could say it was love at first sight.
They've been together for 7 months, and while they're enjoying the honeymoon period of their relationship, there's something that Amanda certainly doesn't love.
I would say how many orgasms I have a day would be about 50 or more. And when I'm not having an orgasm, it's pretty much just being on the verge.
But Amanda's orgasms aren't thanks to a steamy sex life. She's got a medical condition called persistent genital arousal disorder, which means she's almost always experiencing unwanted stimulation.
A lot of things can trigger it. Vibrations can trigger it. If I'm at a concert and I'm near speakers, loud vibration bass will trigger it.
Amanda's rare condition most commonly affects women and develops in adolescence. Her orgasms can happen anytime, anywhere.
Need a moment?
Sorry.
You might think this sounds like the sort of condition you'd like, but as they say, too much of a good thing.
I think I'm missing out on a lot in life because of my condition. Not everyone goes through the embarrassment of being in a room full of strangers who don't know what's going on.
The condition has no known cure, and for Amanda, telling Stu was a big step.
I would say it was hard for her to trust me at first.
I told him through a Skype session. I thought, you know, he was gonna be laughing at first or making fun or something like that. So I was really scared because I didn't know how he was gonna take it. And that was kinda the deal maker there, if he couldn't handle it or not.
I'll be okay. Once she saw that I was like a sincere person, and you know that I was caring and I was there for her, then it wasn't hard at all.
The couple have gone on to enjoy their sex life despite Amanda's condition.
I wouldn't say it made my sex life difficult. That it wasn't difficult because it was normal.
Outside the bedroom, Stu plays a big part in helping Amanda cope with her symptoms.
If it's really bad, I'll hold her tight to my chest and just tell her that I'm here for her.
Although there's no cure, Amanda's been seeking treatment to help manage the symptoms. Today, her mum Cynthia has come over with her latest prescription.
I felt very bad to not be able to help her. That's when we started researching some doctors, trying to find someone that knew something about it. It's just a wealth of information that we're getting. I'm still reading the material that we are receiving from these doctors and still researching.
As well as the medication, Cynthia has noticed the effect Stu has had on her daughter.
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
It's refreshing to see how much she's changed in her behavior, and her demeanor has totally changed to very bright and sunny and hopeful. It'll get okay. It'll be all right, baby.
Amanda's doctor has also made practical suggestions to help her, but one requirement in particular is going to be a big test for this new couple.
Once finding out that I was in a relationship and living with this disorder, he recommended for us to pretty much no sex at all until the treatment is really taken care of and done with.
As far as the sex ban goes, it's kind of hard to cope with.
We leave new lovers Amanda and Stu and head over to happily married couple Buddy and Rose, who were childhood sweethearts.
I knew Rose from high school, and we met in freshman year and dated in college.
We got engaged in 2010. It was a small backyard wedding at his parents' house. I was pregnant with Owen, so we didn't spend a lot, but it was really nice.
But their relationship was in for a dramatic change that most married couples wouldn't dream of when Rose got back in touch with an old female flame.
They had dated for off and on for about a year, I think.
I looked up Lauren on Facebook just to see how she was doing, and we met up and just started hanging out as friends.
None of us were looking for a relationship. Yeah. It just turned into a relationship where it just worked out with all three of us being together.
Rose and I had both kind of talked about sexually, having a threesome with someone, and we met Lauren and we liked her. It was never oh, Rose, let's bring another woman into our life. But once we met Lauren and, kind of fell in love, and Rose and I thought it was cool, and we all, here we are. It's pretty fun.
So what started as casual fun developed into a polyamorous family of 3 adults and their children. Buddy has 3 boys with Rose and a 3-year-old son with Lauren.
One of the best things is, Rose doesn't have to work because Lauren works. And so Lauren and I together have 2 incomes, which financially it's great. We take care of the bills, no problem, and have someone to watch the boys while we're at work. So it works out that way.
But while their family has grown since Lauren joined, they're not planning to add anyone else to the bedroom.
We're closed, which means it's just us 3 and everything is pretty much equal.
And as you might imagine, 3 seems to be the magic number in the bedroom.
The questions is always how's the sex? And it's well, you've seen pornos with threesomes, so obviously it's great.
It definitely made my sex life better with Rose, and bringing Lauren in, it's great.
We don't have like a schedule when we're gonna have sex. It's always like spur of the moment. When we do, it's always the three of us. It probably starts with like me and Rose, then Buddy joins in. I think he gets like the best because he's got 2 women, but then we all have it good because I can decide how we want to switch around and what we want to do in the bedroom. It's never boring. It's definitely exciting.
But even after 4 years, it's sometimes hard for Rose to see her girlfriend hooking up with her husband.
I think my biggest thing is when they get to go do something together and I'm not there, I'm like, I just feel like bummed that I can't be there.
Rose and Buddy usually always ride in the car together. I don't ever usually get one of them with me when I'm driving. They're usually always together. One of them could come with me sometimes. My only time that I'm like, it'd be nice to have one of them next to me. I mean, some jealousy. I think Buddy feels it the most. I don't know why he does, but he feels torn, like he has to go to me or to Rose, and his preference. He's like, I have to juggle 2 women. But he feels that he needs to give Rose more affection because that's his wife. There's some jealousy sometimes.
And there's news that'll definitely heighten the tensions.
Lauren and I always wanted to have another kid. Now we're having another one.
I think with the pregnancy, we spent a lot of time like rubbing my belly and feeling the baby. He needs to give me more affection because I'm pregnant. And I think Rose seeing that caused a little jealousy.
Will this trio be able to iron out their differences before baby number 5 comes along? In Enfield, England, glamorous Granny Gaynor has swapped life as a wife for something altogether more extreme.
Oh, well, I've been married twice, so 2 husbands. Both of them are not very good choices, but anyway, I enjoy lots of different things. And most recently, since my divorce, I've really enjoyed being, I nearly said young, free and single, but actually that's not right. Slightly older, free and single.
Gaynor's making the most of being an older single lady, and she slept with more young men in the last 5 years than in the whole of her life.
I always like to keep a little flow going. I Tinder and Toy Boy Warehouse. So I've spoken to 2 new ones this week. And that's what I do. I wait for the messages to come in, and then I look at the messages. Look, I've got, 1, 2, 3, 4 since I last looked. Oh, a Johnny, a Thomas, an Escobar, a Brian.
Gaynor's a woman who knows exactly what she wants.
About 25 to 35, ideally. Well, I'd look at older and a bit younger. So one of the guys I've been speaking to today is 22 this week. And I thought, it's a bit young, but he was very sweet.
And what she doesn't want.
I only exchange pictures with me with clothes on. A lot of people don't. I get asked all the time for the ones without the clothes, but as if they think I'm that stupid, I'm not doing that. You have to tell them, and please don't send me a willy picture. I've had so many willy pictures. It's just... I have tried to date older men. When I first was newly single, I did go and sort of see a couple of older guys, but mostly they had baggage, so it was like, ex-wives or even still wives, or a lot of them still married.
Out and about, she's not short of admirers, as wingwoman Amanda knows all too well.
Men are just instinctively attracted to Gaynor because I think she's got that sense of fun, she's really approachable. She makes time for people.
How many Thai boys have I had? Now, that's an interesting question. Put me on the spot, why don't you? I don't know. I'd probably frighten myself if I actually counted them. I probably dated 100, at least.
Nice work, Gaynor.
This is my friend Rob, who is really gorgeous, but unfortunately he's wearing a jumper tonight, so I'm going to see if we can get him to take his jumper off. He's got even bigger than you had before. Oh my God! They're a little bit in awe of you, actually. They give it a lot of good wait till I meet you, I'm going to do this and do that, and then they're like little lambs when you meet them.
And any lucky lad who goes home with this granny is in for one hell of a night.
I always liked sex, but I thought you had to have a relationship, and I was so wrong. And I actually found that my sexuality developed as I got older. Older women can offer great sexual experience. They just want to enjoy you.
As Gayna's Girls' Night gets underway, it's not long before she's casting a spell on yet another young man. But instead of supporting her mum's next conquest, her daughter Laura's a bit of a killjoy.
You know, what's in it for them? What's in it for her?
Will she try to talk her mum out of her toy boy ways?
Is it a bet for them with their friends? Is it a bit of a joke? Is it like to say that they've done, you know, like a bucket list, you know, they've done that, can brag to their friends?
While Gayna's exploring her sexuality to its fullest extent, in Clearwater, Florida, Amanda is trying to take her mind off a debilitating medical condition that means she has as many as 50 unwanted orgasms a day.
It makes me extremely exhausted. I just feel zombified. I just call it a beast. Just trying to actually handle that beast it's pretty intense.
Sometimes for Amanda, the best way to distract herself is a little retail therapy with friend Monique. But even a car ride to the shops can set off what Amanda calls her tics.
Going through the vibrations, going through the car, just from the road, I could feel it onsetting my tics.
It's clear to Monique that Amanda's unwanted orgasms are anything but pleasurable.
I have seen a tic before, and the tics is more like she'll kind of go in a corner, hold herself, or sometimes she'll put her head down. Sometimes she'll just scream with frustration. So, yeah, like I kind of figured maybe it was pain.
Back home, Amanda and her boyfriend Stu are adjusting to a life without sex. The couple haven't taken a vow of celibacy. They've been ordered to abstain by Amanda's doctor while her treatment is ongoing. But it's taken its toll on their relationship.
This disorder is so intense, like the last thing I would want to do is put somebody else through it. And on top of that, the last thing I would think is that anyone would deal with it themselves.
As far as the sex ban goes, I think it's kind of hard to cope with.
Stu isn't a big fan of his lack of loving, but neither is Amanda.
Stuart's really been holding me back as far as the intimacy goes. He's just been handling the situation extremely well. He actually has to remind me often that we're not allowed to do anything. I happen to forget sometimes and get a sense of arousal and want things to go further. He'll totally just misdirect the whole situation. Like, he'll put on a movie.
So how does Stu manage to get through each day dealing with Amanda's condition and no sex?
I mean, I realize that it's important to her health that she doesn't do this, so I've been able to abstain as well as her. She's generally a beautiful person. I don't even look at the condition anymore.
And they've been making big plans for their future.
This place is nice. We will be moving in with each other soon, and once that happens, we will just be closer with each other as opposed to where we're at with our relationship now. I appreciate you, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I've always been happy and hopeful for my future with Amanda because I have not seen her condition as much of a barrier between us. I love her for who she is.
I will most definitely be having sex with my boyfriend again, but until then.
For now, Amanda and Stu will just have to stay hopeful and be patient. In London, Aidan's been left wondering if his dominatrix wife has crossed a line with her clients.
You haven't cheated on me, have you?
Not even like a possibility in my mind. Aiden and I kind of see it as like if you're like a gynecologist or like you're a doctor. It's their job. They have to look at these things, they have to see these things, they have to touch these things all day. The doctor's not getting excited about it. I mean, the patient might be, I don't know, who knows?
But unlike most gynecologists, Tash sees her clients in her living room, meaning husband Aidan can't help but overhear.
What the fuck is this?
Tissue.
Huh?
Tissue.
The fuck, do you not know how to wipe properly? Oh, you do have sensitive nipples, don't you?
Some people think of this stuff, they think it's very serious, kind of very highbrow, kind of very brutal. Whereas there's quite a sense of humour about it. A lot of it is being quite self-deprecating.
Isn't that pretty, Slade?
I am now on the other side of the wall. But I guess they worry that, if someone else is listening, they're going to be judging them.
Hands behind your back.
I don't judge. Yeah, that's not what I'm there for.
Thank you, mistress.
It's almost like my clients are like my little guinea pigs. See them get excited and you use that against them. You use that to manipulate them. You want to try harder next time?
Yes, miss.
Good.
It's not always obvious to see where the line between dominatrix ends and wife begins.
Tashi does put on a character when she goes to Mrs. Kamakina.
No.
I say you do. I say it's very detached.
Okay, babes, don't say that because no, it's not detached. It's a different facet of who I am. I have always been the way I am. I have always been dominant. I've always been strong.
Yeah,
and
but you take it and you turn it into a character.
I don't use the word character because character makes me look fake.
No, it's not fake at all. It's genuine.
No, it's not though. Don't use the character makes it seem fake though, darling. Do you know what I mean? Like character makes it seem fake. It's not. It's not a character. It's another facet of who I am.
Okay, that's at least how I see it.
Well, this is how I see it because it's me.
While her session might be over, Tash's tough talking side is still in full force around the house.
Turn that thing off. It's a fucking racket, darling. Nobody wants to hear.
I know you said you wanted to play a bit. You said you wanted me to play a bit.
No, I said sit on the sofa and fluff up the pillows. Fucking useless. There's a sad-looking sofa.
On top of his wife's domineering ways, Tash's career has put an even bigger strain on Aiden.
My dad said he was going to cut me out of inheritance unless I divorce her. And he hasn't spoken to me since.
Can their marriage survive an impossible ultimatum? In San Diego, polyamorous Rose didn't have to choose between her husband and ex-girlfriend. What started as part-time friends with benefits led to a life as full-time lovers.
For me, I have a guy and a girl. That was something that was really nice.
3 adults to the 4 kids. There's definitely more hands on deck.
We don't have to hire anybody to watch the kids.
But since girlfriend Lauren got pregnant, the triad are finding it difficult to balance feelings of jealousy.
But I think it's because they were married prior to having me come into the relationship. So they get jealous if, like, one's more affectionate with me.
With 2 women, it's definitely twice as much disagreements.
There's the face.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the baby's like doing yoga now. Flipping around inside, yeah.
Totally.
But all disagreements are on hold today as the family has come to find out the gender of their 5th child.
We're all really excited because we were hoping for a girl. This one's a girl. It won't be done. But if it's a boy, try for another girl.
Thinking light up top, it goes all the way around the room. Okay, I'm gonna stop it at pink for a girl or blue for a boy. All right, you guys. You can yell it out when I stop it. You can say girl or boy, okay? 1, 2.
Looks like Lauren's gonna have to try again for a girl. But as Lauren and Buddy work, it's Rose who looks after the kids. So how will she feel about baby number 6?
Having 2 babies is crazy because we got the older boys. It's tiring. I'm done. Lauren, she probably wants more, but I'm like, after 5, I'm good.
With the number of kids still very much up for debate, the trio are focusing on a bold new step to help legally solidify their family.
We're trying for a step-parent adoption, but it's going to be a 3-parent adoption, which the 3-parent adoption hasn't been done in California. And we just filed the paperwork, so now we're just waiting for like the court date.
And the triad are determined to quash jealousy and build a happy future together.
It's just like reassuring going up to the other person and being like, hey, well, come over here then. Like, come hug us too. And then, then it's okay. I said it earlier, I don't love one more than the other.
Good. I feel the same.
My love for you is mutual, it's equal. I love Buddy just as much as I love Rose.
So 3 isn't a crowd after all. Over in England, glamorous granny gainers attracted a crowd of young, virile men. But her toy boy obsession almost pushed her 37-year-old daughter Laura to breaking point.
I was worried about how it came across to other people because, you know, she'd come out of obviously 2 marriages and I didn't want her to sort of be made a fool out of. I didn't want her to embarrass herself. I was, I suppose, a little bit just thinking, you know, what's in it for them? What's in it for her?
Younger men have got stamina, drive, enthusiasm, are able to repeat, perform.
It's such good fun. Why would I want to settle down? Who wants to settle down? Been there, done that.
What made me change my mind, she's not actually doing anyone any harm. She's an adult, they're adults at the end of the day, and they're just having fun.
Just think you've got to take life every day, and it's about learning to dance in the rain and not hiding from the storm, because that's the only way you can live.
Having seen how happy a younger chap makes her mum, Gayna's daughter now sees her as a role model.
Who knows, I might end up following in my mum's footsteps. Who knows where I'll be in 20 years' time.
Even though her sex life has given her a new lease on life, Gayna's not in a rush to walk down the aisle again.
Long term, I'm realistic. You might borrow them for a little while, but you're not realistically going to keep hold of them in the real world. And you have to keep your feet on the ground, even if you have got your legs in the air.
True words of wisdom from Granny Gayna. With her slave well and truly satisfied, there's only one thing for dominatrix Tash to do: clean her sex toys.
I am polishing a dildo.
Yes, indeed you are, darling.
Well, sad,
You dropped your dildo on the floor.
And while she doesn't use her devices on hubby Aiden, he's found a musical use for one of her vibrators.
We also have a vibrator that's specific only for the guitar. Unpacking.
Oh, shoot, is it this one?
That's the one. Oh, I'll have to demonstrate that.
I did use this earlier, I'm really sorry.
I hate you. Did you really?
Yeah.
You asshat. I don't want orifice juice all over my guitar strings.
Ew, gross.
Yeah.
Sadly, it doesn't look like Aiden will be serenading Tash today. While Tash might let her work spill over into her home life, that isn't the only way her career affects her husband.
Aiden's mum doesn't like me. I think she just thought that I was, like, taking her son away from her.
The dominatrix thing's kind of pushed her over the edge, though, because she's a staunch Christian.
I tried to be as open with everybody in my life about what I do, but we didn't tell Aiden's mum. She just kind of found it one day and then started, like, trolling my Twitter and sending him, like, screenshots of my Twitter. And I would have fun because I knew she was watching, so I would post things that would set her off. You know, like, do you want me to sit on your face, or do you want me to smother you with my breasts? And I knew she was watching, and I knew it would drive her crazy.
There's a lot of conflict and drama when we're staying with my family. There's one evening it just blew up, and she's like, "You can't come back to my house ever again."
You're not allowed within, like, 100 feet of the house. Like, what?
Relations between Tash and her mother-in-law reached an all-time low recently.
Tash was really panicking about it. She'd given me this ultimatum, like saying, "Look, just come back in the car with me. We'll go back to Cambridge and just leave Tasha
I'll
here."
get you away from your... She also thought that I would regularly beat him for fun.
And
But...
she's got best intentions, but...
Dude, don't perpetuate that.
Yeah,
Don't
well,
perpetuate that. Don't go into this whole, like, this image of what your mom thinks you are just because... You know, it just drives me crazy, sorry.
As Aiden's ongoing illness has left him with weakness and chronic pain, he's not able to work. But that doesn't mean Tash is going to go easy on him.
Take her outside right now.
What did she do?
Right now.
What did she do?
Right now.
What did she do?
She's crapped on the kitchen floor.
On the floor?
Yes.
Well, you should have taken her out then. We have to go poopies outside.
Can you take this downstairs to the bin, please?
I've got a dog in my hand. Can you come down with me? You fucking suck.
Tash might have become a dominatrix to care for Aiden, but is he starting to wonder if he's the one who sacrificed the most? As it becomes clear, it's not just his mum who's got a problem with Tash.
My dad said he was going to cut me out of inheritance unless I divorce her. And he hasn't spoken to me since. In the moment, it's having to choose between the family I have now and the family I had back then.
While Tash loses her patience in London, in Manhattan, Sergio is waiting for a very special lady to arrive.
Once, could she come on time? Just for once.
Showing the kind of patience that New Yorkers are famous for.
Amanda, she has the right curves. She's curved everywhere. She has this very sexy walk. But most of all is her smile. She just lights up the room that you're in.
My new top for Sergio. I think he'll like it.
But Amanda is worth the wait.
There you are.
What do you expect?
How long you been? Oh, baby.
Late. How are you?
How beautiful is that?
This pairing is no accident. Sergio found Amanda online when he was looking for his very own Amazon.
I don't call them dates. This would be more of a session. But I don't know if Sergio would call it a session.
I could spend maybe up to $400, spend time with them. It's not the cost or the monetary figure, it's the value of the time that's spent with them. You know, that means more to me, and there's no price on that.
At 6'3" and 6'9" in heels, Amanda makes her entire living from making men like 5'3" Sergio feel small.
Being a professional Amazon it's definitely not your typical job. I basically get paid using my natural God-gifted assets. I do everything from lifting, carrying, smothering, wrestling, and just walking in public with people.
They might be going for a stroll in the park today, but Sergio and Amanda don't just hold hands.
I like to be manhandled. I just like the physical of an Amazon woman, the overpowering myself.
Smothering, carrying, and wrestling are all good fun, but there's a line even this powerful Amazon won't dare cross.
There is absolutely no nudity, no sex, no release, nothing of the, many would say, oh, you're a prostitute or you're an escort. Quite opposite, actually.
Out and about, the couple certainly turn heads.
She's too big for him.
Yeah, like, how does that work,
Like, even in the bedroom, come on now. Like, he would have to be on top all the time. Come on. That's not fair.
And how does she feel about being seen in public with the petite Sergio?
I get enough attention when I walk just myself, but when you add the complete size and height difference, it magnifies it by 10. So, people are looking and watching, but it's live. Okay, I kind of like it. A lot.
For Sergio, one of the things he loves the most about Amanda is the attention she commands.
It's more like a feeding my ego also at times, that when other men look at me and they see me with a tall, beautiful woman, deep down in their heart, they want to be in my position, and I love that.
It wasn't always easy for Amanda to accept her size.
Growing up, I was bullied for my height, I was bullied for my size, I was bullied for my big feet and thighs and legs, and now I smother and crush with my ass. I love my legs, so I'm kind of laughing all the way to the bank.
Having embraced her stature, Amanda's certainly not short of admirers.
She's hot like a potato and sexy like a taxi.
But is her love life head and shoulders above the rest?
Oh my God, dating sucks. Which is ironic because people would think that I have a choice of men. However, it's not me that the large majority are interested in. A large majority are interested in a fetish.
Okay, nice. That's beautiful. Thank you very much.
Even though she's not planning to settle down with Sergio, he doesn't feel shortchanged.
God bless you. I get a feeling excitement when I'm around her. I feel inner joy. I'm very comfortable. Right now, I'm in such good hands and good spirit.
That's love.
Honey, I deserve that.
Oh, let's go.
And she carries me away.
Getting swept off your feet in New York. It would only be more romantic if it were free. In London, dominatrix Tash is indulging an online customer's fetish.
Tell me what your deepest, darkest fantasy is. Get yourself all nice and messed up for me.
While Aiden's outside after a heated argument.
Obviously, the situation's complicated. It's just a little bit more difficult.
So begin touching yourself.
He's relied on Tash to support him with her dominatrix work since his stroke.
And having me control you. And having you do whatever the fuck I want.
When I got sick, she adopted that responsibility straight away. I still can't believe she did that.
I want your heart to feel like it's gonna burst out of your chest.
There's always food on the table, rent's always paid.
I'm gonna pimp you out, and I'm gonna take all the money you make for me.
She didn't know she was going to end up really liking this job.
And anybody can use and abuse you however they like. And use your ass. Keep touching yourself. Go on, slut.
Without Tashi, I'm not sure what my life would look like at this point. I'm not sure I'd even be able to do or whether I'd be able to live or anything like that. You know, she does irritate me when Tashi's doing something that reminds her of my mother.
And being reminded of his mother is the last thing Aiden needs after she issued him with an ultimatum: leave Tash or lose her.
Being faced with having to choose between my wife and my family, yeah, still kind of hurts. She was a good mum. She always encouraged all of us to do what we wanted to do. Of course I love my mum.
Could it be he's picked his mum over his wife?
Hey. Yeah, that could be good. Love you too. Let's see you, babe. It's my own decision to make who I want to spend the rest of my life with.
He's arranged to meet Tash for a crisis talk. So is the dominatrix in for some pain?
Like, I gotta go soon because I have a session.
Either way, trying to talk to his wife when she's got one eye on the clock isn't going to be easy.
180, hurry up, I don't have time.
It always feels like we've lost absolutely everything. I've even had to effectively lose my family. I'm never going to have the same kind of relationship with him again. We always have to have a separate life. Because they just don't understand, you know, your job.
Doesn't make me a bad person for doing what I do.
No, of course you're not.
And I'm very lucky, because very, very, very few people in the world can do that. How has all the money I've made you happy?
Yeah.
How grateful are you? Say how grateful you are. Tell me how fucking grateful you are.
It seems like Tash can't quit her dominatrix ways, but can Aiden quit her?
Yes, but you still haven't answered the question of what do you appreciate that I do?
I appreciate that you've had to completely just pull a career out of nowhere just to keep us afloat. And then everything kind of went wrong with my health and all the consequences of that. Obviously I feel guilty and I'm able to provide for you. Yeah, I hope you know how much I appreciate how much you've helped me.
With a few gentle reminders about what he owes her, Aiden's mind is made up.
Nothing is going to make me break up with you. Nothing to drive a wedge between us. I just feel that it's gone through all of our wedding vows already. Like it's sickness and you know, absolute poverty. But that's not going to split us up. I don't think anything will.
It seems Tash and Aiden's bond runs deeper than family feuds and fiery fights.
Nothing is going to change my love for Tashi. I'm never going to leave her, and especially not going to leave her because of her job. Because if I had a problem with it, I would have made that very clear by now.
It's just nice to just do what I want, to be open to say to hell with people if they don't care, because we love each other, we're very happy, we have a great relationship.
True love conquers all.